Hello and welcome to the season-ending FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships held here in the Cipriani building at 55 Wall Street in New York City. 2 championships in the books already and 2 more remain as we see the players settling in, excited for what is about to transpire, and it should be exciting indeed as we speed up to the Blitz after already quick rapids, but now the players will have to show their lightning-fast reflexes as they try to gain this title. And as we come into the studio, I am Maurice Ashley, he's Evgenij, Grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko, better known as Miro. And Miro, this is where chess gets super exciting. Your hands start shaking a little bit.
Absolutely.
Pieces start flying. What do you feel the players are feeling right now as they try to win this title?
Well, first of all, I'm thrilled to watch this one. That's my favorite part. I've already told you that's my favorite tournament, but it's my favorite part of this tournament, and I could give you a million reasons why you should watch it, but there is one special one. He is back.
He is back indeed. Breaking news. Well, you probably, unless you were under a rock, know this news already. But Magnus Carlsen, who resigned from the tournament in a huff, from the rapid portion anyway, has decided after much conversation that he would come back and play in the Blitz. He himself said that he just loves to play Blitz. Apparently there were considerations, conversations, negotiations, however it may be, but he decided to once again play. And that's great news for the tournament, obviously.
Absolutely.
Your thoughts?
Well, I really wish that he does well. I mean, first of all, because that would be, like coming back. Obviously, he wants to win. That'd be kind of anticlimactic end to this story if he finishes like middle of the pack. Well, which we do not expect from Magnus, but you never know.
All right, well, I believe we do have a statement from the International Chess Federation that shows what they decided on probably long negotiations, protracted ones, maybe late into the evening. We're not sure, but this is from FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich. We must collectively strive to preserve the integrity of chess while also ensuring that the sport remains inclusive and appealing. I look forward to seeing Magnus Carlsen and other top players continue to grace the chessboard in major international events, bringing excitement and inspiration to millions of fans worldwide. As for the application of the rules during the World Blitz Championships is concerned, based on the consultations with our partners and their preferences, I took the decision to trial an approach to provide more flexibility to FIDE officials in judgments regarding the suitability of the attire. Special assistance will be requested to help in those judgments and make final conclusions shall any doubts arise. And he continued to say this: the principle is simple. It is still required to follow the official dress code, but elegant minor deviations that may in particular include appropriate jeans matching the jacket are in the end, well, I see there's something missing here in the statement, are allowed, I believe is the word. In the end, it is New Year time, and I sincerely hope that nobody would try to undermine the festive mood, including by abusing this additional flexibility. That's a lot of words and a lot of language to say, maybe we gave in to Magnus? What do you think about that?
I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if Santa hat would be allowed tomorrow.
Well, indeed. That is pretty dramatic for us to see that. But guess what? We all want it. If you hate him, you think he's probably maybe a spoiled brat, maybe a bad boy. If you love him, you say he's a godsend and the GOAT. Whatever it is, you want to have Magnus Carlsen playing in the tournament, and we have it right now. Well, let's go to Keti Shashalashvili, who has the ceremonial first move and a few words.
Hello everyone and welcome from the playing venue of the World Championship in Blitz. Today we're going to have 13 amazing rounds, and here we are on the first board. We are waiting for Magnus Carlsen to join us back. As you guys know, he withdrew from the rapid tournament, but he's back. The question is, will he come with the jeans or without jeans? We're going to know that very soon. Right now he's not at the board, probably he will be late, but we do have Hikaru Nakamura with us, Fabiano Caruana, and also on the second board, we're going to have Fierro joining us very soon. We do have a lot of spectators, and right now, I'm going to ask them some questions. Hi, what is your name?
Steven.
And who are you rooting for?
Oh, well, I got a lot of favorites. Hikaru, Eric Rosen, and Daniel Naroditsky have taught me chess over the past 4 years via YouTube. So, got to root on my boys.
Streamers you have in the bucket list.
Oh, yeah.
And what do you think about all this jeans situation here? What do you think about that?
Well, hey, I wear jeans myself. Can't hate on it, so it's all right.
Okay, the games will start very soon, and you can just focus how the Magnus will walk in the playing venue.
Indeed, there on board one, I believe that's Michael Bezold I have as a pairing, and he is waiting for Magnus to arrive, and there is no Magnus. Magnus is showing up fashionably late. Probably some fashionable jeans as well, but your clock is ticking already. There is no violation for arriving late. There's no zero tolerance rule.
Oh, well, that's 3 minutes
But
tolerance.
3 minutes is 3 minutes. You arrive 3 minutes late, you simply forfeit the game. So we should see Magnus, I would imagine, running in at any moment. Quite a stunning situation. And Grandmaster Michael Bezold of Germany, I played him back in the day. He actually ruined one of my GM norms. Whoa. I'm not going to hate on him for this game, though. But here he goes. He's already made his move. And again, a watch for Magnus, a Magnus watch in alert as he is now coming in. Seems to be quite late. This is stunning. It's Blitz after all, Miro. How is he going to handle already being down a minute on the clock?
Wow, I've seen him do this. I don't think on purpose, but he was late to
and there he
one
is.
of his games.
He barely has his jacket on as he comes in. And let's see exactly what time he makes his first move as he's even adjusting pieces with his time ticking down. He's under 2 minutes, folks. He's at 150, and finally he moved at 148. There is a 2-second increment per move, so he will have the opportunity to catch up with some time, but still, a minute and 10 seconds is a minute and 10 seconds in a 3-minute game.
Absolutely. Well, there've been, kind of an agreement between the players when you relate the position. You are a pawn up, I have 1 extra minute on the clock, position is equal. So in a way, you could say Magnus down a pawn.
Well, I think that's a lot because I watched Magnus yesterday play exhibition matches where he had 30 seconds against 3 minutes against his opponent, and he was fast. That hand speed is quick. And here Bezold has delayed as Magnus got up. It looked like he was a gentleman about it. Magnus took his jacket off, and Bezold decided to wait until Magnus sat back down. I don't know. A lot of players would say, too bad, buddy. You should have come in on time to get your jacket removed. But there they go. It looks like English formation, but with this early B3. And Magnus started with 148, but that 2-second increment, he hasn't actually lost basically any time on the clock to get this opening position.
Look, it's almost equal now. I mean, time on the clock, it's 30 seconds. It was more than a minute difference. Now it's, what, 30, 40 seconds. Okay.
Well, now, actually, on the last move, Magnus has given some pause and spent quite some time before playing that last move, C6, preparing potential expansion with the move D4, which actually, with D5, I mean, which actually at the moment is not playable because the E5 pawn is hanging. We will be catching up on the PGNs soon. We happen not to have them, unfortunately, but we have a pretty good view of the board as White has played the move Queen to C2 and now A5 expanding. I expect this knight on B1 will be coming out anytime soon, maybe like now.
Right, and it's remarkable how flexible both sides' positions are, right? So you move the pawns and then everything kind of behind the pawns, and now no clash just yet. I mean, you do your thing, I do my thing, right? And then at some point, it has to change.
All right, both knights now leaping into the game. White has a very small lead in development as all the pieces are developed. Black is still trying to get that bishop from C8 into the game. And he moves the queen out the way. And we expect to see this bishop at some point soon. You see that bishop sitting on the back row. But instead, Magnus has actually just gone for an expansion in the center of the board with his pawn, attacking the knight. We see the knight under attack, and I believe we do have moves as of now. We'll see the PGN pop up in a second so we can get a split screen and show you on a 2D board as well. And there it is, you see on the right, this pawn is attacking the knight without finishing his development. This has actually frozen Bezold in his place. And look at the clock times. Magnus was down 1 minute and 12 seconds and is now ahead on the clock. This is just what the GOAT does. Doing Magnus things as he has quickly actually gotten an advantage, and now he's even on the prowl, bringing his knight to g4, looking for attacking possibilities over on the king side. How does he just whip up magic like this so quickly?
Well, Magnus is absolutely amazing in Blitz, and I've tested it myself. So my record against Magnus is 1 game lost in Internet Blitz, that's it. You know, he is absolutely amazing.
I'm going to tell you, I played a 2-minute match, 6 games against Magnus. The score was pretty ugly. You can imagine the worst score. That's the score I got.
Wow.
Couldn't take a game off of this guy. It was casual chess, but still, I mean, he just makes everybody look bad. And now he has brought his knight, and now he's played g5 on the board. I mean, that is just bold. He's saying, I am trying to kick everything out on that side. I'm attacking you, and my plan is to eventually checkmate you. Very, very aggressive play on his part, I got to say. And we'll see whether or not this works out. But the big problem for Bezold, he only has 45 seconds on the clock. Magnus has a minute. Not that dramatic an edge, but Magnus is looking very cool right now.
Right, finally this bishop from c8 is getting developed. So bishop e6 was played.
And now the move c5, you see him there speeding up a little bit as he plays this move. That is a definite strike in the center, and Magnus has traded off the knight on f3. And I'm not sure Magnus saw this coming, because now this break has given black some opportunities. It is a pawn sack, but with that pawn sack and Magnus's king side being a little bit porous, this may come back to haunt him. I think at the moment, though, Magnus should be okay. Takes, bishop takes, bishop I expect on this move. And now the king had to capture back, or you would have lost the c5 pawn. Now, what does white really have? Actually, looking at it, it's not totally clear.
You know, it's a pawn down.
It does look like a straight pawn in this position. White has a little bit of initiative, though, annoying initiative, but he is a pawn down.
Yeah, so c5 hanging, but so does b3. So
and Magnus now down on the clock himself. We saw just for a moment there, they're both at 30 seconds, and Magnus hyper defense on his pawn on c5. Now you're never winning that pawn back, and you've got to wonder if white has sufficient compensation in the exposed king on g7, but I have my doubts. On b4, he decided just to blast open the game. Magnus was ready for this maneuver, however, and his rook is now attacking the queen on the second row. Queen check, fortunate, but a queen trade does not look good for white.
Yeah, you may win the pawn back. Say you are trading, you're winning the pawn back, and then he goes b5. That's
actually, yes, there you go, and b5 on the board. So white has definitely gotten his pawn back. That's important, but when you look at the upshot of it, the passed b pawn is the main problem here, and Magnus will try to milk that. And a break in the center with e4 we saw just happen. Magnus simply bypassed it with the move f4, and now e5, but ooh, two rooks on the 7th. That is never a pretty picture. And Magnus just dominant right now. Pawns, rooks, pass pawn everywhere. We can expect Magnus to just own this board as he's now up a pawn, and only 5 seconds left for Bezold. This is a disaster for white's position.
This is absolutely over. Bishop d5, and he captures another one, so stalling those 2 pawns around the king.
2 pawns, 2 passers. Bishop d3 with just 2 seconds left on his clock. This is just about over. You can smell mate in the air. Magnus drops his bishop back, and now something like rook h2 doesn't just win on the spot. What am I looking at here? G3 played, and then rook takes. He decided to sacrifice the exchange so he can have a passed pawn, but useless, as rook to c2 has now blocked that, and Magnus will just pick off that rambunctious pawn, and resignation is afoot. Magnus looking a little apologetic for showing up late, but definitely a smashing performance. Let's jump to board 3 where Hikaru Nakamura, I believe.
No, Hikaru has won his game.
Oh, he won his game already. Are there any games?
Looks like board 2 is still in progress.
Let's go there to our Reza Firouzja.
Yeah, Firouzja against Alan Pichot, and and he just finished. So we are shown, which looks
this
like...
is a good one. Dubov against Awonder Liang, the wonderful Awonder Liang. And no, actually... Yeah, this is correct, yes?
Yeah, and Dubov is in trouble. Dubov
Wow,
is
one of
in
the
trouble.
favorites.
E5 and H5 pawn is
And he's
about
trying to survive right now. He's down. Is it a pawn he's down? Oh, he's about to be down 2 pawns. Well, no, he's fighting for his life to see whether or not he can maybe win the F7 pawn. No can do. I wouldn't want to take a draw now. Nice maneuver by Awander. 5 seconds only left, and I can defend the pawn.
Rook to F5, knight goes to F4, takes the pawn.
And now it's still going to F4. And excuse me, that looks like lunch.
Whoa,
oh, a free
whoa, whoa.
bishop, on the other hand, will do it. And a big upset we see there as a Wander Liang. Well, actually, I'm going to say it's not that big an upset because this kid is really good. And he showed it right there, defeating Daniel Dubov. Let's see if we can find another board that's in play. These blitz games go so quickly. It's very hard.
Yeah, we do not have any cameras on the game, so we might as well review those that have finished.
We should note that the women are playing their own championships as well, and they are 15 minutes delayed. So at the moment, we're only 10 minutes in and 5 minutes to go before they begin. Let's see the top board. Let's see the second board, that is, the one with Alireza Firouzja. Let's just review very quickly. You said he won his game against Bezold.
Well, we'll just click through each 10 moves.
But wait, was that the final position you showed?
Let me see.
If we may, just go. I think we can go. You said the game was over.
Yeah, rook e7. Okay, it says rook e7 resigns. I do not think rook e7 was played. Computer says it's a winning position for white. There is no reason for black to resign immediately, so my guess would be that he lost on time.
Or you resign because rook b8 is unstoppable.
Well,
no, but rook b7 is playable here, no?
Yeah, it looks like rook b7 instead of rook e7. So if the game has finished right here, right now, could it be that it was, lost on time?
Right, so rook b7 looks like your only move. I'm not happy with queen.
Yeah, and I'm guessing you take here, still threatening rook c8.
So he has to play queen e8, and then you just keep gobbling
and it's
stuff
ugly.
if you want to.
You take this guy, you take this guy. Yeah,
that's a cause for resignation. In fact, let's take a look at Hikaru's finish. Why did this game end the way it did?
Well, I'm looking at the text of this game, and man, there is a lot of mistakes in this game. So Hikaru was playing black. He was, well, I imagine it was a Carlsbad. He is slightly better in this position, move 39. Then king h2, double question mark. And it seems white just blundered knight takes d4.
Yep.
And then you take, you trade all the rooks, and f4 knight is even falling with a check. So
and another pawn drops as well. So we can show that line.
Yeah. Knight d4, and if you take, just trade everything on e1. Yeah, takes, rook takes, queen f4 check, queen d4, and also you defend the diagonal. So king will be absolutely safe on g7.
2 extra pawns against Hikaru Nakamura. Forget it. The women are starting, by the way, in about 90 seconds. We did see there we go over to 41 Wall Street, where they are coming in and getting ready to begin. It's beautiful that they staggered these tournaments because we can watch the men to conclusion and then watch the top women to conclusion. And here we see some pairings, and these are blitz pairings, so that's why you don't see the women's world champion, Zhu Wenjun, as the top seed here. It's actually her countrywoman, Lei Tingjie. She's playing on board one, and we see all these great matchups. Marta Fierro from Ecuador is playing on board one there. Tingjie. You see the Chinese contingent actually on the first 3 boards there. Also on board 4, Alexandra Kostenyuk, a former women's world champion, playing against Sabina Feuser of the USA, a former champion of the U.S. Women's Championship, in fact. So a lot of great matchups here. We might as well start on board 1 when they go and follow them. Zhu Wenjun is actually the biggest star in this orbit. So we'll definitely have to watch her as well. But things are going so fast and furious, it's very, very difficult to follow everything. By the way, where is the rapid champion?
Humpy Conner is on board 10, so we're using different ratings for this one, and apparently her blitz rating is not as good as her rapid rating.
So Humpy Conner winning the rapids a couple of days ago, looking for a another title, which would be amazing for her and, of course, her home country of India that won so many titles so far this year. She'll be playing a former two-time champion, Jennifer Yu. She won the U.S. Women's Championship twice, young star in the United States. So those are all mouth-watering matchups, which are about to begin. Should have begun already, no? You got games yet?
No PGN files just
No,
yet.
it looks like
for
they're
me.
starting in about 30 seconds. I see some other names. Bibisara Azubayeva from Kazakhstan. She's also a fantastic blitz player.
Absolutely, and she's kind of progressing, like with each tournament, with each half a year, she's getting stronger and stronger.
And here we go, the board one matchup for the ladies. And we expect them to go underway any second now.
Right, so it's Marta Fierro against Tingjie. Marta having the white pieces, and remember, like a few years back, she was a very, how to say, not very, she was very dangerous in one game. Let's put it this, and not very consistent, but she could beat literally anyone.
I'm sure a lot of these players, you do the wrong thing and they'll knock you out, so you have to pay careful attention. Blitz, after all, there's a premium on opponents' mistakes. You don't want to make them. Although that game Magnus just played, I mean, that was just superlative. A lot of people would wish they could play that game over the board.
Absolutely,
much less
classical.
in Blitz. And the classical I meant. So here we go. A pause now from the Chinese Grandmaster, and now she's decided for a structure with the move D6 in this English formation, King's Indian / English setup. And this one, you want to get in flow when you play Blitz.
Right.
One of the things, you don't want to sit there for too long. You want to be able to just move and next move and next move. Just be in a nice flow when you play, because if you stop and think too long, you lose so much time on the clock that when it comes down to it, you'll end up possibly even losing the game or making a mistake because of time pressure. And a big trade here on F6.
Yeah, that's well, interestingly might seem surprising, but it is a typical idea. So white wants play on the light square, so b4, b5 potentially. Knight from f3 goes to d2, and this dark square bishop is, well, white, at least white tries to prove that it's not that useful.
And the move a5 now played there, and a quick a3 in response. The dark square bishop dropping back to g7. And now b4, as you mentioned, expanding on the queen side. And this is a typical plan for white. And I got to say, Marta has kept the edge on the clock so far. A quick trade, well, not so quick trade, a studied trade there on the b4 square. And this is just a position. So far, white's doing well. And we can actually now pull up that 2D board as we've got the PGN, so we can take a look. And I'm really surprised by how slowly black is playing this position. Look at the limited amount of time she has on the clock. Down under 2 minutes.
Yeah, but speaking about the floor, Marta Fierro, look, 257. So, well, she pretty much makes moves on this increment.
She started with 302, and 5 seconds has been used net time, as she has just shown that she's very comfortable in this position. And her opponent, on the other hand, has used half her time just to play in the opening, not very comfortable at all, and finally played an aggressive move to which Marta responded instantly. Seen that, been there, done that, go ahead. Yeah. We'll keep the pressure on. This is already potentially an upset in the making, and we just started round one. We saw Dubov go down in a mild upset, but this will be an even bigger upset.
Yeah, well, it's for some players, it's very hard to adjust from playing rapid to playing blitz. Right, you do understand it's both like fast time controls, but especially when it goes to increment, because you've developed some rhythm during the rapid, you've played few moves and then you accumulated some time. Here, not so much. Like 2 seconds only. 2
seconds is only 2 seconds indeed. And finally, Marta has stopped to pause in this position as she challenged that knight. It seems like she doesn't want to play the very natural e3. Why don't you just...
e3 is one thing. Another thing you could think of is like trade the knights, put the knight on d5, and it's surprisingly stable there, because whenever you try to go c6, it'll be a trade, and then knight b4 and c6 pawn drops.
Well, the knight has gone to d5 without the trade, and I'm seeing a clock tick down now under a minute. This cannot be good. On board one, I mean, all the other top players will be happy to see her lose quickly. One of the favorites, a top seed in Blitz, losing in the first round. Well, we're far from that, but she only has 54 seconds left. And can this...
Captures the knight. Okay, okay.
Can
And
this
B6.
Ecuadorian star prove her... Look at this move. You have to take that pawn. And now rook b1, and these pawns look atrocious on the b file, and it's all white for choice in this position. Bishop to c6, hoping to keep things stable on that side. But I don't know what's wrong with just snapping that pawn on b6 and then bringing your piece back.
You can take the pawn, you can actually slow play it a little bit by going like rook b2, queen b1, later take the pawn. The pawn's not running anywhere, and black's real problem is this position. It's notoriously bad bishop on g7, which is very hard to imagine how exactly it comes into play.
Absolutely, and the issue, of course, is that the e2 pawn on the open file is a bit of a problem, so rook down to a2 can be expected, and there it is. The rook has landed on a2, trying to force a little bit of a defensive posture as the pawn on e2 is hanging. Rook e1 seems to be just fine, but there is a queen e7 move that could cause some counterplay. I still think I don't mind this at all. We could trade queens and go into an endgame.
Yeah, well, after queen e7, one of the ways to play it would be to go bishop f3. And if you trade, okay, the e2 pawn runs away. Cannot capture it.
Exactly. Again, that bishop on g7 not going anywhere. So she's played the move h5, possibly to get her bishop maybe on another diagonal where it's more useful. It's possible. In fact, bishop h6 and rook d2 would be challenging, but she's down to 25 seconds on her clock. That is a serious deficit. And she's brought a rook all the way back.
That shouldn't be good.
No, I don't believe that move for 1 second. The main issue, though, is how does white press the position? She's got beautiful squares for her pieces, but how does she make more happen? She's played queen to b3.
I think like you pile on the b file and then eventually move the knight, trade the bishops.
And she's played queen to b6, looking for a queen trade. We see h4, and now the queen trade did actually happen. Queen b6 takes, queen takes, and now rook takes. And the pawn is well protected after something like bishop f3. Even king f1 looks like a reasonable move here. And down to 19 seconds. Is that 19 I'm seeing? 19 seconds for black, and 56 seconds and counting. King f1 played.
King f1, very solid play, by the way, by Marta.
Very beautiful play so far. And she's going to move her knight and then attack the bishop on c6, and it was going to go to f4 was my thought. Knight b4 now would be ideal, except rook b2 would happen. So that is not where she wants to go. Also, knight c7 though, looks
knight c7 wins the pawn. I don't know how good it is, but it does win the pawn. Rook c8, bishop takes c6. If you recapture, guess what? Rook c6 is possible.
She's played knight b4, and we thought this was a little bit of a potential problem for her.
B4.
I'm surprised by this move. How does she deal with the pin without, she's corrected the structure somewhat. It looks like she has to play her knight back
knight d5
to
back.
d5. I'm not a fan of this maneuver,
that was unfortunate.
Sure.
That was unfortunate. White's still okay, but nowhere near.
No, but look at her knight. Her knight almost, oh, whoa, she's decided on the move. C5, not a bad try, I would say. Takes, and now she's actually down a pawn for the moment, but now knight d7.
Hitting this and this.
She's looking to win the pawn back, and opponent said, you can have it, and I'm taking it. Why not? There's a pawn. I would say white still has a slight edge here, and down to only 4 seconds on the clock, she has to hot-foot it on every single move, but Marta is just playing really quick chess. Rook down to b7, and this is looking awfully nice for white, but exactly how does she win the game? All right, check on the back row. This is at most, this is at least, it looks like a draw if white wants it. Will white play knight f8, or will she go for it? She is going for it. She said, forget that. I'm going to try to win this position and cause you to just defend, and that's a fantastic move, hitting the pawn, and black now trying to survive. Actually, maybe it's equal here.
It is.
Maybe it's equal. You might not get anything as black is defending everything, and I think that black is safe. Unfortunately for white, it doesn't seem to be anything much to do here to gain an advantage. That was a close call, but a draw is still a great result, I would say. in this position. Oh, she doesn't want it. She does not want it as the grandmaster. She says, no, let's see if you can defend this position.
And she sped up quite a bit.
She did.
Yeah, so now speaking of the flow of the game, I think, Lietingia has the flow, and Marta lost her time advantage almost entirely.
No, she's regained it, though. She's regained it. I don't see White losing this game. I just can't imagine. The position is just too constrained, too much on minimal files. And now another trade of pawns about to occur. That's going to be captured. And how do you possibly win this? This will end in a draw almost certainly. Might as well watch it all the way since we've come this far. 9 seconds. Looks like now, for the first time, Marta is actually down on the clock in this game. And I think she's playing for time right now. Is the Tingjie said, okay, this is Blitz. Nobody does you any favors by just offering you a draw and handing it over. And now rook back, and what can you do? A check?
Yeah, Black doesn't want to repeat.
Black does not, but now you think she could play maybe, oh, she's threatening D3 there, and Marta said, no, I spot you. What do you think you're trying to do here? Let me just keep an eye on this pawn. How can you possibly win? This one is definitely looking very drawn, and then trying again to confuse her. But the wily veteran showing that she can indeed defend with the best of them. And yeah, they're going to keep on going. I'm going to call this a draw. If you see any other games that we could jump to, then let's do that, because this one, round and round they go, but where they stop, nobody knows.
Everything on top board seems to be finished, and favorites, I think favorites won all of the, Ju and June won, Kostenyuk won, Tingjie won. So that might be the only game on top boards where favorites dropping points. Katerina Lagno is still playing against Nino Batsiashvili, but her position is completely winning, so Katerina Lagno is going to win.
All right, I think I was told that we don't actually have cameras on the lower boards, so we'll stick here. And now D3, I mean, this is just...
Come on.
This is a come-on position, for real. Just give the lady some respect and just take the draw. You're not winning this no matter how hard you try. And that's just, we can just shuffle back and forth.
Yeah, it's not even clear what you're trying to achieve. I mean, in some cases, defending side has to show at least a bit of precision. Here, it's literally as long as you do not blunder your rook in one move or flag, you cannot really lose.
There's no blundering anything in this. There's not even a way to hustle this position.
Exactly.
I'm thinking about my best Washington Square Park hustle. How do you? The only way is one of those, you only have 1 second left and you play rook on rook. And your opponent doesn't happen to notice, but you don't dare do that here. This is just a draw, and I think she's wasting energy, is Black in this position, just going back and forth. Why are you wasting time? And there it is, like, finally. All right, that we see is a draw, a mild upset on board 1, but there are a lot of rounds to go, so expect much more drama at the top boards and shifting of fortunes. Let's take a look at the results in the open. And we did see at least one upset take place. Let's see if there are any more. Faruja won his game, Nakamura. Wesley So did win, Caruana won, and there's board 6. That's one you can call a mild upset against Awander Liang, Dubov going down. Jan Krzysztof Duda won, Vashila Grav, Nepo. And I think that next board looks like an upset as well. Bortnik losing against Sarachi.
Then Buxangji.
And Buxangji losing is definitely should be considered an upset. Although, you know, these pairings, they're blitz ratings. So sometimes people are better at blitz than they are at rapid or classical time controls.
Right, and not only that, but blitz rating, you know, it was established quite a few years back, but it's still very volatile. And some people, they can be very good at blitz, but do not have played enough blitz events. So say he can show 2700 performance, but his blitz rating would be 2500.
Exactly, and so Buxangji going down, Erigaisi winning his game. There are 13 rounds today, folks, 13 rounds, and the top 8 players by regulation go on to the finals tomorrow. So we'll be going through a lot of games. There are tiebreak rules regarding who's in the top 8. Maybe we can show some prize money if the games haven't begun.
Yeah.
So it's other graphic, inform folks about anything else that we have as results. Or I know our graphics team has put some things together. In the open, Are these numbers right? $450,000 in Blitz?
Man, 90K for 2 days.
Young,
Okay,
young.
2 days of very, very good play, but
Absolutely.
still, that's an amazing prize fund.
This is a ridiculously high prize fund, very much worthy of a world championship, to be sure. You see there, 5th through 8th place collect $20,000.
So that makes it you play day 2, that means you're guaranteed 20 grand.
Exactly, exactly. Just get in there today. One day of Blitz, 20 grand in your pocket with house money after that. So an absolutely great set of prizes here. And all the way down to 40th place winning money at this tournament. So excellently done, well raised. Grateful to the sponsors for believing in chess this much to bring these prizes together. I believe we have the women's prizes as well, which I believe are pretty robust as well. 200,000 for prize money. First place, 60,000. It's a much smaller section, about half smaller section. The women, but still, great prizes all the way to 20th place.
Well, did we speak about the format? I don't think so, right? So we started with Magnus's jeans and stuff. So maybe we should inform folks. We have 13 rounds in the open and then 11 in the women's section today. And the top 8 from both sections, they make it to day 2 when the event switches to the knockout format.
Yes, it will be a much smaller venue. I shouldn't even say venues. It can be much smaller audience, if you will, as most of the players will be done, a set of players in the competition. Here we go with the Blitz format. It is 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment per move. And as you described, 13 rounds for the open, 11 for the women. And it is a knockout in stage 2. That will be excitement tomorrow. I know all of you are set with your party hats on for the new year, but this will be the final act, at least in the chess world, of 2024 as we decide the 2 last world championship titles.
Well, is it amazing that you decide two world championship titles on 31st of December and very late in the evening potentially? Yeah, that's great.
It'll be a happy new year indeed for a bunch of players as they stuffing suckers. I'm trying to get that out right. You know what I mean. I've been talking too much in this broadcast. But let's jump to the pairings for round 2 as the players are about to start in about 2 to 3 minutes.
Man, and the pairings are exciting, I have to tell you, because we have, see it for yourself, but we have Nakamura against Lenderman already in round 2 on board 3.
Yes, I see you're jumping down to some names that we know. The general audience may not know the names are further down the list, but we can assure you that these players who just won their game to even be on the board with Magnus and Firouzja and Nakamura, these are excellent players, dangerous grandmasters indeed, and any one of them could knock off one of the top players. You just highlighted that pairing. It's all Norway on boards 1 and 2, though. Ari and Tari from Norway, Magnus's countrymen, they're playing right next to each other, almost like an Olympiad, as they take on 2 opponents, as you see there. And the next board is the All-USA matchup. And Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, of course, these are the next top seeds in the tournament, the U.S. players. So they are on top boards as well. But you see just a gaggle of gangsters, folks. Duda, Vasiliev, Nepomniachtchi, Iragaisi, Aronian, top 10 boards. You can have, there's an elite tournament, and usually do with those kind of names in the event.
Daniel Naroditsky on board 13, so he must be 13 set, right?
Let's point out, Daniel Naroditsky is a fantastic blitz and bullet player.
That's
so watch out for him as the event goes on. He was leading the rapid at one point by himself, but faded in the end. But in blitz, his stamina is incredible. Don't expect him to fade if he catches fire. You're going to have to outplay him. And Hans Niemann, who beat Nakamura in the last round of the rapid, he's on that list as well. And we are about to start as the players are in place as round 1 is going to, round 2 that is going to jump off. So we can expect to follow. Who you want to follow? Magnus again?
I guess. As long as he keeps winning.
As long as he's winning. I
Him
feel like we
coming
should,
back.
I feel like we're going to get stuck following Magnus the whole tournament. Why don't we go to Hikaru?
Yeah,
There's a lot of
let's do-
Hikaru
let's
fans
do
out there.
Hikaru.
So
Let's
let's
do
do
Hikaru for
Hikaru.
this
We'll come
round.
back to Magnus as needed, but we see there Magnus coming to the board. He's already won his first game. Let's take a look at Hikaru Nakamura on board 3, one of the absolute bosses of Blitz chess, number 3 ranked in the world in classical. He calls himself a streamer. He says, I'm not a professional.
That's such a comfortable, attitude that whenever I do not win, I'm just a streamer, I play for the content. But he wins, very, very often. That's absolutely amazing talent to keep streaming career and still be one of the best chess players in the world.
Yes, he has so many followers on Twitch, on YouTube, you name it. Big name. He has popularized chess for many, and there's the handshake. And he will be up there at the end. We expect to see him playing probably on board 1 in 5 or 6 rounds, but expect him to really show his stuff. But he's playing against someone he knows quite well in Alexander Linderman, both of them New Yorkers at one point. Alex, I believe, is still in Brooklyn, and Nakamura now a Floridian, but they've seen each other for years and years and have played multiple games. I've got to give Naka the nod, though. His blitz skills are ridiculous. His hand speed, his art of defense, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, well, even if you happen to get an advantage against Nakamura, which sometimes people do, like beating him, it's almost like outplaying the computer. He is, well, relentless.
Incredible to watch his skills. And we call him Hydra. Like you chop off one head and 2 more grow. I mean, that's just the way he is. He just automatic. He's never in time pressure. And if he ever gets in time pressure, don't even look at the clock because he's not losing on time. He is just all flow when he's playing Blitz. I think it's probably his greatest strength. But he's never won one of these titles. He's never won the World Blitz Championship. So this would be a big deal for him to somehow come and win this tournament. Why do you think that is? Somebody like Nakamura, you'd have thought, would have won 1 or 2 already. Is it just another name who's
Could it be? Yeah, could it be about
in his
this,
way?
about this Magnus Carlsen guy?
But he was around. I mean, he's a bit older than Magnus. 4 or 5 years.
Right.
Maybe it's. Am I dating him a little much older than he actually
No,
is? But
for 4 or 5 years, you're
yeah,
right. Maybe
you'd have
4
thought
years.
that he would have done the duel already, given how long he's been such a fantastic Blitz player.
Speaking of the position, it's something very, very original right from the start. And yeah, Naka has already castled long, which promises us a very interesting fight. And I suspect he will continue in somewhat tricky way here. There is no normal way of developing this bishop from f1. Let's say if you could play bishop f1 to c4, white's position is beautiful, right? So you developed, black king is stuck in the center, but yeah, you will have to be very inventive in order to, develop the bishop from f1. So bishop e3, knight to e7 was played.
And this is looking very much like some kind of Rui Lopez, with an exchange roux, but not an exchange roux because the bishop is sitting on f1. Normally that bishop is out at b5. And as you mentioned, how do you get it out there? I'm sure people would have trouble guessing what opening this came out of.
Yeah, it was
and
e4,
look at
e6, d3, d5, queen e2.
Right, exactly.
Takes, e5 in an almost symmetrical position with white having an extra move, queen e2, which is not necessarily a very useful move.
Exactly. All right. That bishop on f1 looking for some greener pastures one day, knight over to g6, highlighting the fact that you don't want to just play g4 without giving away some squares. So Naka says, I got you. You get
G3.
nothing. I'm just going to keep your knight controlled. And now queen to e7. Is he looking to castle queenside as well, keeping maximum flexibility?
Right. I don't think
here.
he's planning to castle long, but he might if need be. Queen b5. Okay, Naka tries to develop it this way. Queen to b5, and then I'm thinking bishop c4 potentially is the move. Well, castle long indeed. Castle long indeed. Now queen a4. and the bishop wants to go to b5, threatening a7 pawn. Wasn't Castle Long a little bit too optimistic?
It seems that way to me. Allowing this kind of pressure on that side seems unnecessary.
But we have to agree, Alex Lenderman, he's like say, he's not known for winning this type of events, but he is very strong player, very positional, you know, it'll be hard to outplay.
And guess who's ahead on the clock by a lot?
Alex Lenderman.
Is Alex Lenderman. Nakamura has just been playing very slowly. I'm not worried about him, though. I mean, I point that out, but at some point, you'll see him just start flying. But he is not happy with this position at all, and he's now played bishop to b5, and bishop takes e3 with check, doubling those pawns. And now the knight under fire, and the move queen to c5, allowing his pawns to be compromised as well, and taking back with the pawn in that position. I wanted to lose his a-pawn.
Yeah, so pawn takes, and both sides have some defects in their structure. Rook e1 is a little bit a sad move. You know, Rook would prefer some more active position other than defending the pawn on e7. After knight e7, though, knight d2 to b3 is a potential plan for white, and that's exactly what Nakamura does.
And it is on b3 now. That is a knight that probably has to die, is my feeling. But there's a little bit of structure issues as trades has happened there. And now what do? He decides that he's not going to trade. Going to move his queen and offer a queen trade that would correct his structure.
Queen
no
A3,
can do.
Clever.
We're going to attack your knight. And that looks like big progress for white. And now he decided
B3,
to take. But that does allow the option of taking on e7, which Nakamura is studying, no doubt, at the moment before he decided to actually play knight c3, attacking black's queen.
That's a beautiful intermezzo. And then if the queen drops back, say, to b7, then you take the knight, not the bishop. And then you feast on the pawns, right? On the king's
Well, what do you do, though? It looks like you have to drop the queen back somewhere. And now problems. The pawn on g7 is hanging, and the bishop on b3 is hanging. This is suddenly lost for black. Black's in deep trouble. He's going to lose massive material here. Should have taken that knight when he had the chance. But now
that's not a magic, right? I mean, nothing was going on, and then all of a sudden you played a couple of silly moves and you're lost. Not just wars or something. You're just lost.
Yeah, and there goes b3. Where do you hide your bishop? It's just bad now. Naka is taking him down in this position. Magnus, by the way, looks to be winning on his board. Wait a minute. With Lenderman down, could we switch the board feed to Magnus's game while we watch Hikaru's game on the right continue forward? Because we think Hikaru's going to win. But if we could get a look on Magnus's board, maybe the close-up on this board to see what's going on. And Magnus with the white pieces has a bishop and a knight against a rook.
Yep.
Is it just a straight rook? And now the move rook to e8. And this should be technically winning for Magnus for the pieces, but it's not that easy at all. Knight to b2, and now a check, and now the bishop stabilizing itself, and Magnus is now repurposing the knight, and here comes the
knight to d6,
piece and knight down, stopping that rook from going anywhere, and the move rook, a tricky one, trying to get him to play knight takes b7 so he can pin it. Whoa, undermining the piece, and now we see Magnus winning a pawn, and it's going to be a knight and bishop and pawn against a rook. That's got to be winning for white. Without any question, Magnus is going to smoothly take care of this game.
Well, Hikaru still did not convert, but his position is absolutely winning.
I thought he was, look at this last funky move on your right of your screen, bishop to d3, hitting the pawn on c2.
Yeah, but after this check,
and that check wins a piece. Hikaru will win that one. His opponent has to resign. He gave up a piece, actually, but he could resign that position. And Magnus looking like he's going to make his opponent resign any second as well, as it is clear that he is completely dominating this game. We see a check. The king has
picks
to move.
up another pawn on g6.
And
right.
Snackaroonie. And that's it. Resignation over there. We could go back to the Hikaru board, and we do have it on the right of our screen. We can see exactly, and he has resigned also as a pawn is going to queen. Any other games maybe this board 2, if we could see Alireza Firouzja, let's jump to that. And Alireza does not look so happy over on the right against Ariane Tari. Will this Norwegian make it a double?
Yeah, no.
And
well, Firouzja's pawn up, as we can see from the digital board, right? Firouzja's pawn up.
Firouzja is a pawn up, but he only has 4 seconds left
Whoa.
on his clock, and he has to figure this out. Look at Magnus eyeing his countryman with some interest. How is this one going to end? And he has to be mindful, and there goes that knight to the F5 square, it looks like. And first a check. Be careful, you could get mated if you step up.
Right, if you go king g4, it's dangerous.
Yes, absolutely. But how to win? You might be a pawn up, but you still got to win the
hard.
game. He just repeated moves to gain some time on the clock, but he has not proven anything. And another check and
Yeah,
another
series of
one.
checks,
But
how do you make
how
progress?
do you win?
There's no progress.
He's going to keep on playing, of course, and also and here comes the rook on the other side. But he has blundered a
this is how
rook,
you
a
win.
straight fatal mistake. In one move, hung his rook on c7.
Whoa.
Expect to see plenty of those happen in these Blitz championships that you just played. Rook to c7 and went down. Let's go to the board with Jan Krzysztof Duda against Alexander Rachmanov of Russia, playing under the FIDE flag. And they are going at it as we get board 6 up. And what's the situation here as Duda
Duda's was pawn down.
just a pawn down. He survived. He's trying to fight for his life right now. Can he? No way White should lose this position. White has a pass pawn. But bishop of opposite color, they tend to be drawish in this kind of setting.
Yeah,
and you can bet White is trying to win, especially since his opponent has only 4 seconds left.
Right, like the bishop on c6 anchored, that makes Black's defense a little bit easier though, because you do have your passed pawn, but it's very hard to create a second weakness on the other side of the board.
And how do you get to g6? This is the thing. How do you get your pawn to go 1 square further? And look at Duda.
King e4.
King e4. Maybe I'll attack you.
Yeah, check.
Check. King c3 is fine. And he's come back to play defensive.
Honestly, I don't like what he has done. He let this king in, and in some cases there will be ideas of sacrificing an exchange, because the bishop from f6 protects both g5 and b2 pawn.
And now this move, and in the position, okay. Still some massaging going on with White as he keeps this up. But how does he get any progress? The problem is this bishop on f6 almost has to stay on f6. It's guarding the g5 pawn and the b2 pawn.
Man, this is exactly what I would not do. Leaving your rook on the light square, on the square of opponent's bishop, you know.
Right,
even for one, yeah, so rook e3, rook e1, where it is.
I mean, they're going round and round, but it doesn't seem as though you can move this pawn up. If you push the pawn, you lose your bishop. This is the main problem. You advance this pawn, you lose a bishop, but now the king is going to a7.
A7?
Searching for some kind of way to get over to that other side. And we've seen blunders happen already. We saw a horrific blunder just happen in the game we were looking at earlier with Alireza and Ariane Tari. So White has got to hope maybe there's a blunder somewhere, but that king's just moving around and around, and it doesn't seem as though it's making any progress here.
Yeah, it seems like he just accomplished the full circle, and then the king can return to c3, you know, d2, and so on. Okay, bishop
2
d8.
seconds, though, before he moved. And now he has driven the king, one might say, away from the g6 square. So that's some slight, if you will, progress. But the rook can just hang out. Not there. And
Wait, we've been there.
We've been here. This question, whoa, wait a minute. But White's bishop is no longer guarding the pawns. White has kind of tricked himself. Okay, he can play bishop f6 now, but he's gotten the move g6 in. This is the move that he thought he would be able to play and be useful, but he's going to lose that pawn, it looks like.
G6,
and he did lose it under circumstances that he didn't want to. He offered a draw and bailed out just when he played g6.
Whoa.
One move later, he lost the pawn, and that game ended in an agreed draw. Do we see any upsets anywhere?
Well, let me see. No, Fabi has won. Wesley Saw won.
Nepo drew his game, so nothing big that we see, as most of the favorites did win. Let's jump over then to the women and see how their pairings are and their matchups. Maybe we have pairings first.
We have the games started, yes.
The games have started already in progress. So let's
quickly check the pairings maybe, and then we can go with... Yeah, so Alexandra Maltsevskaya facing Tingjie on board 1.
Why isn't Zhu and Jun's name anywhere near the top? Why isn't her name? Where is her name?
Did she lose her first game?
I mean, I don't see her name anywhere. How is that possible that she's not on one of the top 15 boards? I'll check that. Or do we have this pairing? We need that result. I'll check it back, I believe, from round 1. But anyway, let's jump to board 1, and as Tingjie is playing there atop the leaderboard, as we can pull that up now. That's a surprising name that's missing, by the way. I mean, I am shocked.
You're right. So she
not
wasn't
to see that name.
She wasn't the top seed, but still, you would expect her to be around for the entirety of the tournament, right?
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? No question about it. So, this position, what do you got for us?
Well, I think it comes from one theoretical line, which is like quite similar to martial attack, where black sacrifices the pawn and hopes to get some initiative for it, and I guess he just did, right? Well, with pair of bishops, is particularly the light square bishop being quite promising, and that's one thing. And also, like, if you need a little bit more calmer argument, then like if things go bad for black, you can always trade the knight and say, okay, we are playing the opposite colored bishop's position. So white with the pawn still, of course, retains some hopes for an advantage, but it won't be easy. So black's moves would be rook to e6 and so on. Bishop to e2.
And her clock is a problem as well. Down to 29 seconds is white in this position, so she's going to have to definitely speed up a bit. And I've confirmed, Zhu Yinjun did not lose her game. She won her game. I don't know why she's not on one of the top 15 boards this round. How bad is her rating? She was on board 3, so it couldn't be that bad. So how we have her all the way down on some later board seems like a real mystery to me. One of the quirks of the pairing system, I might say. But she's not, we didn't see her name anywhere on one of the top boards. So I'm sure she's still in the building, and I'm sure nobody said you're not paired for this round because of some clothing issue. So we're pretty sure this one is will be resolved quite soon.
I do not see her in the pairing, though, Maurice. I'm looking and checking, and I do not see her in the pairing. So that would be something to confirm on.
But we only have what it looks like 12 boards, right? You have. So
anyway,
we have to get the complete pairings in order to confirm that. It is a bit of a mystery. But nevertheless, this game is in progress, and the pawn on b2 just dropped. So she's equalized the material imbalance. Why did she give away a pawn?
Not sure what's happening here. So trade it here, and okay, there was some knight h6. No, knight h6 is nothing.
I'm sure what happened. She got her pawn back, is what happened. And now she's moved her king just to make sure there are no funny business checks. Actually, there was a threat of knight h6 and rook takes on e6 if your king went into the corner.
Like you would go knight h6, king goes, rook takes h6, and knight f7, right?
Rook takes e6 and knight f7, correct. That was a threat. So now white is looking for some kind of aggressive play. And she does have some extra pieces on that side of the board.
Yeah, but how about this pawn? Yeah, a5, exactly. This pawn is running fast, man.
It is running. Not sure just how quickly just yet. Knight
queen
takes,
d4.
And now queen d4, queen over to f3.
Knight
with
f7.
Only 2 seconds left.
Knight f7 was possible.
Knight f7 was possible.
Was possible, yeah. It was not played. Knight c6.
And 2 seconds left. She's got to move. Now only 3 seconds. If we can zoom in on the live board so we can see the clock times more clearly. And look at this as they're blitzing along. She gains some time on the clock. Queen c6 hitting the rook. And now that a-pawn is the story. And an exchange sack takes, and now knight e5 with the threat of knight f7 and a smothered mate. And now you can see how nervous black is suddenly. Knight g6 wins a piece. And now she's winning the game. Look at this. White sacrificed an exchange. No, it's a check. An illegal move has been played.
Wow.
White will get time on the clock. she might as well resign because White, with all that extra time, ain't going to lose this game with a piece up. This will be a huge upset. As you see there, Maltsevskaya has up a piece against a world championship candidate.
Yeah, and have you seen that? That's absolute
And there
chaos.
she's resigning. She can see her opponent's going to get time on the clock. She looks at the piece down, and a big upset there. Absolutely fantastic upset indeed. That just shows you just keep playing. You never know what's going to happen, and you might see a blunder take place. We're seeing a lot of concluded games. Here, it looks like all the other games have concluded.
On board two, Maurice, Alexandra Kostyniuk has lost.
Another upset.
Yep.
Incredible. Let's take a look at that position. Wow. Wow. We are seeing upsets galore in this tournament. How fun is this to actually watch? And this position, what do you got for us?
Well, so she had everything under control until she played Rook A1, which happened to be Rook takes, Bishop takes, and guess what? D4, and your Bishop no longer protects the King. So it swung from like being slightly better for Black to completely lost. F5, Rook to G7, and Queen to C7, and you know all that. Whoa. Bishop D4.
Oh, she tried a trick.
Yes, so she was going for the trick. Bishop takes, check here, take the bishop, Black wins. But Watt says, you know what? There's a check.
Bang. That's a
And
pretty
Bishop
one.
D4.
And Bishop takes. That's a pretty one. Thank you very much. What a nice refutation. You see, I don't care what your rating is. In one individual game, a great player can lose to a very good player. It can happen. And we see it happen. But it's rare you see it happen on the top two boards. Boards 1 and 2. That's pretty extraordinary for that to happen here. We see the other results are pretty standard. Although there was a draw, it looks like Sevrula Solikidu drew Anna Muzichuk. So that is also a slight upset as well.
And
Gudina is still playing her game, so we'll let that one transpire. Let's take a look at the results in the Open. And we should have some results for you now, more complete results.
we didn't even check if Magnus won his game. Or did he? Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yes.
He did.
So, Magnus a winner, Ferrugia with that blunder a winner, Hikaru a winner. And man, where are the upsets of top 5
Wesley
boards?
So, Fabiano
There's
Corona.
not an upset anywhere to be seen.
MVL, I'm sorry, on board 7,
Except
MVL.
on the top 5, but now we see on board 7, MVL is a fantastic blitz player, but Pranav of India said, not so fast. And those draws are many upsets as well against those illustrious opponents. But as you go down the table, Naroditsky did lose already in the second round, and Hans Niemann winning his game, Jeffrey drawing against Antipov.
Yeah.
So more or less to form, except for that hiccup, we see Vasyl Agrov going down. Expect to see more big names fall. This is Blitz, after all. It is very hard to stay consistent. And let's talk about that for a second. How is it that Magnus can win all these Blitz titles with so many games that he has to play and navigate, winning, losing, drawing, and somebody else being hot? It's like Magnus versus the field. Magnus wins 6 titles? 6 in like 10 years?
That's absolutely
That's absurd.
incredible. And I remember one particular one in St. Petersburg, a year being 2018, I guess, when back then when it was 21 rounds altogether, no knockout stage. And Duda scored something absolutely ridiculous to such an extent that we declared him a world champion among humans because Magnus scored a point more. It was Magnus, Duda, and third place was like 3 points behind.
Off in the distance.
It was a ridiculous tournament. No, the consistency in this guy.
It's extraordinary to see it. And, you know, he said it, has Magnus, he loves him some Blitz. And that's part of the reason, though, when you talk about that, 21 rounds, you know, in Brooklyn, we have this matchup, the Black Bear School, where we select a president. There's only one way to do it, is to beat everybody else. And before, you know, I was a youngin', I couldn't pull it off, but at some point, I said, it's President Ashley's turn, right? And the way it happened was we played a 30-game match, And yeah, it's fine how you started. Yeah, you won a couple of games. That's really nice.
Right.
But the weight factor kicks in, is what we call the weight factor. The strong moves start to get heavier
Right.
and heavier and heavier. And how do you have the endurance? Do you have the stamina to make it? And Magnus will say, yeah, you might start off quick. I might drop a game here or there. But sooner or later, that strength, every move, people start to fade. People start being unable to play that same scintillating chess that got them there. And Magnus shows his stuff.
Yep.
So
you know what? I'm thinking, can you say that, well, the average quality of the move, not even the game, but the average quality of the move of Magnus is like much higher than everybody else's. So he can
Absolutely.
have a bad tournament, but over the long period of time, yeah, he wins a lot.
That's that's a statement indeed. True. It's the words I've never been spoken. Let's take a look at the results in the women's section. As we pull up, we did see upsets on boards 1 and 2, and mini upsets elsewhere as well.
And I'm trying to figure out what happened to Ju in June. Because seriously, she's not on top boards. We need a confirmation on this one. She was paired in board in the first round, right? She won her game.
Yes, and I have to assume that somewhere in the quirks of the pairings, she ended up, I can't. But even, we're somewhat familiar with the Swiss system. And a Swiss system, if you're the third highest rated, at least in the Blitz, you win your first game, you should be on one of the top boards.
Absolutely.
So this is truly a mystery, as we're not seeing the complete pairings at the moment. But we will find out for pairings in the next round for sure, as we try to solve that mystery. Hopefully our director can help us find Ju and Jun. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? No, Ju and Jun is who we're looking for. At any rate, we have the pairings, I think, for the Open.
Round 3.
For
yes,
round
we do.
3.
Yes,
And if we
do.
do, let's put those on the screen, as we know we're not going to lose Magnus Carlsen. That's for sure. And here we go. Benjamin Bach of the Netherlands playing against Magnus Carlsen. There we see Fierro against Sargsyan, who famously drew the last round against Murzin. He was the last chance to stop that youngster from winning the rapid, but they were able to only draw. But Sargsyan already showing that he belongs. And the rest of the pairings there, I'm looking to see something particularly...
Wesley Yesipenko, how about that one? So Yesipenko, apparently his blitz rating is not very high. That's why he's getting paired as kind of a lower rated, right? But he is, you know, one very dangerous player, of course. Fabi, Erigaisi, well, in between Fabi and Erigaisi, we had quite a few other names, right? So that means we've lost quite a few of favorites, kind of dropped
draws,
down, maybe
yes.
half a point, or some may have even
Exactly.
lost.
I like seeing board 14 with white, Vasily Ivanchuk.
Wow.
I mean, the veteran, superstar, one of the best players in the world in the 90s, showing his face now. I'd love to see Chucky, as they call him, win a couple of games. The games are about to begin, by the way, in about a minute, 90 seconds probably.
So we have to pick the game then.
You know what? It's hard to not go back to Magnus.
Absolutely. After
In
we
this case, we did leave him alone. We did see Fierro a little bit. We haven't seen Wesley as yet. We would like to show him some love. So if his game is not over, or maybe we might even do a 2-screener at some point as the games continue, and we'll get a chance to try to see as many players as possible. We haven't even watched Fabi's game yet, but they're moving on up.
Yeah.
And we expect to see all of them at some point, or most of them anyway. It's such a big tournament. Very hard to cover everyone. So far, though, so good for Magnus.
Right.
Playing very well. So far, so good for Naka. These are the matchups we want to see.
Well, Magnus Naka. Right.
Alireza Magnus, Alireza Naka, Fabi Magnus. I mean, they're all great.
And yeah, and let's talk about this, well, relatively new system that you have the knockout on day 2. Isn't it better, simply? Because, say, in a very, very long Swiss, you're competing against the other guy, but you only get to play one game.
Yes.
Right now, even you've lost in the, say, in today day, you've lost, but you're still qualified, and you get the chance at the revenge. So
Top 8. We always like knockouts. Come on. It's so much better to play like a playoff system. You play the regular season, then it's time for the playoffs. If you play if Magnus is up, as you mentioned in that
Yeah.
event, 3 points with 2 rounds to go, we've already said, oh, the king has finished the game, the tournament off. No. That's not as exciting as, yeah, sure, you had a nice start. That's nice.
Yeah.
Now it's head-to-head against the best players in the field.
Right.
And that is always exciting.
And
I
there is
believe
no-
before you go,
Yeah.
the games are about to start.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Let's just make sure we have cameras on the players just so we don't miss the beginning there. But your point.
Right. So the point was exactly at some point people lose motivation. Let's say I'm playing Magnus towards final rounds and he's like 5 points ahead. Bye-bye.
And once again, we see Magnus slightly later than the other players to the board.
But still they did not start, so he is on time this time. And his opponent, Benjamin Bock, I believe, known to general public through streaming as well. He does stream, and he's like, well, he's very dangerous as the Blitz player especially.
Chewing pretty hard on that gum right now.
That's something unusual, to be honest.
The nerves as you sit there and play. And yes, you're right. Wonderful streamer, instructor. You can definitely go take a look at his videos. You'll learn a lot from this gentleman. But now he wants to give Magnus a lesson.
Yeah,
Because,
let's see how they...
Magnus is not going to play around.
Well, yeah, Naka against Aravind. That's paired against young Indian Grandmaster. Well, Yesipenko with Wesley So is one interesting game. Fabiano Caruana on board FIDE will be facing Ivan Cheparinov. Also not easy, I have to tell you. And
There's the handshake.
so they're starting Naka d4, d5 against Aravind, and we will be watching Magnus, right?
Yes, let's at least see Magnus start off his game and take a look at the position.
Yeah, so what we have here is, what do you call it? The Nimtsovich defense, or Nimtso Indian, right? And was a very, very strange combination of moves. So queen c2, d6, and e3. So usually it's either or. You go e3, bishop d3, but then the queen remains on d1, or, yep. Anyway, so it'll shape up into something. D takes, d takes. Wow,
You're right. This is definitely an original
some hybrid
twist.
of a hybrid.
Yes, on this position. But still, pieces developing. At some point, White's going to kick that bishop on a b4, or just the d file is also just open, so a rook will show up on the d file as well. White's biggest problem is the bishop on c1. Black's biggest problem is the bishop on c8.
Respectively,
So
yeah.
mutual issues there, how to develop the pieces. And Magnus just said, I'm just trading.
What?
Just
That's a bit surprising, right? Like
Straight-
voluntarily taking on c3.
and playing the move e5. Is that what he played? Playing the
Yeah.
move e5. This is a way to resolve the problem of his
This
bishop
guy, yeah,
by
here,
simply trading. Now his
or
bishop
even
will
here.
flow nicely into the game.
That's a clever, and it had to be done in this specific order because you go e5 immediately. First of all, you're not threatening e4, and White could go knight e4, and then this bishop on b4 does nothing.
Right.
So e5, what's the move for White? Knight to d2, controlling the e4 square.
Queen e7, and at some point, White will play, it looks like, the move b3 and bishop b2. He just has to worry about traffic on the d file. Maybe a rook on, yeah, exactly, and then a queen shows up and suddenly you're losing a
Yeah.
piece. So you have to just be mindful. b3 is playable, but after rook d8, you cannot, it looks like, play the move bishop to b2 because suddenly
Queen d7, pile up on the d file.
and thank you for the free
yeah.
piece. There's b3, there's rook d8,
B3.
and now we're waiting. We know the blunder bishop b2 is not going to happen on this board.
Yeah, I'm thinking knight e4 or something.
Looks like the most natural move, doesn't it? Just put the knight on e4 and keep playing. Will he drop back, however, with a move like bishop to c? No, bishop c2, there's a knight b4 problem.
Right.
So White now not in great shakes and already down almost a minute on the clock as well, as Magnus is just imposing his will with the black pieces, no less.
Yeah,
that
and this-
trade bishop c3 was awesome.
Absolutely, that's what I was about to say. That bishop c3, it's such a such a unique way of playing this one. So usually you cherish the bishop, even though you go bishop b4 in the nim, so you either want to double the pawns, or very often you would go bishop a5 and save it. No. Knight e4 and bishop to f5 at tempo, so Magnus was ready for this.
And another trade taking place, and I guess another trade will take place.
And then, yeah, look who's ahead in development in this case, right? Rook to d3.
Not fun.
Just like that.
Just like that, in fact. Black is ahead, and there's a trade, and now the rook d3 move is coming. So bishop b2, and bam! You saw that rook just quickly land on d3, force the queen back. Expect a doubling of rooks to occur, although Magnus is kind of wondering if he should play queen d7 instead.
7 e4 is one. Oh wait, knight b4 is one thing as well.
Knight b4 is another move. You're right.
Yep,
chasing
knight b4,
the queen.
Chasing the queen even further. So queen e2 is what we expect. Yep.
Right. Now when he doubles rooks, is rook d1 a move? Because the pawn on a2 could potentially hang, but there's a back rank issue. I mean, rook d1.
This rook to d1.
Yes.
But then you take, right?
You
Can
just
you
take right away.
This one? I'm not sure.
Funky to be sure. He did play the other rook to d1.
The other rook to d1.
Yes. And now more trades.
Oh, Magnus just trades everything.
But Magnus cannot take the pawn on a2 now. This is what the point was. He cannot play knight takes a2 because there's a back rank mate issue.
Yep.
So the resolution on the d file was fantastic, as far as I'm concerned, for white, because it looked as though black was going to dominate that file, and Magnus has now had to leave it alone, play knight
d3
to d3, threatening the pawn on f2 and the bishop on b2. You've got to play queen up somewhere, but watch out.
c2, d2.
Queen d2 looks safest. Watch out for any back rank issues. Okay, right now at least,
yeah, wait.
there seems to be no danger, but
It's clear the black is better now. Look, the knight to d3 is getting anchored, and f7, f6 will shut the diagonal for the bishop, right?
I hear you. I hear you. Better from a technical standpoint. But how much better from a practical standpoint? Bishop c3, for example, there is the move. What does black actually have? Is he going to go on some kind of magical king march to bring his king into the game?
That's what that's what he's doing.
There it
I
is.
don't know how good it is, but that's what he's doing. King goes to g6. That's Magnus doing Magnus things.
We saw the most epic king march in the penultimate round.
The
Murzin march. The amazing Murzin march, actually. And Magnus decides, yeah, I've got my opponent totally tied down. He's got nothing to do. Let me improve my king position. If we ever trade queens, my king will be much the superior one. And there goes the king, actually maybe even headed over to the queen side. And now f4. A very interesting choice here. Decision played so that now the pawn on f2 is no longer an issue. That is a very sharp solution to the problem, and I don't think Magnus is happy with that, especially since the h-pawn sitting on h4 right now is somewhat isolated. Bishop e1 will target it, and Magnus has switched back with his king.
G6.
Now, the issue, though, is the clock. His opponent down to only what looks like 10 seconds left. There was 11 on the clock, and now Magnus is offering a queen trade, arguing that he has the better minor piece, better structure, and all of it better. Is that clear?
Yeah, like looks at a lot of space advantage and a very active knight on d3, so bishop d2.
He was threatening knight c1, by the way.
Yeah. So that was the problem.
And now g5, there goes
G5.
Magnus expanding, and it's so close. And now g4 by Magnus, trying to establish his king in the position, but no fear at the moment for his opponent. 2 seconds, 1 second before he finally moved, offering an exchange of, but he blundered knight c1. Blundered knight c1.
And it's a pawn.
And knight b4 will happen. Is it winning? It does look like you have to take this piece, but I don't see how he survives. 4 seconds, the 3-2 on one side. Magnus, though, has to get his king over.
Yeah, I think we have to watch this one from from the camera view, because we are too slow with the PG and they're playing too fast. B5, A5, no, he can force all the exchanges he needs. Yeah, B5 or A4, even this one.
He's going to take and play.
Do not play A3 though, because then you do not have the path for the king. But you take, you go B6, and
tricky.
Just blundered.
Can't take the pawn because of a stalemate, and Magnus has just aired. If you take king c4, it's a stalemate. Magnus is disgusted with himself. He cannot believe what he just did. He just fell for one of those basic tricks, and he has to accept a draw.
Man, and it was one move away. B5 instead of B6
I didn't even
would have
understand why he
won.
played b6. b5 was winning on the spot, and he played b6, a little cheeky, and his opponent found a famous drawing idea, and Magnus only drew that game. Amazing. Let's take a look at the finish. Here it is Fierro against Sargsyan. I'm in shock for what just happened with Magnus.
So that would have won easily, and instead B7, B6, King
All right, let's
A,
get at
King
this board.
A4.
There are 5 seconds left. Let's get a close-up of the board and see as they're flying along. Black is down in exchange, but has that knight. Sargsyan showing what he could do. A check there, and he's going to bring his knight back, but king b3.
No.
Hey, dude, get out the way. Somebody slap him. What the heck? And now the knight dancing over to the other side.
Wait.
And now the pawn has dropped. Oh, no, the rooks. They are monstrous now. You have to trade off the rooks, and the rooks are just going to turn into
Knight F4, wait a second.
munchies. Rook over, and how do you defend against mate? Knight g6 looks like the only way, but now that
G7.
knight, danced all the way back. And how bad is the news? How do you win?
How he's still surviving? That's
He
amazing.
is showing some
amazing.
amazing defensive skills. You would think he would just play check and take the rook, though. I mean, just get rid of rooks. There's a check, and then he has to come back to the back row. That's too defensive. That is way too defensive. White is winning now.
There's a C pawn marching. F5, C6.
And there it is, resignation as he resigned. I had the wrong person on this board. Sargsyan. I thought it was...
No, that it was... Who was playing? Anyway,
okay, we'll
forget
get
it.
the right reference
Forget
there.
it.
Forget that. I just had a brain freeze. And now Evgenij, and look at this matchup as they are blitzing along as well. An exchange up, and this could be an upset. Give me that. How do you win this position? Well, that A-pawn is going to drop, and this is going to be a winning endgame. Evgenij is about to go down. Oh, wait, he has one chance. Oh, he can't play bishop h4.
Bishop
He'll
h4,
take it.
I thought of it.
Bishop h4 doesn't work right here.
Can
And
you-
even here it doesn't work.
Bishop h4, okay.
I can just take that.
You have to take it, right?
Just take, I mean, that's, you. In fact, take it now. Yes, thank you. And then bring your king over. And no way you survive. Just bring the king back. And now, here we go. Come on over. Come
King
on
f5,
over. And then bring the king up.
And there is still one trick.
Oh, is that
King
the
f4,
other stalemate? You're right. There is a
right.
stalemate trick
Let's see if it's...
to worry about.
Yeah, so that king g3, king e3, king g2, king g2. But now you can play king f4, and this is it. Imagine black to move in this position. It would be bad to play g3. But now
It's over. Show that. Find that, because it's the exact same trick. Basically, very similar trick, a stalemate with only kings and pawns, as Evgenij went down in that game against Pranav of India. Indian players came to play. Bring that position up while we
it is.
while we check some results.
I'm ready whenever I get a
you're
chance.
ready.
Yeah.
Yes, let's show this position. Or do we have more players? Hans Niemann is playing, by the way. Maybe we jump to the Hans Niemann game. We'll come back to that. Hans Niemann is playing on board 10.
And it's still in progress. Whoa. Niemann with white. He's up a pawn in queen.
And that game's now
yeah, the
over.
queens are traded, and therefore he wins, right? So up a pawn in the queen,
Yes.
and pawn in the game.
By the way, I'm looking here, and Anish Giri went down against Elham Amar. So that's a massive upset as well. So we saw 2 upsets of big names as we
Evgenij losing,
saw it.
right?
Evgenij lost, and he lost. Everybody else. Oh, whoa. Am I saying Nakamura lost as well? Naka went down in his game against Aravind. We did not see that position. Let's pull up the board quickly.
Yes.
Let's just take a look before we jump to the ladies. Let's take a look at this game. Let's pull it up real quick. We know this is in progress. We'll get to it, but let's just see the Nakamura position. You have that on your screen?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Yeah, it looks like he was lost like from the very early in the opening. Naka.
When did he lose a piece?
Yeah. Let me see.
this position.
Yeah, let's say
position
this
is fine.
position is fine. I'll just find.
Took a pawn, looked like it was free.
Wait a second. No, he took a pawn, and after a3 he's lost because the c.
Oh, no.
He's pinned on the c file, and after
And
knight
knight
a6,
A6,
there's bishop b7.
B7, play that on the board.
Yeah, bishop
Push
to b7.
and bishop b7. Oops, your rook can't guard the bishop on the line without bishop a6.
So he's done it to himself.
Just blundered, grabbing a pawn. Wow. Okay, we have major upsets then already. A bunch of upsets for that, but we'll see in the standings a little bit later. Let's take a look at the top boards for the women as we see Katerina Lagno there on her board. She is playing as I try to...
Can we zoom in on the board just for a tiny bit so that I can find the PGNs for this round 3?
She's playing
for the ladies?
against Agrawal Vintaka of India, and IM, and she has a nice lead on the clock in what looks like a fairly even-ish Isolani position. So let's pull up the board so we can actually
do have it.
see that isolated pawn. We do have it there. And black should be perfect. Well, it's a kind of Isolani where the pawn is on C6
C file
instead of
an
on
E
E6.
file. Right, so it's a little bit original. And sometimes those are unpleasant for black, but here I do not see the reason to be unhappy.
And I'm a little bit...
Knight takes, queen takes, and now it's a big
pawn,
question.
who's defending that one?
Right, I'm afraid white will have to take on f5.
White has to play d5.
Or play d5, that's another option.
There it is.
D5,
that should be a
what she has
saving
done.
grace, it looks like. Because takes, you can play knight takes, I think.
Can you take? Wait a second. Yeah, you can.
The point being bishop takes is met by, let's just
Yeah,
show that.
Right. So knight d5, bishop d5, and you win the knight back.
And then you play bishop takes with tempo, and you should be okay.
Yeah,
I would say
that's
you should be okay
equalish.
at this one. So d5 is a great save in this position, and we're just seeing so many upsets in Blitz. That's what you can, in fact, expect. And so what, as Lagno looks at this and says, darn it, just when I was about to win me a free pawn, she finds d5.
Knight d4. Well,
Knight d4, but that hangs h7 with check. And she was calculating just this position. Can you survive against the move?
Queen to b1, and then the d5 pawn is taken. Well,
Yes.
and she just missed, which seems to be like a win after knight f3. I will not go into details, but
Knight
f3
was
was
winning?
Yeah.
What?
Pawn takes, bishop d3, but still there are ideas for black, like bishop h3 or knight f3, it's always around.
Wow, that is beautiful. What a refutation. That would have been.
I imagine those pieces being far away from the king side, you know.
Yes, always want to cut the board in half to see where you have the superiority, and here as black does, but she, as you mentioned, missed an amazing tactic, and that one now, as Lagno says,
Well, and she finds the other one, bishop h3.
bam,
The
give me that one as I
strongest move
play
in the
knight
position.
check, and
Knight check.
that's going to win material. Give me the rook sitting on the e1 square, and no, she says, no rook,
Queen
I want to mate you.
Queen f4, but how do you stop it? Well,
Well,
the
you have
answer
to
is
play
you
Tingjie.
don't. Yeah?
And she doesn't even want the rook. She's like, I am going to checkmate you by putting my queen on the line, and that is that. What a finish there.
That's
Wow.
a beautiful, beautiful
That
end to
was
this game.
absolutely a lovely finish, a shocker of a finish there. Did we find Jun? Am I? No. I mean, there is no way.
But
What is the news?
Look further down, maybe. No?
She's not on the top 12 boards.
Can she?
Somebody's got to find the news out for us. I'm sorry. We're hearing that she lost in round 2. Okay, to Carissa Yip, no less. Okay, somebody gave us the news. Thank you. We had a crack audience member give us that news. By the way, good friend of mine, Natasha Us, for many years. So now we know why Ju Wen-jun is not there, and she lost. Let's go to board 2, as she's going to have to make a comeback. Do we have a camera on board 2? Or do we have at least the game?
Yeah, we
Let's
do
take a
have
look
the
at
game on board 2. Zhao Xu with black against Mongzhu, from a player from Mongolia that I'm afraid I hear for the first time. Look, well, I do not pick this up. Look, I mean, it looks like black is an exchange up. However, I have this little engine bar running, and it says that, yeah, white is the one to be preferred. So apparently these knights are not doing a great job, and White bishop on a3, potentially the other one going to c4.
Yeah, this one is smelling a little bit like an upset as well, but it's still a long way to Tipperary. That pawn on a4.
Yeah, sits
Definitely
there
a
waiting,
distraction.
waiting for a chance to run forward, yeah?
Indeed. This one looks pretty close. Indeed, I'll see if there are any other games.
But would you agree, Maurice, that without seeing them on the camera, it's very hard to evaluate the position? It kind of completes
or at
the,
least
you
the
know,
attitude.
completes the story, right? I mean, when you see the players, when you see who's confident, who is somewhat shaky, then you actually can tell, maybe not the objective evaluation, but kind of subjective, what's happening in this game, who's playing for a win, and so on.
Just how does, I mean, you're up in exchange, but how do you get that rook active? And now the queen.
Bishop
Okay.
c5.
What
By
just
the way,
happened?
over here, bishop f8, the engine was claiming was a clever move. Don't ask me why. I'm guessing take and go knight g4. And
That's
then,
a good threat.
yeah, it's a funny threat. It was
a
not
heck of a
played.
threat.
That's the position we have. And apparently white is winning here. Check. And after king h7, bishop e5.
Bang!
That's,
and now we have yet another
this is
upset.
it.
Foot, you can't do anything. Ooh, nasty. Nice defense 6.
What's happening?
Fork, and that is the end. What is going on?
Favorites just, you know, falling one after the other.
Just every last one of them, though. I don't think I've ever seen something this shocking. So many favorites blowing points this early in the competition. We saw a non-favorite win in Volodar Murzin in the Rapid. Could we possibly see that brew right now in the Blitz as the favorites? Well, maybe not overstating it, but Naka lost, Magnus drew. We're seeing points just disappear left and right.
Yeah, I wouldn't be, you know, I wouldn't be too scared about Magnus or Naka because these two seem to be like safe bets in terms of making it into knockout.
The top 8.
But for the ladies, the tournament is shorter. 11 rounds only. You lose one, and then maybe, like, you know, do a little draw here, a little draw there. And
Yes.
you are a favorite, but you're not playing day 2.
It ain't that easy
that's-
at all. I see also with the result, Nana Zagnizi only drew against her countrywoman, Yakakishvili, and Yavakishvili, that is. And on a draw on board 3 as well. I mean, where are the favorites winning anywhere?
But remember the starting list. We had the Chinese trio at the very top.
Yep.
Tingjie, Zhu Wenjun, and Tan Zhongyi. None of those. Kostyanyuk was board 4. She's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
there. No, a lot of favorites fallen down in the women's competition.
Asubayeva lost her
Asubayeva is
game
not
this
here.
run. Elizabeth Page drew late Tingjie. I mean, we don't know what's going on. Let's see the pairings in the open section as we scratch our heads as to what's going on. Shake and scratch our heads, actually. What the heck is happening in this tournament? After 3 rounds, we've got some names atop the leaderboard. They ain't bad names, but there's some surprises there for sure. You see Sam Shanklin from the U.S. has won all 3 of his games. Pranav, Ladici. Did you expect that name, Lodici, at the top? Alireza Firouzja and Wei Yi and Fabiana Caruana, yeah, we'll go with that. Vasily Ivanchuk, we talked
Ivanchuk?
about.
Did he
the
win?
vet, he has won 3 of his games already. Chucky could start winning a bunch of games. I'm telling you, the senior crowd
I'd be
is
happy.
rooting
I'd be happy
for
for
Chucky,
him.
100%. Eric Geisy, Elham Amar, Levon Aronian. Hans Niemann has won
Hans
all
Niemann.
of his games.
And then Arwin, the man who upset Hikaru Nakamura, he's also 3 out of 3, as well as Wesley So, as well as Raunak Sadwani. And those 14 players, they are half a point ahead of one Magnus Carlsen.
An angry Magnus Carlsen,
Angry.
embarrassed by the draw that he gave up in the last game. I couldn't understand why he played b6 in that position. It was just so unnecessary. B5 was winning. B5 was resigned.
Yeah, but even before that, when he had the pawn on a5, I don't know if we should seriously analyze this game or something. Like, why would you be so trying to be so flashy? Why go a5, b5, a4,
But
and
it
so on?
was
I mean, you
winning,
go
come
b5,
on.
you
It was
exchange.
it was totally winning. Let's take a
Yeah,
look
like,
at
I
the
mean, if
position
we
that
can look at
we
this
see a
one.
bunch of players at 2.5 here, some familiar names, as you mentioned. But let's just take a look at how Magnus blew this one. And then I want to look at that Wei Yi. Was it? No, it was Yu Yang Yi. Similar position. Let's do that quickly before we get to the round.
We are starting on move 45, where according to the engine, Magnus's advantage is -80. Just to let you know. And he did not win it.
That's kind of winning.
So how to lose 80 points of advantage in 4 moves. So, and seriously, I was looking at b5 just not to complicate things, but of course a5 is good. So a5, king goes, a4 here. So one mistake would be to get a protected pass pawn, because then you do not have an entry for the king.
Even
you go
with
b5, white exchanges, then nothing happens.
Okay,
so he's done this correctly, but then instead of, as you said,
and I'm waiting
b5,
for b5
and that's
just
it.
Play the move.
b6 seems to be, well,
I mean, play b5 on the board, so we just show how basic this is. There's no trickery here. b5, and you have to take it, because otherwise he has 2 pass pawns. Now you have to move your
king has to drop, you go to
and then you just bring your king
c4,
in,
that's
and
it.
It's simple math.
That's it.
For no reason, Magnus played the move b6.
Expecting the king to go back, and he can have the same plus the pawn, but guess what? After king a4, and there is no way back.
No, you can't play b5 now. It doesn't make a difference, because he's taking. You can't play king takes,
back, king takes, there is nothing.
because it's a stalemate. Let's just put that on the board. That's a stalemate, because you played b6.
Right.
And you obviously can't move your king away because you lose your b pawn.
Yeah, that's it. That's equal again.
How did he do this to himself? I mean,
that's absolutely crazy.
So right? This is very basic. Let's get back to that position, the Yu Yang Yi position, so we can show it very quickly also, because it's instructive, and you have to know these patterns. This one.
So somewhere here, black is winning indeed, but there is one trick white can pull. After king f2, if you go king f4 and king g2, you would think, okay, I'm winning, and you go g3, it's absolutely the same pattern.
It's
king
the
goes
same
here,
pattern.
And you cannot push it away. You have to go king f3, and it's once again a stalemate.
Yep.
So
this is this basic stuff you got to know in these king and pawn endings, and somehow Magnus managed not to make it happen. All right, let's get the pairings for the open section as we prepare to have a guest in studio, and let's see these pairings. And how soon are we starting, director? Let me know. So in 5 minutes. So we've got a little bit of time. So we see Magnus on board 1 only because Magnus stays on board 1. I believe it's for Norwegian television cameras, some kind of contractual obligation. So he's there. And then we see other pairings, Firouzja against Sadwani, all-American matchup on board 3 with Wesley So and Sam Shanklin. Caruana playing against
board 4.
Vasily Ivanchuk.
Maurice, can we see?
We got to watch that one. We got to watch
Chucky
and the others we have there. And
Arwin, the man who defeated Nakamura, plays against countryman Eric Gaisi. That's also a big one. Aronian against Amar Elham. Wei Lorenzo Lodici from Italy. Pranav against Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann on board 8.
At 3 points. And by the way, now on board 9, we are already at players who have given up a half a point. So
Nepo has made a draw.
Separating the wheat from the chaff already. That is starting to happen as Nepo drew his game. So we're going to start to see the cream rise to the top, as it looks like maybe 15 maybe players with perfect scores. It could theoretically be 16, but thereabouts would be the number. And so definitely, I see Grishuk there on board 11.
Grishuk, yeah, I'm surprised he's that low. So he's on 2.5, right? He's in 2.5, but again, like Alexander, who has won his tournament 3 times, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. We'll pay attention to him. He could come up at any moment. And Nakamura's name was there, by the way, but we know he's only on 2 points. So we will keep an eye as the games are soon to begin. We will wait to see there. And now we have a guest who is with us, and I am pleased to introduce this guest, the very famous Bruce Pandolfini, old friend. I'm so happy you are here. Bruce Pandolfini, if you don't know, is from the famous Searching for Bobby Fischer movie, showed up in that movie, but all the way back in the Fischer days when he was also hosting with Shelby Lyman, a great coach, one of the most famous writers in U.S. chess history. How many books do you have, Bruce? Too many to count, I'm sure. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Maurice. I've lost count. I have no idea.
Well, you must be thrilled to see a tournament like this in New York City.
Oh, this is very impressive. It'll do a lot for chess in America. Wonderful stage for the game.
I forgot to mention that you also worked on the set of the Queen's Gambit. That must have been an incredible experience, and you must be surprised to see just how much it has blown up chess around the world.
Right. Well, we did not expect the Queen's Gambit to take off the way it did. We were so pleased how it was received around the world and certainly in the U.S.
What was it like working on set? I mean, it's such a beautifully done series, and you got to consult on the chess part, but I'm sure on other aspects as well, not just chess positions, but authenticity, because it was truly authentic. We saw it quality-wise. Chess players really appreciated how well that was done.
Oh, thank you. I actually worked on the original novel with Walter Tevis back in 1982.
Incredible.
I was the editor, well, the consultant for Random House.
Really?
Yeah, so I got to see it in manuscript form. The title comes from me, The Queen's Gambit.
Amazing, amazing. And so working on set, you jump ahead almost 30 years,
Well, that was 82.
make it 40 years, my math is off.
Yeah, Walter died in 1984. The book was published in 83. And in 2018, I got a call from Bill Horberg, the producer, saying, we're going to do it.
Amazing.
It took off from there. Then I brought in Garry Kasparov, and of course, he contributed wonderfully to the series. It was filmed mainly in Berlin, so that was fun.
You were there for how long?
I was there on and off, depending on what sequences had to be filmed. I created most of the positions. Kasparov certainly contributed heavily too. And of course, I trained all the actors.
Wow. I mean, that's such a contribution to the world of chess. What are you doing these days, my friend?
Relaxing, enjoying chess firsthand here, watching some great speed chess.
What do you think about the controversy that broke out? I see you're in jeans.
I'm wearing jeans as well. I'm not going to get into that.
Okay, we'll avoid. Well, so much. A pleasure to
Bruce,
see
pleasure.
you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Bruce
Pleasure.
Pandolfini, if you haven't seen his books, so many great ones, and an icon in U.S. chess, world chess, as far as I'm concerned. Absolutely. Go out and Google him, you young folks who don't know who this legend is. Thank you so much, Bruce.
Maurice, thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to go to the games. Let's jump to games that I think have begun. What you got for us, Miro?
Well, I've taken, a decision to watch this one on board 4. Caruana against Evgenij.
Good choice.
And yeah, Evgenij already played a move which might seem surprising to some unfamiliar with this position. The move is the bishop to h6. Like you would expect this bishop to go to g7, but Evgenij says, no, bishop h6. That's how my way of playing this. And well, he has a point, because whenever you move the d pawn, which Fabi eventually did, black exchanges the dark square bishops. And yeah, at some point hopes to play e5 and to prove that light square bishop is not of such importance. And once again, as the thing with PGN, I'm somewhat behind, a couple of moves behind the actual position on the board.
Yes, and so this one is proceeding apace. We do have big news that has already been announced, that Caruana did win the FIDE circuit.
Yeah.
He was the leader, and after the Rapids, he was able to confirm that Evgenij could not catch him. So he has guaranteed himself a spot in the next candidates tournament.
Well,
very big news. Congratulations to Fabiano Caruana for pulling off that feat. You know what? When you're the #2 ranked player in the world, you probably should be in the candidates. But he had to earn it, or he did earn it, not by rating, but by play. And again, these guys are world championship candidate. If there was a candidates without him, I'm sure there'd be protests everywhere of his fans, because he's clearly just a fantastic talent, and no candidate would be appropriate without him. And by the way, he almost qualified in this recent one from Toronto. Didn't beat Nepo in the last game.
In a winning position.
In a winning position, and allowed Gukesh to take that candidates. And guess what?
And the
the
title.
title as well. The world champion, not in attendance here, decided not to play after an arduous match against Ding Liren to win the title, but we're sure he's watching somewhere and will be in future editions. Queen G5, Chucky is not too intimidated by his illustrious opponent.
Yeah, well, honestly, I do not like the way it looks, but he seems to be absolutely fine with his position.
Queen G3, threatening knight F6, watch out.
Yeah.
Watch out now, that's a big threat. You might want to move your king out the way.
King
But the
G7.
move H4 seems to be
There's
coming,
H4, there's
or
F4 as well, right?
So he's moving his king, and he did move
To
it
H8.
to H8. And like you said, one of those two, H4, F4, and he's chosen mine. So
Fabi goes H4.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
say you owe me a
you
drink
lead,
later.
You lead, +1.
For now, +1 in the guessing game. Now the queen has had to
Queen
drop back, and white does have a little something, but the problem actually for black is the knight on D7. In my opinion.
Like
that knight-
teleported to F5, you're jumping for
what a
joy, right?
dream.
But the knight
But
on D7.
the knight's not doing anything. So for the moment, you're going to have to chase, and now A3 curtailing any hopes on that side of the board. But even though there's a small edge for white here, I'm not that impressed.
Right, and like in such positions, I always have this question: how bad is F6? Because yes, I understand there will be some weaknesses and so on, but also the bishop on F1 is not yet kind of attacking the E6 pawn. After say F6 and the global trade on F6, let's say, yeah, black doesn't look that bad. D4 is.
I was going to say, I don't
target.
think he's playing F6, and he didn't. Why weaken your position unnecessarily? He's played the move knight to A5 and knight to C4. Now that pawn on A3 has softened up that side a little bit, so the knight is
Knight
now on
C4,
C4. I
hitting
still
this
am
one.
not feeling that knight sitting on D7. I need something to happen with it. Rook E2. Maybe now F6 could be considered. Is that a bad idea?
Well, it's more or less the same character of the position.
Same
so
character.
Why,
Well, if you
we
don't have to play it,
trade
don't
here?
play it.
Trade here, yeah. If you didn't play it then, probably don't play it now.
H5.
H5.
That's a move.
I'm not
More
sure I will
softened.
like it. Yeah, okay, you drive away the knight from G4, but then F6. Well, forget about it.
Forget
There's
completely.
Never gonna be F6.
This position comes down to that knight on D7 as far as I'm concerned. It's just such an annoying piece. And knight B8, knight C6 would be the kind of move I'd want to play just to get this knight to come back in the game. But for the moment,
Chucky goes rook D8. I think he dedicates this knight to defend the king side, so the knight will just go to F8 and stand there.
I'm with that. I just do something, please. Thank you. Okay.
Knight F8,
the knight
yeah.
is gone, and
Fabi can start an attack with G4,
and
which
he has
does.
done so as black has shifted all the pieces
Away from the king.
away from the king side, cut the board in half, and we see that white is the one who has some superiority on that side. And now H5 is going to be a threat. King G2, Rook H1 will happen, and those rooks of black doing nothing with only 2 seconds, 1 second left, and he's got to make a move, and he has flagged in the game. Unfortunately for him, a sad ending there. Magnus, by the way, won his game to
Very
go
quickly.
to 3.5. Let's go to Wesley So versus Sam Shanklin in the All-American matchup, as we have not seen either one of these players on screen so far. And it looks very close, this position.
Yeah, position looks very close, but we have to forget about saying, okay, this is boring, let's move to the other one, because look at the clock, it's 16 seconds, anything can happen, right?
Yes, and that's how
it is.
Blitz is. Let's get the board up also so we can get a nice clear look of both situations. We got the clock there, the board there, and Wesley trying to milk his advantage, just played the move G6.
So the knight's on D6, and this is where he played G6. It's funny though, so both sides have passed pawns, but none of them seem to represent any serious threat, right? And black rook gets stuck on A5. Has to do something about it, like rook defending this pawn. The king to G7, king went to D3, and F5 was played.
By the way, Hans Niemann won yet again, so it seems he has a perfect
He's on 4 on
score. He's
4.
on 4 out of 4, as is Fabi on 4 out of 4. And these two Americans, if one of them wins, they'll also be on 4 out of 4. Wesley trying to win this position. King C4 played, attacking the rook. Wait, King C4. Next
King
move.
c4,
And the rook moved to e5, and now knight to d6.
e5, knight back to d6. That's an active
Captures,
king on
captures
c4.
on a3 twice. And 6 seconds for Wesley. 5-4, he moved, and a trade of rooks. And now it's Sam who's got his king chasing
b5.
up the board with king b5. And now that pass c-pawn looks to be a problem. King down, rook d5, trying to hold the pawn at bay, but knight c4 and or knight
D3.
b5, excuse me, and he's pushed his pawn, but that c-pawn is a
C7,
problem.
C7.
That pawn is a big problem. Wesley
G2,
So has to
E1.
sack a piece, and this is not going to help him.
No,
He
no,
is
Sam
busted.
is completely winning. And I don't think I can keep up with them playing the PGN files just frozen. So let's watch from the camera
I'm sorry,
angle.
this is not going to help. You don't have to keep up with anything. He's just about to lose. Well, he's given away the pride and joy of his position, and now he's just desperate.
Okay.
A little hope chest there,
Yeah, that's-
hoping he can play g3. So something to resolve here for Sam with only 11 seconds on his clock. Rook over. Nice little move, dealing with that problem. And now Sam says, well, you got nothing for me to worry about. I'm going to take your a-pawn. He's trying to get that pawn on g3, which it looks like he will. Takes, and takes. But now it's all about the a-pawn, no?
Yeah, that's only one pawn left, but it's sufficient,
Why
right?
didn't he play rook, knight takes g5 check on that last move? He could have just picked off the pawn.
Rook G2.
What did Sam just do? He just moved Wesley's rook. He just moved Wesley's rook. What the heck? Or maybe he was adjusting it. Maybe he was just
he
adjusting
thought the rook was on G2 or
Yeah,
something.
maybe he thought the rook was on a different
No,
square.
Man, this is crazy. This is crazy.
He might have said Jadoob and put his opponent's rook on another
I like
square.
it more on G2, right?
Right, exactly. Why can't he start?
I said so easy. See, I mean, the G pawn.
Oh, he hung knight f4 check. Wasn't knight f4 check possible?
There's one more pawn, Maurice. The pawn on G5.
Wait,
Black pawn's
what?
on G5. I'm not sure if
Oh,
Sam
it
is
is. You're
winning
right. I
at
didn't
all.
see the pawn there.
Yeah, yeah. Wesley.
That's a queen. That's
yes,
gone.
takes.
And now it's a draw.
Well,
No,
rook
this is a draw.
B1, rook B4.
This is not a
rook
draw.
A1.
You're right. This is not a draw. Rook a4. He's one tempo short.
Check, and he has to go
And his
back.
rook back, but pawn
And
king.
the king is cut off on.
And the king is cut off. Rook
with
takes.
the rook. Yeah, so the king will be running back fast, right?
Yes.
King G4, King C6.
He's trying the maneuver.
Tries the shouldering,
Yep,
but
the
it
shouldering
doesn't really
maneuver,
help.
And now king back,
No,
and
no,
now
no,
another
it's
one.
with a
And
lot of
it's too
tempi.
late.
Yeah,
too
with a
late.
lot of
Here it
tempi.
comes. Wesley So going down.
So-
Oh my goodness. Finally, give me that check. Move your king, and then here comes the white king, and you can try whatever you want. There's
King
no tricks
H1
here.
or?
There's
there's-
only one small stalemating trick he could hope for, but it's not going to be enough.
Let's
Rook over
see.
and move the king.
King
there
H1?
it is.
Yeah, King
Hoping
F2.
for a stalemate.
Yeah.
But no, not going to happen. Sam Shanklin.
Wow, that was a crazy game.
Yeah, I didn't even see the pawn on g5 because the king blocked it, but it was enough for the knight to do the do. And Sam Shanklin, another upset we've seen, and he rises to 4-0, joining Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi, Levon Aronian, Wei Yi, Hans Niemann, all those names. Amazing stuff. All right, let's jump over to the nonstop action as we go to the women's section.
Well, let me find. So that's round 4 we are talking about, right? Round 4, the games are on, and Lagno is facing Kamalidenova, Miraj Kamalidenova from Kazakhstan.
All right, what position do we have here?
That's some Sicilian. Well, not even sure how to describe it. That's some queen takes d4 Sicilian, whatever. It is Sicilian, right? Opposite castles. And yeah, white just played g4, sacrificing the pawn, but it's very dangerous to take it, I assume. Well, Kamalidenova did not believe her opponent that it's dangerous. Well, opening the g-file against your king, allowing white potentially to jump over the d5 square. So, let's see.
By the way, just some upsets to note while we're watching this one. Vasyl Agrov lost again.
So he lost 2 in a row.
Yes, so he's tumbling down. Dominguez got beaten by Antipov, and so he is going down as well. Former Blitz champion.
Yeah.
And he has lost his game, so that's another major upset. Nakamura did win his game, so he's staying in the runnings. All right.
What do we think about this one? Isn't white just like winning after bishop c4? Well, because the Aval bar Evil Bar was saying white's completely winning, bishop c4 played, and what they do, g6 is hanging. So after bishop e6, I'm guessing you just straight.
Yeah.
Bishop takes, and if pawn takes, rook g6 should be it.
Looks smashing indeed, but are you mating? Rook takes, you have to bishop d, yes you are. Rook takes, pawn takes, and then rook to, wait, but
Now you go knight g5.
you play knight g5, yes. Bang,
rook takes
there goes the
g6,
sacrifice.
rook sacrifice.
And, ooh.
Oh, wow, oh, wow.
Nicey,
Does
nice.
she win?
Nobody can guard the g6 square. Beautiful choice.
Yes, she's right, she's right.
Beautiful choice.
It is a beautiful
Excellently
move.
done. No one can guard g6. That is indeed a spectacular finish.
Wow. Nicely
Showing
played
her
by
stuff.
Katerina Lachno. And then our theory of kind of cutting the board in half, we could cut it like, leave 3 files for white. HGF files.
In
That's-
5/8.
That's the white, yeah.
We're
that's
cutting it in 5/8, and you can have the other 5 files. We'll take
Right.
these 3 over here, and you are dead in the water. You can look all you want. There will not be a way to
there's
save
no way
this
to
game.
save it.
She's looking just despondently as her pieces cannot help
Yeah, you can
in what is going to be a mate.
kind of give away all of your pieces by going, say, knight g4, bishop g5, queen a2 is a check, but that's about it. Bishop f8, and it's a checkmate after queen takes g6
And
takes
f6.
f6.
And back, and then mate on g8. There's the resignation. After queen g6,
So
she
it's
decided not
4
to test her opponent.
4 out of 4 for Katerina Lachno, who, out of all favorites, seems to be on fire today.
Why am I looking at my list? Yes, that's correct. All right, so all this is going on. We see another board, and it looks like Carissa Yip, who famously defeated Ju Win-jun, is now playing. Is this Vaishali?
No, but that's not Carissa Yip.
Oh, it's not Carissa?
That was not Carissa Yip.
I thought they said they
Maurice.
had the camera on her board. Who is playing her?
That's Vaishali again, Mangjul, the lady from Mongolia.
Oh, okay.
Who,
All right.
well,
Yeah,
she
so that-
won against.
I thought that was the only other camera we had, so I thought it was her, but you have the pairings there.
I'm getting confused. Yeah, yeah. So here's the pairing says that's
Okay, so this is a board 2 cam.
right.
All right, so what's the position like? This is still
I'm trying to.
full of fight.
So it's even like surprising. Lachno has won already, and here it's almost like an equal opening.
Well, the time
position.
suggests otherwise. I mean, 39 seconds
yeah,
to 1
yeah.
minute. So Vaishali is trying to prove something here. Very solid position. Black structure is a little bit more loose, but
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
at the
that
same-
worried for
Yeah,
black.
yeah. Like at some point, if you can organize d5 here, how about like playing d5 and you'll have some bishop b6 ideas.
Whoa.
Black,
Little
just like
tacticos.
wait
What
a
is
second.
this about?
1 second.
A
Knight
little
f4.
tactics. So she's got a D5 thrust at the end of it if you take everything on F4.
Yeah. So like,
And
capture
the
it.
first piece was captured. Now
Yeah.
you cannot play rook takes because of a trade, and then D5
d5 hitting the knight, and there'll be
and
open
uncovering an
attack,
attack on that rook. So a very tricky move. She moved her king.
King
That
to
didn't really
h1.
allow her to make the threat on the next move
Yeah,
either.
you still cannot capture,
You
right?
still can't capture it. I think she just wanted to make a move with only 19 seconds left. Queen to E6
Queen went
play.
to e6.
And now you still cannot take that pawn. You have to move something, and now she's backed her
back
knight up.
to g2.
Now she's going to take the pawn.
well,
and
but
so
there
it
is
needed to be
g5,
defended.
right?
And a
This
little
G5.
weakness ready to exploit with queen h5. Will you play h6, or will you offer a trade of queens? She's played h6
h6, that's what
instead.
she has done.
And now the problem is the white knight, in my opinion. Like, it doesn't have any. Whoa. She said,
h4.
forget about the knight, Maurice. I'm going to open up that side of the board over there.
Yeah, and that's correct. The g5 pawn needs to be defended, but I don't see how to defend it. Do you play bishop d8? It's one ugly move. Well, okay, she
played
ended
it,
up
and now knight
playing
f3
it.
piling up on the pawn. And
Yeah,
queen
but-
f7 offered an exchange of queens.
that's the
but
pawn on
dropping
h6.
the pawn on h6.
It was a blunder. No, Vaishali is completely winning now. To
Yes.
queen h6. It's
That
a pawn.
h6 move loosened things up, but I'm looking, I realized it wasn't that easy to guard g5, but now she just lost
Loses
the
it.
pawn and
And the
lost a second pawn.
And the third pawn on f4 is about
And
to fall.
That one is looking, give me that too.
Oh,
Lunch,
come on.
munch time. And she's just going down here as Vaishali is just whipping up, well, just hoovering everything off the board. That might be another pawn that drops in a second, but she just has to win the game now. Look for the right kind of liquidation. Now she wants to play d4 to cement her pawn on the square, so c5 to stop that, and the pawn
E6.
keeps going on.
And rook f6,
rook
yeah, and the
f6.
king is kind of in a little box, and the pawn's protected, and then white king is marching forward.
We can take that pawn as
yeah,
well.
you can
by
take
the way.
this one as well, or you can just like, yeah, okay, that works. Rook
now the rook
f4,
back, and everybody's
Not-
defended.
not giving anything back.
No, no,
E7,
no. Go defend your position.
rook behind, and then c pawn moving, you know?
And now the rook is absolutely frozen on e8. You have to keep moving the king. Here comes white's king. Sure, you can pick that up.
But c pawn's moving forward.
I would just play.
Come on.
Doesn't c5 win?
c5 and g5.
Oh, now c5.
Too many of them.
Too many of them. She's pick them. And there we go. 7 seconds for white, but it's just too many pawns.
Okay, she decided to win it this way,
Check,
like moving the king up the board.
Move the
yeah.
king up and single-mindedly buzzsaw in that position, winning. That weakness on the king side. That knight f4 was quite the rambunctious move, but not enough. And now we have
Salome Melia against Mai Narva on board 3, both international masters. And this one, so white is up in exchange for the pawn. This does look like a fortress to me. So black has a pawn on f7, pawn on f4, guarded by the pawn's guarded by knight on e6. So black can just shuffle the king. I do not see how do you make any substantial threats
check.
there. Check.
Bring your
King
king
goes
up.
to f6, and here.
And here comes the
All
king. at
right,
least.
yeah, it's a little bit of a zugzwang.
Wait a minute. She's going after your pawn. Nice move.
Wow, that's a great move,
Very
rook
nice
a8. And
move.
then if the king is getting cut off,
Cut the king off. And then
Wow.
bring the...
and then the king will, yeah, like
and
if
then
king
gets
f7,
f6. This is it.
king
Great
f6.
technique.
Wait a second.
Whoa.
Knight g7.
Knight g7, dropping
So,
the pawn.
yeah.
And that's a disaster.
Trying to still play for the fortress.
I play king g4 here. Whoa, you're in check. Illegal move. Her opponent
What?
gets a time added to the clock. Lucky for her that the first illegal move
Is
is
just time added on the
time
clock.
added.
But you can see, guys, you can see pressure kicking in. Those are
Yes.
international masters, grandmasters, and sometimes they just forget that their king is in check. Or
Yep.
in case of Sam Shankland, remember when he wanted to move his opponent's rook? Or what was that?
I think he was just adjusting.
Yeah.
But they've added the minute on the clock. Black, unfortunately, is in a world of hurt in this position, so she just moved her king. And now it's just a question of bringing, what is this? She just allowed check. She just allowed check.
And she blundered the pawn on g2.
Is the knight
Is
cut
there-
off?
Yeah, is there a way to back for
It's
the
cut
knight?
off right now, it looks like. It is cut off.
King g3, king g3, knight e1, king f2 wins the knight,
Yes,
wins the game.
that's the knight. It's
That was
gone.
such
What a trick.
Such a coward trap, Maurice.
That
Such
is
a
nasty.
coward trap.
That is nasty. You know, had all the time in the world, it didn't help her there. Wow. Blitz tricks.
Yeah.
Or tricks in blitz. Definitely hilarious what can happen, and even the best players will make mistakes. Well, I think, my friend, 4 rounds down, we could be forgiven for just taking a quick break. So we
Yeah.
just get up, stretch our legs a little bit before.
Absolutely. It'll
the
be a
start of
long
round
day, Maurice.
5. It'll
It
be a
will
long
be a
day
long day.
indeed. But don't go away, anyone. The FIDE World Blitz Championships
Forget
is
about the Rapid. Blitz.
underway. The Rapid is done, but we are still having a ton of fun. We'll be back in just a few moments.
We have to run, sorry. I mean, it's like...
What is your Christmas wish?
I just wish everyone a year with full of health, success, and happiness. Thank you.
I wish everyone good luck in New Year and health for sure. And it's time to spend your time with family and friends. And my mother already prepared Christmas tree. Yeah, and my cat already sniffed. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, and the New Year and Merry Christmas. Yeah, for Russian because it's different. We celebrated 7th of January. Yeah, but I like the spirit, you know. And sometimes I started to count how much day it is. Yeah, and I'm so happy that it will come soon. And we're in a great place and play chess. What it can be better?
My New Year's wish is just like for everyone in my like family and friends and also everyone around just to, like be happy and have a good time and achieve like all of their goals for next year. I don't know, I feel like 2025 is a big year because it's the year I'm graduating college, so I'm finally becoming like a real person. Yeah.
Happy New Year to everyone. I wish a lot of happiness, love, health, of course, it's very important, and everyone to achieve everything they want.
Happy New Year, everyone! I wish all the best in 2025.
First of all, I would like to wish everyone to be very healthy, to have a really successful New Year, and good luck to everyone in the tournament. Okay.
I would like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and happy upcoming New Year. Let all your dreams come true in 2025, and I hope it will be a great year. So, all the best.
I wish you the Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. May all of you stay healthy and have fun from playing chess.
Happy New Year, everyone. I wish you all the best in the upcoming year.
And we are back for the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. But make that the World Blitz Championship. Because the Rapid is over. Let's take a look at the standings, because this is going to be some crucial stuff. Then we will get the pairings. And we see here that the standings show how many people on perfect scores after the 4 rounds that have been played. Exactly 7 players. And we see actually 4 Americans. Let me get my count right. The Americans started really well in the rapid as well, but tailed off near the end. Now, again, a strong start. Can they maintain that start? Aronian, Caruana, Niemann, and Shanklin. Looks like a future Olympic team, maybe. A couple of players who will have something to say about that, but definitely some of the strongest players in the United States. Evgenij on 3. You see there, number 3, position 3, Alireza Firouzja, and Wei Yi. I actually don't mind any of these names. These are incredibly strong names to be at the top of the leaderboard. And right behind, you see Antipov and one Magnus Carlsen at 3.5, as is Grishchuk, Nepo, and Sarana on board 12. So we're starting to separate just a little bit the players at the top. Remember, only 8 of these players are going to move on to play for the championship. And now for the pairings, and we'll go to the opening moves in just a quick second. Magnus on board 1, as is the norm. He's playing against Sam Shanklin. Then we have Firouzja, Aronian, Niemann versus Caruana, Evgenij versus Wei Yi, and Grishchuk versus Nepo. My friend, I'm going to leave it up to you which board you want to go to.
Well, I do have Carlsen versus Shanklin on my analysis board right now, but we are free to switch because, yeah, let's just show what position do they have. And I don't think it's anything for Magnus. Well, the moment we get the board on a screen, yeah, there's a strangely some. Could it be that we don't have it? Nah, I mean, we have to have camera on Magnus Carlsen. Yes, so that's the one. Well, somewhat slightly better structure for Magnus, but yeah, I do not think something will happen right now. So
Rook C6 looks like it could be met by Rook B8, no?
Yeah, Rook takes C6, Rook to B8. Those 2, I believe, will be off in no time.
This looks so drawn. He played Bishop B7.
He played Bishop B7. Is there a trick after Bishop B7? Hang on a second. You're going to play Rook C2. No, wait. Magnus decided to go Rook C7, but then trade happens, and Black, I think, has to defend this one first, then attack B. Sam has
Is there something wrong with Rook B8, by the way? Did the engine give that as a bad move?
No, after Rook C6, I mean, no. Rook B8 was absolutely fine.
Yeah, it looks so natural.
Okay, maybe he just wants to trade more pieces of the board.
He did trade off those light squared bishops. I would have kept it on just with the trick of Bishop B7. Maybe there's something hiding in there. But now he's stopping to think, and I don't know, he doesn't want to play E6, which looks like the most natural move.
Yeah, but then there could be a problem, say, Bishop going to C5, your Rook has to leave, Queen D7.
What if I play Rook C8 if you play Bishop C6?
Yeah, fair enough, yeah. But he settled for Bishop F6, which arguably is just as good, you know.
Okay, I don't like Bishop H6. Yeah, I didn't like that happening. That was my feeling.
Rook D8. And where do you go? Where do you go? This one's hanging, this one's hanging.
Okay.
So Queen C2, but then you do not care about Bishop H6, right? I mean, if you go Queen C2...
Not so much. If we have, because I can play Bishop G7 on the next move. I'm buying that. Trade queens, and then just play Bishop G6.
Maybe you don't even have to. You can go A5 or Rook B8 now. Yeah, it's just...
Rook B8 is the one I would do. Rook B8 just to
seems.
tie him down a little bit at least.
Yeah, I've already traded Rook to A to C8.
Can't argue too much with that one. But it just felt like it would have been better to tie your opponent down. White is slightly better here, so to speak. Yeah, not in fact, but in feeling.
I would agree, right. I mean, strangely, Black somehow traded the rooks but did not get rid of those pawns. Like, take those pawns off the board, there's nothing to talk about.
Right.
Yeah, so there's like one slight chance for White maybe somehow attack the A7 and keep the B3 alive.
Yeah, because no matter, see, he now played this move, there's no way that trade is happening.
Bishop E7,
back.
bishop E3, hitting A7. Because you still did not solve your back rank problem. Imagine rook leaves, it's a check, bishop F8, bishop H8, right?
And now the move A6. And what does he have for rook C6?
Rook C6. I'm afraid it's got to be rook A8. Well, maybe there's nothing to be afraid of, because then F5, bishop F6, king G7, king F7. That's how you can kind of.
That is a way of defending this position.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. Rook C6 on
rook
the board.
Rook C6 on the board.
And you're suggesting a move I'm not a
Rook
fan
A8.
of, but when I look at it, I don't know exactly what to do. Now that rook is passively tied down, he's played E6.
E6.
Seemingly maybe going to target that pawn on B4 with the
Wants
move
to go
bishop
bishop
F8.
F8. Yeah, it could be
I can get
this.
behind that. Something to tie white down, just a little at least. I mean,
Yeah, well,
but not so fast.
bishop B6, and this bishop goes to A5.
Bishop
Will we-
F8, bishop
Bishop F8,
A5.
bishop A5. Will we see,
and
you
rook
know,
B8, forcing him back.
a bit of Magnus magic? But
Magnus has a lot of magic he's going to have to pull off in this position.
Right.
But I do agree, as far as black is concerned, it's still, even though he's tying down Magnus's pieces to this pawn, sooner or later, rook C6 is going to happen again. And here comes the
yeah,
king.
the king gets there. King D3,
King is headed to C3. This is the kind of position you could lose with black.
D6. So you can go king C3. Black goes king D7. No, he
Now
decided
E4.
not. E4.
And I think
King D7 and rook
I
C8.
wonder why
could
he
be
allowed
an idea.
F4.
Is rook
He
C8?
didn't want to put a target on the E5 square, but I would have clamped down. And now he has put the target on the E5 square, but he's actually threatened to capture the pawn on F4 himself.
Oh, wait.
So
That's interesting, because now, like, you don't want to be capturing E5, probably. And after F5, well, Sam went H5. But there was also an option of just going rook C8, I'm guessing. And now, then white king would have gone
no,
to
I don't
D5.
want that king to
Yeah,
have any
F5,
kind of
H5.
activity.
Okay. But still some tension. It is an equal position
He's
according
got
to
8
the
seconds
machine.
left on his clock as well. So this is not the easiest route to the draw, but he could have actually captured an F5 there, and his rook would have been active, but he decided not to trade himself. And he has activity, and white's rook is just caught out there for just a moment with nothing real to do, as Sam might be thinking about getting back there and winning this game. He's after that G-pawn himself. And white has had to back up to C2, and it's Sam Shanklin. Is he going to win the pawn on G4?
Oh no, wait, he didn't give a check.
Oh, he just attacked it.
He attacked it. Check
And Magnus ignored.
What's happening?
That's a pawn now,
Sam's
extra
up a pawn.
for Sam, but is Sam losing his pawn this way? Is A6 pawn. This is dynamic. 4 seconds left. He's got to make a move. King B5 and now a check. King into the position at A4, and now he can play rook B6, it looks like. And now bishop back to F8, keeping his eye. He wants to win the B pawn. If you win the A pawn, he could just take the pawn on B4. Magnus is worse here, and his down on the clock as well at 4 seconds, and he's lost his pawn on B4. And now keeping the bishop on the board.
Keeps the bishops on the board. Rook E6, so he's planning to win the E5 pawn.
He will win it back, and they have agreed to a draw.
So we quickly switch to something else. Would you like to see Caruana Niemann? Or
Let's see it.
Niemann Caruana, rather.
Absolutely.
Niemann with the white pieces and seemingly an equal rook endgame. But yeah, I'm not yet sure about that.
Only 5 seconds for Hans and 6 seconds, 5 seconds for Fabi as he had to hurry up there. But now Fabi looks like, isn't he losing material? He played the move D4, and now he's down a pawn.
Yeah,
Hans Niemann is winning this position. Fabi not sure. No, sorry, it's Fab. Wait, what
How
confused?
confused?
It's, yeah, Hans is the one with white, and now D3 allowed, and he's threatening D2. Be careful.
Threatening D2, but there is also this B pawn, right? So,
what is happening is both of them are scared out of their minds. It
D2,
looks as
D1 was a
is
check.
And rook B1 is check, picking off the queen. Oh no, he can't play king
cannot
C2.
go there.
And the queen is lost, and how is he going to get back
King
to stopping
D7.
the D pawn?
Wow,
Fabiano Caruana
Fabi.
tricking his opponent there and winning the game. Absolutely insane tactics in that rook and pawn ending. By the way, Firouzja and Aronian drew.
And so did Nepo and Grishuk, and Rigaisi
defeated
Wei
Wei
Yi.
Yi. So that means that they have
tied
two
with Fabi.
players
Yeah, they're
on
tied with Fabi.
a perfect score.
And this is Sarana Antipov on board 6, right? Wow, what a position, Maurice. What a position.
This is a draw.
It must be,
This
but
is
also...
no, not must be. I just did a course on this, one of my Dark Forest series on 3 pieces versus, well, a lot of material imbalance. And I've studied this. This is just a draw. There's really not much you can do because your pieces never coordinate properly. But if anything, you are watchful in terms of the pieces because the queen will always have an angle. Like just always. You can do whatever you like. The queen will always have an angle, even with these pieces looking as great as they do.
Look, I think it's just a perpetual... Isn't it dangerous what he's doing? Like both the rook and the knight are not protected.
And now, this is where you have to be a little bit careful.
Queen e7.
If you are black, but they're still just fine.
Okay, bishop d2, protected everything.
Queen c5 pins it, though, no? Or
bishop e3, yeah.
And they're just making moves.
No.
Black is trying to make as much progress as he can.
So he's trying to imitate this, rook and bishop versus rook technique, but... we're having an extra knight, but his opponent's piece being
what a move.
Queen. Yeah, queen.
Allowing, and now the queen comes in. There was a rook d3 check.
I know, but it came with a check, right? So you couldn't.
Did I miss something? Can you go back in this game to the moment white played queen to c5?
Queen c5 was a check.
Oh, it was a check.
So
okay,
it was a check, and that's why there was no rook d3. Right.
And here we go, round and round. This is, you would think the pieces have a chance, but they really don't. And the queen is just too strong a piece. The queen is what I call internally coordinated.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to do anything to coordinate with anybody else.
Right.
While the pieces have to somehow coordinate. And because the queen is always moving like a rook and a bishop all the time, all day, it's always going to be these checks and
some disruptive action, right?
There's just no way, and it is closer and closer to a draw now. But the blunder, what move number started all this? Because there's got to be some move number that White
I'm trying to figure this one out. It's actually started. I mean, it looks like we are approaching the 50 moves. If we 51, we are well past 50 moves.
We're well past 50.
We're well past 50 moves.
And still,
anytime
he's losing, he can just claim a draw. So now we know for sure, as long as White is savvy, but I think White harbors some winning chances. If I'm White, and look, almost, right? Like, maybe I'll pick one of your pieces off, but still very close. But I guarantee White is also trying to win this game because White has... But again, they're in the same boat.
It goes the same way. Like Black realizing he just hang his rook to a double attack, he says, how about checking if it was 50 moves or not?
Exactly.
And then it's again a draw.
There's just no way to construct this. And now we know it's a draw because both sides will claim it at any second. There's a stalemate closely on the board, but not quite yet. Check, and now you're losing your queen.
Rook b7.
Whoa, did he resign?
No,
time to claim.
Of course, he's claiming 50 moves. Of course he claimed.
Time to claim. You win my queen, but it's not mate. I'm making a claim. Thank you very much. We wasted all this time for zero reason.
It's 70 plus moves, I'm thinking, without a single capture, without a pawn move, because there were no pawns on the board.
We tried. We gave it a shot. Why not? We're in New York. Might as well make some moves, see what happens. And, of course, that one is
okay, some more results from the top boards. Hikaru Nakamura was back to move to board 7, but he made the draw. So he lost one game and made a draw, right?
Let's switch to the women's section, see how that is transpiring. And the top board, I love this matchup. As you see Vaishali there playing against Lagno. And
Lagno was in 4 out of 4, right? Well, once again, what do I... I still have this Antipov Sarana position, but I think it is confirmed.
Not a chance. We're staying in this one for sure, as the top ladies are duking it out.
Okay, finally I found the PGN. So we we can see this one. Lotno trying to figure out what the opening was. Oh, yeah, it was actually something close, like d4, knight f3, 3.
So Vaishali is on a perfect score herself. So we have two players with 4 points each playing against each other on this board. And I think they are the only ones right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, board 2 has Muzichuk. No, sorry. Salome Melia
He's also,
of Georgia
he's
is
also on 4, right?
and I am is also on 4-0. She hasn't faced any GMs yet. In fact, Anna Muzichuk is her first GM that she's facing. These two GMs are facing are on perfect scores as well. So that is where we are, actually.
Okay.
This is a perfect score matchup with one other perfect score. Knight f2. She's just picked off the pawn, but does it mean anything? Because the pawn on e6 is hanging.
E6 is hanging, but so does no, it still doesn't. What's the plan after knight e6? I don't quite get it, because...
I don't see
Okay, we'll see what's the plan. Knight d3 intermezzo. If you take f8, I take e1. That's the point. Yes, so c takes.
But just takes, and you have to move your rook.
You have to move the rook to e8.
And at some point, that knight will have to retreat. d4 looks like such a juicy square, and it has been played. It's an impregnable square. But now...
Bishop a6.
a6 chasing the pawn.
So
and now she'll be able to play
traded.
rook d1, but rook e3 is playable.
But she's not afraid of this one,
I
right?
wouldn't be afraid of this
King
one.
f2, that's a trade, and then it must be like, if not the fortress immediate, like
no, knight c6 wins a pawn, doesn't it?
Ah, wait a second. I'm thinking about fortress, but how about indeed, yeah, knight c6, attack those pawns. Maybe you're having winning chances.
Knight c6 and knight e7 check was on tap. And so she blew an opportunity to play it immediately, but she's going to get this very active knight and this somewhat anemic bishop. Question is, how do you...
Well, king on d4.
Continued.
Not bad.
She's arguing for a superior, and she's going for more trades. I'm kind of surprised she didn't target those pawns. But she doesn't have much time on the clock, so with that 6 seconds, she's just trying to figure out exactly what to do. But I think she's given black a little bit too much. But it's still drawn.
Yeah, I feel like winning
knight
this
check
one
and
is
knight c3
very,
coming.
Yeah.
Incoming, knight c3. Oh, she just decided to check.
And
the check. Katerina knows this is a draw. So, perfect score gone. Let's go to the next board with Anna Muzic, also drawn.
Also
so
drawn.
All perfect scores have no longer, there's no continuation of that. Go to board 4, Humpy Canero against Anna Sargsyan, if you may, if we can find that.
Yeah, there it is. And wait a second, we are shown an empty board.
And it looks as though it's, but we do have board.
Yeah, board 4 is in play.
Is in play. And what is happening? Do we not have the board?
We do have the board. We might not have the camera there. So,
okay, so we don't have a camera. Maybe we'll get a roving camera
trouble
over there shortly. But we know that Humpy Canero is white here, down 2 pawns.
Yeah.
The opposite color bishop position, but it does look as though
it's like
maybe well, you have to play rook g6, but it's hard for you to do anything here.
Yeah, and it has already happened, and then white went rook a7 and rook back to f6, and she might have just enough compensation for this.
Looks that way. Looks pretty even. Ju Win Jun is back in business as well on board 5. She lost to Carissa Yip, but she's won both her following games. And so now she's playing against Agrawal, Vantika Agrawal of India. And how is that game going?
Yeah,
I'll try to pull it up.
Yeah, okay, let me pull it on the screen. So Ju Win Jun with the black pieces.
Yep. This looks very even.
Yeah.
But it's also the kind of position you could blow in time pressure.
Absolutely. Like e5, f5 happens, black may win, right?
I don't see the clock ticking at all. Agrawal shows all zeros.
All zeros, but no result means
that
PGN is, again, lagging a little bit.
Potentially.
It's unperfect technology, man. I don't know why it's such, but...
You got to perfect that technology because we want to see the games. Elizabeth Pates, Grandmaster, beat Zhao Shu, and so that's that. Gunina won her game against Tormunk Mongzul, and otherwise nothing huge on the other boards. But it looks like this is frozen as well, so we don't need to look at this much longer.
Not great, yeah.
So no perfect scores
In the ladies,
but we still have perfect scores. Two
In
perfect
the
scores,
Open?
is it, in the Open?
I'm
I think it's Fabi
yeah, Fabi for sure, right?
and Erigisi has a perfect.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we said. So
Right.
They'll be playing each other.
So they'll be playing each other. That's going to be a fun matchup. Meantime, Magnus has given away a couple of draws. You know, the thing is, as you mentioned, Magnus doesn't have to win. And here we see the scores. Fabi and Erigisi on 5, Levon Aronian, Ferrugia, and Shanklin at 4.5. Shanklin drew Magnus in the previous round. And then we have a million players sitting on 4. Okay, not quite a million, just about 13 it looks like. But Magnus is among them, Grishuk. We still have so many rounds to go. This is just the 5th round.
Yep.
Of course, we've got 8 more rounds to play today. Today. There's no, ooh, we take a day off. You've got to qualify today as one of the top 8 players. And it's a tie break, by the way, that decides who moves on if there is a tie somewhere to decide who's 8th place.
So there will be a tiebreak play.
No, I mean, the tie break in the regulations
right.
does say there are, if 2 or more players score the same points, the tie break is broken by the following criteria in order of priority, and it's Bukos rating. Bukos cut 1, Bukos on B, average blitz rating of opponents, direct encounter of the players, drawing off lots. In other words, you don't get to play anybody. You just hope your tie breaks are better than somebody else's. Can you imagine? Very easily, Magnus could score the same score. Like right now, if you look at this, 5 players at the top would qualify immediately if we ended right now. And then some kind of arcane tiebreak system would decide who of the persons with 4 would move on to the next to the next stage tomorrow.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at the names in this, like 4 points group and even lower, you can spot Hikaru Nakamura plays 29 at 3.5. I understand tomorrow, again, I'm talking about tomorrow. Today, at the end of the day, there will be a lot of drama. Like
absolutely.
People, absolutely. Who you would think deserve to be in a knockout would not qualify. I mean,
No,
it doesn't fit everybody.
These are the rules. We're not changing these rules, and it's going to be decided by that potential tie break. So we'll keep our eye on that. But we're far away, of course. There's only 5 rounds in with 8 rounds to go. We've seen so much excitement already. I tell you, I hope you have your lozenges, my friend, because our voices could go at any second talking about all these games, and so quickly as well. I'm looking at the names, like you said, fantastic, fantastic names sitting on 4 points. And Anish Giri, you didn't mention also in the mix. Daniel Naroditsky, top 30 players. All of these players, any single one of them, could be in the top 8 at the end of the day.
Yeah, and what are the odds of somebody that once again you wouldn't have on your fantasy list winning the event? With knockout, it's a little bit less, right? What do you say?
I'll tell you one name we didn't see on that board is Volodar Murzin. He did not show up on that board. And he, by the way, he came out of sort of relative obscurity. The insiders knew who he was, but sort of out of relative obscurity to win the rapid event. Sometimes you get fat, you're full, like, I won the rapid, I'm good. I got the 90K in my pocket. It's okay. I can go home. But you still got more money you could win, certainly in the Blitz. And he won the Singapore Blitz just now in Singapore. So he clearly is a fine Blitz player.
He's an amazing Blitz player.
And may come back in this event. We'd love to see, there's 2 18-year-olds now holding 2 of the top titles in the world of chess. The classical title.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Those
Gukesh,
youngsters, Maurice.
And an 18-year-old in Murzin holding the rapid title. Can a youngster, actually, let's see that list again. Who's super young on this list? Look at Faustino Oro there from Argentina coming in. getting wanded. All the players are coming in. We see European champ Max Delugi there as well. Just the stars of chess from around the world gathering here in New York City as they look to see what title they can get. And we still have pairing sheets. It's not digital, folks.
Good old time.
Good old times. Like literally, you come in and check your pairings. Don't make a mistake and go try to sit on the wrong board. That's happened. But here they're checking pairings. Who do I play? And then they just walk over. Magnus doesn't have to do that. He just walks straight to board one.
And we do have the pairings themselves as well. So Magnus will be facing Shahryar Mamediyarov.
Whoa. Big time matchup there. We did watch Magnus just now. I would love, I mean, it's great that he's playing against Shahryar, but there are two players who are tied for first. We cannot avoid this pairing.
Absolutely.
Caruana versus Evgenij is must-see television right now because one of those players could be the leader after this event, after this round, excuse me. That is something we have to watch. But we have other matchups that are absolutely mouth-watering as well.
Shankland against Firouzja, Ronin with Wesley Saw. Sevian, well, Sam Sevian on board 5 against Daniel Dubov. Let's not forget, Dubov is very good at Blitz. Like
Dubov lost the game already. So to be up there means that he's made a comeback.
Yeah. Duda against Krishchuk, Nepo with Ivanchuk on board 7. Wei with Bortnik and Sarana on board 9 against Hans Niemann. Well, I do not see Naka just yet.
So just pointing out, Dubov lost his first game and proceeded to win his next 4, including beating Ariantari and also Aravind Chittambaram. So that is why he is here right now, facing against Sam Sevian.
Well, if I may, I just realized I made a mistake. When I said Bortnik against Wei, it's his, well, known Bortnik is Alexander Bortnik, but it's his brother who is on board. Yeah, it's amazing. So both brothers must be in a leading group, and apparently Nikolai Bortnik has a bit more points than Alexander.
And I think, you know, talking about family affair, I think Mamediyarov, I was told, has his sisters here playing as well. At least one sister who's playing in the event. So that's cool to have families coming, and everybody in your family loves chess. I wasn't so lucky to have brothers and sisters who enjoyed chess. They saw me playing, they were like, nope, no more. No, my brother famously tells the story of how he beat me the last game we ever played because he came in after that and saw me reading books. He said, okay, I'm not playing this guy anymore. So he gets to hold that against me forever as he refuses, or has refused now for decades, to play me that revenge game. And here we have board 2, which is actually board 1 of the event, as Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi playing the most pristine chess so far of the tournament. Perfect scores. That will change right now. We will no longer have a perfect score in either section after this game in front of us, as the ladies are already giving up a half a point. All the ladies.
Wait a second, I'm arguing on this one. What if any of these guys wins? He will be on perfect score, right?
I stand corrected. That's what I meant. If they draw the game. So if a winner does emerge, they do have a perfect score.
We can't have more than one.
Yes,
right?
we're not going to have more than one.
We either have like a sole leader after a victory of one of these gentlemen, or yeah.
Thanks for the correction, my friend. Yes. Will one of them maintain the perfect score? We see the fans gathering around the board. People want to see exactly what happens here, rooting for their heroes or just rooting for an excellent game as we are about to start. These are two of the best players on the planet, if you want to know. Is it a surprise that they're at the top? Well, let's understand that Nakamura is number 2 in the world at 2803, is classical rating. 2803.4. Arjun Erigaisi is number 4 in the world at 2800.6. 2800.6. 2 of the 4 2800s on the planet just shook hands. A big dog battle here is underway. And we see a French defense on the board.
Well, remember Erigaisi playing some super sharp French with h6, g5. in the rapid. Will he play the same line? Because so far they're following it. Knight to c6, yes. And Fabi does not play f4. He just went for knight f3. So he's he decided to try to surprise, I guess. Arjun is known to surprise his opponent, so Fabi said, you know what, you will be the one to be surprised first. G3.
And now b5, his expansion on that side of the board. Indeed, a great position afoot. We're going to see all kinds of activity in this position as they now play h4 on the board.
H4, so launching this pawn forward, well, maybe in some cases securing yourself a knight g5 or bishop g5 move, plus bishop, this bishop. Do you develop it on g2? No, I don't think so. I think it belongs to h3, right?
b4 on the board right now as we see a lot of activity
knight f4.
Developing in the position.
Maybe this bishop will go to d3.
Absolutely.
And wow. A5, oh wow, just like that.
Full bloody battle we have afoot in this position. This is what we came for.
No, but this is real chess, of course, yeah. So, well, both sides doing their thing on their respective side of the board. Yeah, white tries to see some initiative on the king side. Black says, I'm not scared, I'm taking more and more space here. I'll create some weaknesses. Well, after a5, bishop a6 is, of course, on black's agenda, but has to watch out for potential sacrifices on e6 of some sort.
I mean, this position is sharp. Bishop to d3,
Bishop d3
played. And where are the kings going to go? White seems ready to castle, but maybe not with the rook already on the h file. And Arjun says, I don't care about the thinking king.
Come on, I mean,
let's keep going.
Could you not? I mean, how is he pushing this pawn all in all?
And now a3 played to slow up that a pawn.
And
we've got an open b file for both, for either rook, the white one or the black one. But the pawn on a4, that is black's pawn on a4, is under attack. So this rook has to stay on a8. So it can't quite leave just yet.
But what you can do, you can go bishop a6, I'm guessing. Well, this French bishop is very often a problem.
But he just played bishop to b7.
He decided to get... No. Did he? I think he went queen c7.
Queen c7.
Fabi castled, even though there were arguments to be made for king f1, king g2.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Castled.
Because it would take him a couple of moves to play king g2, rook h1.
Yeah.
But he decided to castle. And
black cannot castle, right?
Or black, you mean, can't castle.
Or...
I mean, it's legal.
Yeah, it is legal. It's just very scary.
Yeah, that's what you meant.
yeah.
It would be scary. And Fabi's saying, okay, you do what you want over on that side of the board. I'm going to go win on the other half of the board. Let me go hit your pawn and try to get it to advance.
And what do we do after this knight h5?
You really don't want to play g6. He's played king
f8
to f8. Now, that's a move. Fabi is going to be salivating at least a little bit. Look at him looking over there, saying, how dare you? I'm not going to touch you on that side. He's playing knight g5. Let me go.
Queen goes in, F3,
everybody
G4.
to the party.
Again, splitting the board in half and looking at the king side. I do not like black's chances of surviving this one.
Yeah, I mean, liking white right now. The white is piling up the pressure. That rook on h8 leaves a very poor impression. It's only a defensive piece. It cannot go anywhere. And h7, tell you right now, it's hanging.
Oh, yeah, it's actually knight h7, plain and simple.
And a capture of your dark square bishop is not a pleasant choice, given how your pawns are all on light squares. You're going to suffer in the long run.
Takes here, and just take with the you can take with the pawn as well, but taking with the bishop is
you still a preponderance of pieces for white on that side of the board, and everybody is aiming. And he's decided, I got to kill that one, and bishop takes played instantly.
Yeah, bishop takes.
And Arjun knows it. He has nobody to fight the bishop on g5. And he just glanced at the clock, and he's down to only 35 seconds with a bad position right now. h6 chasing the bishop, we think. And not always completely clear. You have to move this piece.
Yes, sometimes you can leave it here, but bishop e3 is an absolutely
normal reason not to play it.
Bishop e3, and what you are threatening is queen g4.
Yes.
Right, and after rook g8, there will be bishop h7.
But now g6, and that has weakened the f6 square because your bishop was not your bishop is gone, so you can't even take it. Did he play?
Bishop a6. He's trying to kind of reduce material somewhat.
But I don't mind
wait
this
a
at
second.
all.
Wait a second.
There's
Bishop
so many
takes
tactics.
a6. Bishop takes a6 and queen c1. Why doesn't it win? Because now king g7. Guess what? There is bishop check and knight e8. This rook left the 8th rank, and white is winning this way.
Ouch.
So bishop takes bishop.
And he spotted the first move.
Exchanges.
He's played h5.
Wow, he went
instead,
h5.
going positional here.
Which is good still, but queen c1 would have won.
But guess what? I think he's ready to play f4 if you play g5.
Yeah, it's such a disaster.
G5 on the board. F4.
G5,
boom,
F4.
on the board. And now knight c4. Is this good? Knight get a little bit of play with knight c4. And queen to d3. A capture now on the d4 square.
Queen d3, cd4.
Man, but the f file is being threatened with being opened at any moment. Why can't you just play cd4 right now?
That's surprising. Like, why Fabi spent so much time in capture with the bishop?
Decide to take with the bishop.
It's actually...
That's a strange decision to
Strange
me because
decision.
now you have to take with the pawn on f4, no? Rook takes seems to drop. Maybe not, but I feel like it drops.
Rook takes works.
It does work.
Rook takes works according to the machine because,
because
well,
you can't double capture
there's
on
also
e5.
this one, right?
Whoa, your rook's hanging here. What's
Knight
this?
e5?
What, is that a rook hanging?
Are we sure?
Yes,
Are we sure
that's what he
that
did.
happened?
That's what he did. The rook's hanging. Why? What's the tactic?
Queen takes rook is the move, and white is completely winning.
He played check first,
Bishop c5 check, okay.
and now there is still a rook hanging.
But it's less precise, but still fine, okay.
He didn't take it.
What?
What is happening?
What?
Are we not seeing the board correctly?
No, we
Now he
did.
saved his rook. Whoa, that was a double blindness
And then,
in that
and then
position.
imagine like how shocked Fabi is. He just realized I could have taken this thingy.
Unbelievable. 2 2800s, blending rooks in one move.
Bishop d4.
And now we're back to a sharp position.
Well, white is better, but nothing dramatic. I mean,
Better doesn't mean up a rook, my
Yeah,
friend.
that was.
What are you mad? And now white is certainly on the attack right now.
King
But
to f8.
man, that was absolutely shocking.
Well,
now there must be some tactic.
Man, Fabi's still winning, but how can you continue after that when you realize you didn't take a rook?
Oh my! We realize they don't. And now knight
G4.
back, and here comes the other. No, this is just a crushing attack, though.
Knight
Having to play the
D8,
move rook
Knight
to
E5,
h7.
rook h7.
There must be something juicy somewhere. The queen needs to enter the party in some way. I like queen d3.
Yeah, you go
for
d3
start.
and you try to capture the other rook.
And now rook g4 by Fabi, 12 seconds to only 4 seconds for Arjun. Remember, it's only a 2-second increment. And now queen d3 threatening the other rook. And now f5 on the board, rook landing on g6 and now offering a trade. Queen e3, and no, this one, pawn takes.
E3 and captured with the pawn, right?
And now the pawn on, and now he's trying to break through with his other rook in this position. Queen e7, this defense, okay, he's winning a pawn, it looks like. He's picked off a pawn, and the clock has run out. Oh, my goodness. Heart palpitations in this game, trying to track everything, as Fabi now has a perfect score.
Believe it or not, but the final position, computer says, was equal. That's crazy, man. That's absolutely crazy. Let's go back.
It's
Sevian
not-
with
you know what?
Dubov.
It's actually not that crazy, but the guy should have taken a rook a long time ago and
Absolutely.
made his opponent resign. Here's Dubov trying to win his 5th game in a row after losing the first one. Not so easy, it turns out, as his opponent, they look at 5 seconds to 7. What's happening here? Dubov is not trying to win. Dubov's trying to survive.
Trying to survive.
Down a
more
pawn.
like trying to survive.
And he
Queen
definitely.
e7 and king to b6, bishop e8. Okay, so these pawns are secured. Yeah, maybe it's not such a bad position for Dubov.
No, it's not so bad. E5, that looks unusual. Okay, offering a trade there. And 4 seconds on the clock, moving a bishop. It seems as though he could, no, he has to be a little bit careful about b3 and c4, but I don't think so.
What is like decided to trade?
Yeah, he now has his own trump.
C7 and
Freezing this
G5.
bishop will be a bit of a problem. How do you win? How do you win?
Ah, you mean you just shuffle the bishop here
Yep,
and there?
that's how it looks. Okay, he's going to try to get. Oh no, he can even try to win your bishop itself. Okay.
King e6. Once again, I'm so annoyed that the PGN file doesn't show the actual position, but I hope we are getting there.
We see it just fine.
Yeah. It actually helps to understand the camera view, right? That's the whole purpose. Yeah, bishop d7, king b6. Okay, so he's trying to organize the passed pawn on the a file, I'm guessing. But then what you do, Maurice, you trade on a4, you go king c6, and you run into a corner, and then you're ready to sacrifice the bishop. So it should be a relatively easy draw for Dubov.
This is nowhere near a win. White cannot construct anything whatsoever.
Yeah, so some results while we are watching this one. Carlsen won against Mamiyarov, Fierro won against Sam Shankland, Jan Krzysztof Duda won against Grishuk. So these are Wesley Soaronian is a draw, and that's perhaps the only draw on the top board.
Nepo did win his game.
Nepo won against Ivanchuk. Okay, poor Ivanchuk.
And there we go. And
D7
draw has been achieved. Do we have any other games?
On the top boards, no, it doesn't.
Hans Niemann seems to be playing on board 9.
Niemann versus Sarana. Okay, let's wait if we,
Yeah, it looks like, and also I should point out, as we jump to the women's section, Hikaru Nakamura drew against Gelfand. So his tournament, you know, he's going to have to start doing some work if he wants to be among the top 8 that qualify. Wesley Soaronian, as you mentioned, drew. So they're up there. I think there's going to be a pairing of Magnus versus Fabi quite soon. I wonder which board we're going to be paying attention to when that happens.
It must be board 1, Maurice, because Magnus always plays on board 1.
Yeah, that would be quite a show for sure. But let's go over to the women's section and see how they're going. They just started, in fact.
So we once again will be watching Katerina Lagno, or no, we are shown what? What's this?
This
game?
is round
I don't understand.
6.
I think so.
It is. And we have, this is board 3, actually.
I think, yeah, that's Zagnidze Garifulina, on board 3.
Okay, but why aren't we looking at board 1?
That's a big question.
Yeah, I think we need to look at Lagno. If you can pull that up, we have.
They're showing us the empty board, but it doesn't make sense to me, to be honest, because I can see.
That's odd.
I can see.
I mean, it is round 6. It looks like they haven't finished their game.
Yes, it is in progress.
All right. Well, if we're not going to watch that, let's take a look at board 2.
Melia with Vaishali, you mean?
Yeah, Melia has not lost a single game. She's sitting on 4.5, and neither has Vaishali on board 2. So let's pull that one up.
Apparently, we can only watch this game, Maurice. I don't know. Well, it's board 3, Nana Zagnidze against Garifulina. I do not know what happened.
All right, so we'll resolve the tech issues. Our crack team will resolve that. And so we'll take a look at this game for now.
Not much is happening, to be honest. Like, I mean,
But if we have board 4, if we do have the camera on board 4, I would actually prefer to see that game. Do we have that camera? And because we have finally a Zhu Wenjun sighting. We haven't seen her for a while, the women's world champion, after losing her game against Carissa Yip in round 2. And now we have her here in a very good matchup against Danielian.
Yeah, Elena Danielian, who was, well, I think some 10 years ago, she would be always on the national team in Armenia. So
yes,
very experienced player.
And now, though, with only 51 seconds on her clock, so she is in some time pressure. Zhu Wenjun has really roared back, by the way, after that loss. She lost that second game, and since then has won 3 in a row, looking to make it 4 in a row. Don't upset a champion. That's how the response that's the kind of response you may see, as she's down a full point, or she gave up a full point, and just has been knocking people off ever since. With a nice edge on the clock now, and somewhat aggressive.
Queen c6, I don't quite get it. Like
Queen c6, she's trying to tie down the pawn on e4.
And knight g4,
knight g4, she said, no, can do. I'm going to go attack you on that side. Be very careful. Knight takes played, and pawn takes.
Knight takes, pawn takes.
And a storm of pawns about to race down the board to move g5 with f6. It's going to be ugly
bishop c4
in the position.
Doesn't
also a rook
good.
lift. Rook
Doesn't
F3,
it-
Rook H3 has to
Ah,
be
yeah.
looked at.
It's not so complex. Yeah, just get the rook to H3 and that'll be it. Yeah, it is. It does look bad for black.
Black is terrified in this position. Has played Rook to D8, and now what is a move now that could potentially knock out the opponent, or at least make them feel the pressure in the position?
But how do you leave F7 unprotected? So how about like going Bishop C4? Why doesn't it win? Just Bishop C4, threatening capture here. Bishop F7.
Maybe knight. Are you threatening to capture? Yeah.
Maybe even perhaps I'm threatening to capture on F7.
I don't mind that move at all. Takes has been played, and who do you take with? Ooh, hand on the pawn, but no decision yet. 10 seconds left. Takes, and now Bishop C4, direct threat to the pawn.
Bishop C4.
And now, what do? Rook, you must have.
Back to F8.
I guess we can't sack yet, or Queen E7 even.
I mean, you go Rook F3. I mean,
Rook
it's
F3 is
so
probably
good.
just enough.
So good. You have two ideas: either Rook F1 or Rook H3.
No, it's over.
It should be just winning.
Knight to F6, trying to block the line, but I would probably play Rook H3 here. Doubling is also quite nice.
Doubles?
Yeah, why not? Because you can't move the knight.
Knight
Well, I
E4,
guess you
and
could,
then the
but
trick
that's-
is you just take F7, right? You just take F7 and it's
takes, and Bishop takes check. You've got to walk right into the file, and Bishop D5 check.
Bishop
Give me your
D5.
queen. Thank you very much. Knight F6. We're taking the queen. That's game. Ju Wen-chun, why she is the champ, showing that even a loss is not going to deter her. She's won now 4 in a row to go to 5 points in this contest. And back to now, we do have Katerina Lagno here against Anna Sargsyan. And Lagno sitting currently on 4.5. And she can hear the feet, the hooves, the galloping horse that's coming at her in Ju Wen-chun. No question about that. She knows she might have to face her quite soon. So you got to keep winning, basically. But this position is pretty equal.
she's there. No, man. I mean, she's up a pawn, and she had a chance. I'm thinking, but after Bishop C2, there must be a trick. Well, the trick is simple: Knight C3 and take A2. So it'll be equal pawns, right?
Give me that. Pawn captured.
Still, like, with white pawns being on E5, F5, I'd still feel like white is threatening something at the very least. Bishop D4, wait, some nasty checks.
This knight is coming back out. That's the key. Get that knight back out of there. And even though you have those pawns, central pawns are really powerful if pieces are on the board.
Right.
Major pieces, the queens, the rooks, particularly the queens. But right now, black is not of a lack for space because you have these center pawns. So black should be fine. And now black has even created an outside passer. And that's stronger than the center pawn.
Wait a
I'll
second.
tell you right now.
This A pawn.
That A pawn is
It was
strong.
not supposed to be running, but it does.
Forget about this. Whoa, wait a minute. Trying to decide. And, okay, a switcheroonie.
That was unexpected.
That was weird. Now the pawn will take another step forward. If black may not be winning, but this is a challenging position for white because she does not have, and now Bishop E3 on the board, she doesn't have any pass pawn prospects here. And now takes, and now white is headed after that A pawn, but it will lose one of the pawns on the king side after knight to
G4,
F1.
right? Or knight F1. Yeah, knight G4 would be, I pretty much would do the same job.
There's nothing wrong
knight
with taking
F1.
that pawn. And now she's going to go win her pawn. Bishop has to go anywhere, so she just plays bishop to E2. And she's trying to play knight back to F1. And how do you save that pawn?
Wow. So it takes
How do you
knight F1, right?
Now you have to start thinking, if you're white, can I make a draw? You do have she's going after another pawn.
Yeah, the H pawn. Wait a second. The H pawn's going to go now.
You best be careful. You better be real careful right now as black is now taking another pawn. Look at Sargsyan do her thing. She's up 2 pawns in this position. This could be drawn if you're not careful, but
still, yeah.
Still it's her. Now the question, can she get that king out of there? Check, move that king, and then bring your king up, no? King H6 I would play almost on automatic. Okay, she's trying to trade. Knight E6 check is a real move. You don't want to trade in this position. And now bring your king up.
Yeah, king
Right
G6.
there.
Well, because F7 was hanging, so she went Okay,
she's repeating
triangulation.
move just a little bit.
Not making any progress as of now, but now knight e6.
Knight e6 is still. Oh.
Kind of a threat.
Knight e6 is kind of a threat. We're playing it. Get out.
Knight e6.
Back up. King. Now you can bring your king up.
Yep,
No, she's
now,
playing-
now you go there.
She's threatening knight f3. Move the king further back.
Knight
And now,
e5 was a
she's playing this
tempo. and
masterfully.
F5.
Just beautiful moves.
Those pawns are rolling. Knight g6.
Look at her technique. It's outrageous.
H4 and king f6. No.
Whoa, we're feeling this technique. Blitz technique at the highest order and just marching on every move like no, in deep trouble. One of the favorites in the tournament, in danger of losing this game. She's completely lost. There's no question about that.
Not king g6 though. She was about to play king
with a
g6.
piece.
Yeah, king g5.
So check.
Repeat it. Yes. Go here and then you can go king. Yeah.
Nicely done. Great triangulation
King
there.
d7, king
and now forcing the knight to lose at least a tempo. Now can you play knight back to g6? There's something wrong with that?
You can move forward, right?
I
You
would,
just go
I would not have
h3.
advanced just yet, but she does have a check.
Check from h5.
Check from h5, or
Yeah,
she's
she
going to
preferred to
e2,
this
and
one.
now bring the king in. Oh no, she's going after the bishop. Oh, and she's up knight e6.
That's
Is this knight trapped? No, not yet. But it's very close, this knight on f8.
king f4. And
She
then
played at 1 second.
Whoa.
She played that last move. She's got to keep going, and both of them are trying to move
Check.
super fast. Pieces flying, and this king, can she push? But bishop g2. Hold on, I think
Doesn't
she's
matter.
blown it. I think she's blown it. This is not good at all. She just lost her pawn, and she's thrown the game away in time pressure. Unreal. Surreal.
Man.
I told you the draws could have been possible there. She's got to be super frustrated. Time pressure makes fools of us all.
Yeah, it was winning completely,
Of course
as
it
we all
was
know.
winning, but she knows. Whew, look at Katarina like, no. It's like, whoo,
What a
breathe.
save, yeah, what
breathe,
a save.
sister, breathe. That was crazy. What a hustle in that position to save that by like, no. Wow. Heart
was-
attack games.
Look, she was one move away. Would she play king f2? Yeah. Anyway,
so close.
seems most of the top boards in the ladies section are done. Lagnos Argisan being a draw and Vaishali won against Melia. What does it?
All right, well, let's take a look at the standings
Yeah,
in the
that'd be-
open section. As we suspect,
These are the results, right? So Mamidyarov, we do not have
wait, this is not the standings. This is the pairings from the last round. Let's pull up the standings. And there we have it. Okay.
Fabiano Caruana on 6 and Fierro on 5.5.
Well, we suspect we know the pairing for board
The
one.
next round.
And we also suspect we know which board we're following because that's going to be a huge matchup. Magnus Carlsen rising. He's on 5 with a whole, I mean, everybody at the top 7. They could be the finalists. You could book these 7 and say, we're good. Just put them in right now. Of course, we're not there yet as we still have 7 more rounds. 7 more rounds?
7 more rounds.
This next round will mark the midpoint of the tournament.
Yep.
So, we're not even halfway there yet until this next game is underway. And you talk about the Bortniks on 8 and 9, positions 8 and 9. What an extraordinary story that would be if brothers qualified at the end of this event. But a bunch of people on 4.5, so they have a long, long way to go. As Anish Giri has shown his head again, we see Hans Niemann on the list, Pragnananda, who we haven't really spoken about, Sam Sevian, Sam Shanklin, Wesley So, the American trio, and Jeffrey Zhang, as well as Wei Yi. Where's Nakamura?
Exactly. That's why I'm keeping it quiet. I'm looking for Nakamura, and I don't see him in the top 30. So it must be on 4 points, I'm guessing.
Are you kidding me?
4 meaning he dropped what? He dropped 2, right?
I'm sure I could find him. I remember, but he did lose 2. That's right. He did lose another game.
He did lose 2 games, plain and simple, right?
Yeah, that was.
Carlsen Mamidyarov. We never checked with Carlsen Mamidyarov. What was going on there? Was it a kind of clean game from Mag? Oh, it was a very, very fast game, by the way.
Let's just review that. We have the pairings for
the next round.
The next round.
Wow.
Folks, if you want to watch the Carlsen game, you can take a look at it online, as I know most of you are able to do. But we will take a look at the pairings, and we think we know board 1. that is the in-point of fact board one.
Yeah.
And that is Fierro versus Caruana. Magnus plays Levon, though, in another sweet matchup. Arjun Erigaisi against Duda on board 3. Dubov rising against Nepo. Wesley against Serrana. And we see there Grigorian. That was who played
that was
last
who played
round
Murzin in the last round.
against Murzin, yes. Against Bortnik. Pranav versus Wei. Pragnananda plays against Sam Shanklin. And we see Hans Niemann there against Gleb Dudin from Hungary. And the rest of the pairings. Board 12. Hikaru Nakamura against Anish Giri. Oh, man, this tournament is so huge. I wish you could look at it all the time, but it's a massive tournament. Always going to have all these amazing pairings.
Daniel Naroditsky on board 14, black against Boris Gelfand. I wouldn't mind looking at this one, but of course we have to stick to board 1. Fabi, as long as he, well, board 2 in our list, but board 1, the leaders. I mean, Fabi, as long as he keeps winning, if he's on, if he's on 100%, we cannot leave him.
Yes, and we will, we could do ourselves a favor and try to, let's see if we can bounce between the first 2 boards.
Yeah, let's try.
In some kind of way.
Let's try.
If it's possible. Let's try to do that, or even have a split screen where we get a live board and a digital board of the other game.
Yeah, of course, both games are of tremendous importance and promise to be interesting ones as well.
Let's do that in the middle this time, somewhere, a minute in or so. We're going to go to that. We're going to just we're going to be directors for once. We're going to tell our director. That's what we're going to do. We're going to try to follow 2 games most of the time there, as fans do want to see the top players, and those matchups on board 1 and 2 just too delectable to avoid. All right, I believe we are ready
to start the next round. Yeah,
with our colleague Keti Sashalashvili. She is live with some interesting stories. Let's jump there. I believe she's in the playing hall, and let's talk to Keti right now.
We are at the playing venue right now and about to start round 7. After 6th round, we have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana. He has a fantastic tournament, and also I had a chat with him, and he has a really, really good mood, so we wish him best of the luck. His opponent right now in this round is Ali Reza Firouzja. He has only shared half a point with his opponent, so his closest opponent for Firouzja. We also have a very interesting matchup, Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian. This is the match that I'm going to take a look. We do have a lot of spectators today. They want to see the Blitz games and they want to see their favorite chess players. Actually, they are supporting different players. Some of them are supporting Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen. We also have some fans of the streamers like Daniel Naroditsky. So a lot of people here, and we're expecting more and more people to come for the final rounds. The spirit is amazing here. Everyone is in a good mood. All chess players are also very happy to have this opportunity to play in this beautiful venue. And yeah, I wish all of them best of the luck. The tournament will start, this round will start very soon, but as you can see, there are not many players. We can see right now Arjun walking in. He just had a very, very difficult game against Fabi. He lost his game, but he's now getting ready for the next round. You can see Levon Aronian arriving pretty early, waiting for Magnus Carlsen to join. And I have an information that Magnus Carlsen got new pair of jeans, so we're gonna check out that later. Here we have Jan Christoph Duda getting ready for his game. He's taking Arjun Erigaisi with black pieces. Well, all the fun of us, round 7 will start in a few seconds. And yeah, enjoy.
Thank you so much, Keti. And we see Magnus Carlsen there stroll in as he's going to play a long-time rival. Although you might say it can't be a rivalry if one guy does most of the damage. But I've seen, and you see Magnus there actually give an autograph to a young player on the side before the game even started. That's a little unusual. But you know, the young player's like, Magnus, I want an autograph. Sometimes you don't want to give an autograph because everybody might start asking for an autograph.
Yeah, but he was very kind, really. Like, to give an autograph seated at the board, that's, yeah.
Shows that he's relaxed. Also, there are no other cute little kids. Well, wait a minute. That kid on the left side of the screen, he's cute, but he's a bit bigger. And he said, nah, the little guy, we can give him an autograph. This is a great matchup for sure. They have played for many, many years. I've seen Levon take Magnus down in some really good games. Of course, Magnus has given at least as much as he's gotten, and they are underway with a handshake. This is a board we want to follow for sure, but
let's not forget.
I got to follow. I'm sorry. I just got to get the other game on screen for sure as well. If we can split screen it somehow, you do what you got to do, director, because the other game right there, we see Fierro versus Caruana, and that promises to be a little bit wilder. So these are two separate positions. This is Magnus on the left. We're not really seeing their board
at some
playing.
point we can zoom in on Magnus's board, and then on the digital board on our right, that, as you can see yourself, it's Fierro against Caruana. So let's try.
This is how we're going to play it. You're going to have to note that it's Magnus against Aronian on the left, Aronian with the black pieces. So just keep that in mind. But Fabi with the black pieces on the right against Fierro, and they're playing a line similar to a line that was played in a World Championship match. I believe it was Magnus with the black pieces in
against
this Kalashnikov type setup.
Against Fabi
against
himself.
Fabi. Exactly.
Right.
So we see Fabi adopting a weapon that was played against him. We have an open Ruy Lopez, open Spanish on the left side. And Aronian plays this position extremely well. Ton of experience on the black side of the Ruy Lopez. So they're going on. It's still just the opening. And
Knight to c5, knight d4, I think all of that.
All this is just so standard.
Known since Korchnoi times or something, so he was a big specialist in this.
Meantime, Fabiano Caruana is just, I don't know if he intentionally did so, but he has just sacrificed an exchange.
Well, he did.
Or lost an exchange, I think is a sacrifice.
It is a sacrifice. Computer likes it, and Fierro's play was somewhat artificial, one would say. Queen f3, Queen a3, just going after this pawn on d6, and Fabi said, you know what, you cannot have the d6 pawn, but you can have my very passive rook on a8, so when you take knight a6, a lot of momentum. Black is getting a lot of momentum. You go bishop g5, like white still has the bishop on f1. Black is just better.
That knight is burying the queen on the a8 square, and I don't like this at all.
Queen g5?
I mean, let's switch off of Magnus's board for a moment and just see the actual faces of the players in the matchup between Fabi and Alireza. Alireza doesn't look too concerned, but this position, it looks like his teeth are getting rearranged as his king cannot leave the center of the board. You see Fabi there taking a swig, knight b4 with a...
How do you guard all that? There's no way to guard c2 pawn other than king d1, because bishop d3, guess what? Queen g2 happens.
And your d pawn is hanging right now.
Like everything
this is terrible.
This one.
Is Fabi just going to surge to 7-0 with just a crushing position right out the opening? Badly played, badly misplayed, which means the same thing, by one Alireza Fierro, and he's just in trouble. He had to play king d ugly 1.
Which he did.
Which he did, and now Fabi's looking around. What is the way to increase his advantage here? He just would love to bring a couple of pieces quickly, like a bishop f5.
Bishop f5 or check and then bishop f5. That's what strangely computer prefers.
Bishop g4 check, you mean?
Yeah, bishop g4, f3, bishop f5.
Look at this guy, nuance. Find the move. Push your pawn up, weaken some dark squares. We don't know. We're going to massage you a little bit, and then we come in with a killer blow. And he's looking around. I think he doesn't want to play f3 because he realizes just weakening his position. But bishop e2 is a disaster.
What do you play, right?
Bishop e2, everything's going to fall. There's no way you can play bishop e2 and survive that storm. And Fabi just looking amazing with the black pieces doing this kind of damage. Absolutely vicious play. And his opponent down in the clock, king in the middle.
Wow.
How do you get in a bad position like this with the white pieces so easy?
In 15 moves, by being ambitious and also making mistakes. So you have to combine the two. Because just being ambitious is fine. Making mistakes, you realize it earlier and maybe you kind of back off. But Here, no, he was ambitious and
Look at
wrong.
that. You see it. You see in the body language.
And then he
gets
realizes,
it.
yeah.
He's got nothing. That said, I got it. I'm losing this. This is horrible. How did I let this happen to me with white so easily? It's just a complete catastrophe. What is he going to do as he's staring at this horrible position, only 34 seconds left, and he knows. He pushes that pawn. He's getting bishop f5 is coming, and he has
He
pushed.
does. Bishop
And
f5.
bishop f5.
This
and
is a threatening king stuck in the center. Bishop on f1, like everybody on the first rank, and then the queen
And
somehow stuck on a7.
excuse me, and the black rook is ready to join the party on c8
Yep.
as well. I
Nah,
mean,
that's
this is as bad as it could
absolutely
be.
awful.
C3
c3.
played. Isn't knight c2?
Knight c2, yeah.
That e3
Knight
square
C2
was
to
weakened
E3.
by bishop g4 check.
Yeah.
So this is what
Ah,
Fabi
so
had
that's why
anticipated.
f3 was
so he'll be able to
forced.
play this check and continue the attack. But he's waiting. He is hesitating because there's a pawn sitting there. No, of course. That's why you did it. Go get that check. Now
Rook goes here, and that's a check. King e2.
he could just take on g2, no?
You can take g2, you can take
Take
d5.
D5 as well.
You can go here
Or-
because,
oof,
you know,
oof.
guess what? There is a threat more important than you know, taking a pawn. So queen d2
Oh,
would
that's
be...
nasty.
That's actually knight c4 might be winning.
That is nasty.
Now just realize rook d1, bishop c2, and that's it, yeah?
Oh, that's all she wrote.
Man.
That's all she wrote. That's it. That's it.
And
he's
he's
played
found
it.
it.
He's played it, and we'll see. Will he play bishop c2, which looks like an absolute killer blow, and boom, on the board, Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces, just styling and profiling right now, showing off his skills, and this position
Queen
is so
F2.
ugly. The queen hightailing it back. What is the move now?
Well, you can take, it's okay, but say, well, taking b2, by the way. Can you say
No, he has a-
e4, open more fight? No, that's a crazy.
Oh, stop it,
How
Bobby.
powerful that.
Teaching lessons right now. Rook d4, trying to save the but if you just take on f3 and then bring the rook into the game,
Yeah. You can go rook e8.
Or rook e8.
I think you just play
Rook
rook
e8.
e8
I
to
like that.
highlight.
I like
Okay, you.
But might he play f4 if you play rook e8? That's the only thing I'm worried about. He
yeah,
might,
yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. So he doesn't. By the way, black is still better even
no, but
after
queen
that.
c4 check is crushing if you play f4.
After that, yeah, but well, if we ask computer, queen c1 is the strongest, like literally the strongest, because like you're
yes.
cutting out like
That's
literally
real
everything.
chess.
And
That's
then
real
rook
chess.
e8
I like that because the rook left the back rank. You take advantage of the move that was just played. That is serious chess. But Fabi's down to 17 seconds and has not actually resolved how to win. He did not play queen c1. He's won an exchange a different way here, and now king takes, and now he's played queen c1.
But king takes was, yeah, after queen c1 he's still
And
winning.
b3, I'm not liking what Fabi has just done.
No,
Three
no,
se-
no. It's
2
good.
seconds for Firouzja. I understand that it's good, but I don't like the fact that his time is low and he needs to keep playing accurate moves. He's super fast, that's to be sure. And that king, oh boy, that looks like
a checkmate
tasty
in two, by the
morsel.
way.
And okay, I
Queen
do like
f4
what Fabi has
checkmate
done.
in one.
Mate on the board. Shut us all up. The man, Fabiano Caruana, with the fabulous play. He is now on 7.
7 in a row. Man, it took him 10 years. 2014, St. Louis, 7 out of 7. So here he starts 7 out of 7.
Done it again, beating the best players on the planet. Let's go to this position right here as Magnus is looking to keep chase and against Aronian, and Magnus somewhere sacrificed in exchange to get this position.
Yeah, but optically does look very pleasing, and yeah, he's gotten. Well, G6 was a terrible mistake, by the way, according to the machine, because now King gets a chance to get to F6.
That
now
rook
computer claims White is absolutely winning. King F6, Rook G7, and by the way, you have all the time in the world. You go Rook G3,
This is just
H4.
dominant. You can't touch any of the pieces. 2 seconds left for Aronian. Now only 4 seconds left. Absolute desperation, and now the E6 break,
E6.
bringing everybody home. And now King to C7. Magnus with only 7 seconds himself, so he has to play quickly.
H4?
And he's played H4, shutting anything down. Rook to E8. 4 seconds for Magnus. Magnus hesitated there.
G6.
Played Rook G6, King back, and now the King's back, and they're just moving around, trying to move quickly. He might be winning, and he is winning, but he still has to make moves. And now the Rook looking for counterplay. Was that a good idea? Rook swinging over, and it looks really bad what's happening on that side. And now E7.
So that the king's going to go in, right? King E7.
Yes, and he had to whip that move off
King
with only
E6.
2 seconds left. But here comes
King F7. Yeah.
And now
this
you
way
will
he is winning.
lose material, it looks like. Rook over. Now he's got a pass
Bishop
pawn
D6 and
that
rook
he's
D8.
trying to push, but that is going to be too
This is
much
it. This
as
is
he
it.
queens, and that is all she wrote. Magnus has won the game. If you trade, it's just an extra bishop, and the handshake there as Devon has gone down. You see a despondent look on his face, but Magnus getting the job done despite all that tension and pressure. And I believe we're going to see the matchup we want in the next round.
Round 8, just keep in mind, round 8, board 1 will be interesting.
You think? Wow. Duda and Arjun Aragaisi's finished. Wesley So, I'm not sure of the results yet. They'll be coming in. Oh, draw between Aragaisi and Duda.
Duda,
Dubov
yeah, it is
also
a draw.
drew. Bortnik beat Grigorian. So Bortnik, one of the Bortnik brothers, staying strong. Wesley So, it seems, won his game.
Man, both Bortnik brothers won because Mikola Bortnik, the international master, he won against Jeffrey Chong. So
Wow.
brothers are moving.
The brothers doing their thing. Mamadirov did draw against Samsevian.
What else?
Wait, no, that wasn't Mamadirov. That was Madaminov. I saw the name and I assumed who was playing on that board. Ragnananda defeated Sam Shanklin, and we see this one is underway. So while you're doing that, while we get over there, I just want to get some other results. Hans Niemann won his game as well against Gleb Dudin. And Anish and Nakamura drew their game. So we didn't really miss anything.
No.
We were focused on the top two boards, and those were the two boards to look at. Wesley So winning his game. He might say, well, you should be paying attention to me, guys. We're about to pay attention to you, Wesley. Don't worry.
All right, so we're switching to the ladies section. Round 7 has just started. We didn't check the standings because I'm a bit confused what's on. I mean, how many people are tied for the first? I believe that there are some people tied at the top of the cross table.
It would be good to see the standings for
so what we have is
ladies for sure.
Vaishali with white against Agnidze, then Sargisyan against Zhu and June. Yeah, let's see what we have. Vaishali and Agnidze are playing for the position of a sole leader in this tournament, and not so many people on 5. Lagno, Zhu and June, Sargisyan, and Gunina.
Yes. All right. Now we have the picture of what's happening. We see Humpy Canero there at position 21 at 4 points. She just won the rapid, the women's rapid section, so she will look to see what she could do to make a comeback. But this is the board. Youth versus the veteran. On this board, we see Nana Zagnidze there, the great Georgian player, as she shows that she can still get it done, while Vaishali Ramesh Babu, she is doing her thing. Her brother, of course, famously, is Pragnananda, and so another sibling affair.
By the way, you're absolutely right. So we do have another siblings playing in the. Both playing in the championship, right? So
I'm thinking, is there a stronger sibling pair in the world
than Vaishali Pragananda? No chance. No chance.
I mean,
no chance.
If Mamadirov's sister is playing, but she's not a GM, so yeah, there's nothing I can think of anyway. And she's off as she is got a solid position, but this position looks, dare I say, a little too solid.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm strangely not very excited about this one, but we can stay here and see, because usually
just keep our eye on it for just a little bit anyway.
Yeah.
I will go check other boards as
we have
do that, but
Ju and June on board too, so we might have a possibility to switch if we need to.
Yes, it's not very exciting, that position, I'm going to tell you. But you know, a person we haven't seen is last year's winner.
Valentina Gunina
on board 3 against Katerina Lagno. And I can say we could switch to that one right now, right here, right now, because the moment has arisen in that game with a bishop d6 move that Gunina is about to school her after rook to d8, b4. And what are you supposed to do? Your bishop is hanging. If you take on d6, the knight takes.
Yeah, you lose. Yeah,
and you just drop an exchange.
Bam, bam.
And so she instead decided to play a6 and drop the pawn on B5.
But also C6 is a threat, and I mean it's very hard to even think of what you're gonna do.
This looks crushing right now, as you said. C6. Maybe can you play knight? No, you can't play knight E4. I thought maybe you could play knight E4 and then take on D6. She's played queen C6,
Queen C6.
blocking the
Yeah, but then you
advance.
trade, and the knight jumps to D4 with the tempo, and then C6 happens, and
Anyway,
you don't want to talk about it.
you've got to go back, no choice. But, you know, maybe that pawn goes a little too far, a little too fast. Is it true that you cannot play knight B8?
Where does this knight go? Where
You
does
got to
this
play
knight
knight
go?
C5.
Like kind of
that
knight
drops the pawn.
F8 or knight C5, give another pawn away.
I guess you have to play knight F8 and just...
Terrible.
Knight F8, that's the one. But knight F8, there is a bishop E7.
Yeah, there's all kind of annoyances. Bishop E7, you're going to go knight B5, you know, C7, knight A7, this, that. No.
You know, like
that's
any-
terrible. That's terrible. Too many good moves.
You know, when you are a good player, you find a way to come back in an event. And Gunina showing her class right now as her opponent's down to 30 seconds only. She barely survived the Katerina Lagno, the last game.
Yeah.
But I don't think she's going to make it out of this one alive.
20 seconds left, and what's worse, no move to be spotted. Knight F8.
Only move.
Yeah.
Now, do you trade off this piece? Because your knight is guarding the square, and she has gone for it. Bishop to E7?
She went bishop E7. Well, rook D5, at least this rook is getting active. I was kind of a big fan of knight B5, just keeping everybody locked on the 8th rank. But yeah, there must be still
A4,
sufficient, of
looking to control the
course.
game.
A4, knight E4, trying to activate something.
I'm not sure what that knight is doing on that square.
Nothing. Knight B5, C7, knight A7, win. The plan's very simple.
Yeah, I mean, lock in all your trumps here, and she's reaching for the knight, and there it goes. Look at how she did it, too. That's nice and smooth. It's no problem. Bishop dropping back. Bishop's very agile. Knights are agile, but bishops are as well, just shifting back quickly. Knight C5 trying to lock out the piece, but sorry, we
well,
got a
C7,
unit.
yeah.
Pawns defended by knight, defended by pawn. We don't care. You don't dare touch the pawn because knight A7 will happen. So don't try knight takes on A4. And so she's played knight D3.
Knight E3.
Going after the bishop, but...
You still can go knight A4.
What's wrong with knight A7? Doesn't it end the game?
Well, I think it does, right? Knight
That
A7.
looks deadly. Knight A7.
Knight C1. Okay, don't touch the knight because rook C7 will be a trick.
Who cares about the knight?
Knight C8.
We're going for a bigger game. And now she did temporarily attack. Sorry, bishop E7 is all we needed in this position
Bishop
to guard
D6.
that. And now the threat is knight takes B6, and you will have to resign. And she has just resigned. Pure technique by Gunina to knock off Lagno. Incredible game there. Let's go back now to the board 1 matchup.
Yeah.
As Gunina has just emerged from out of nowhere.
Board 2, by the way, was a draw. Anna Sargsyan held for a draw due in June.
Great result. And what's this position about?
Well, White Charlie seems to be better now with this knight on F5, you know, and, well, great attacking prospects there.
Is this, again, one of our cut the board in half kind of situations? I mean,
yes.
I'm seeing a lot
Queen
of white
G4
pieces. And she took the knight, but I
Okay.
don't know that helps at
Knight
all.
X.
This looks ugly.
Wait,
with a,
what's the move after F4? I'm sorry.
I don't
Is
think...
wait, what's the move after rook E7?
No,
Rook E7, F4,
crushing.
win.
This is ugly as it comes. Queen back, and now bang, F4,
wow.
knight E6.
It's just
And she's just trying to hold everything together, but it's just more food. Give me that. Whoa, whoa. Get your king in the right spot. Give me that. 2 pawns up now.
Whoa.
And let me go back. Reset. Reset. Nothing on this rank. Threat is rook G7. Knight back to F5. Rook G7 is the move. Give us that one, too. Now it's 3 pawns.
3 pawns, and there should be a checkmate somewhere.
And now she's moved the knight, queen G6 after, and now check and resigns. What an evisceration by Vaishali from a position we thought was just kind of...
It started as an exchange French. What happens?
She just smoked her that game. My goodness. And she is now sitting pretty, is Vaishali. I think she's in the sole lead with 6.5 points.
6.5 out of 7.
Out of 7. She is flying now. Wow.
So it must be 6 for Gunina. And that's it, right?
Gunina is sitting at 6 out of 7. You're right. Ju and Jun, I believe, is at
Must
5.
be 5.5.
5.5.
Yeah,
Let's take a look at the standings in the Open as we are set to see what should be not a big dog matchup, a big wolf matchup. Woo, woo. Let's go. This has got to be good, what's about to happen next, because we're going to see some names at the top, and they're the names we want to see.
Can we avoid despair? No, no, that's not happening. That's
Those
not
two
happening.
are going to play right here, right now. Former World Championship rivals going at it again in another World Championship with Fabi smoking 7 in a row. As you mentioned, he did that way back in 2014. 10 years later, he does it again. And he gets to face somebody he beat in that 7-game streak to go 7-0. And you know who stopped him from going 8 in a row?
Magnus, eh?
Magnus
When was
Carlsen
Magnus
stopped
Carlsen?
him from going 8 in a row by getting a draw in that game, their matchup. So will Magnus do it yet again in this situation? We saw Magnus lose a couple of half points, but he has roared right back to the top. I got my analogies mixed. I had dogs, I got lions roaring, but whatever, you could call these guys anything you want because they're beasts indeed. Bortnik brothers, they're beasts as well. The beastie Bortniks.
3-4 position.
That's right, up at the top, and we've got Duda, Erigaisi, Firouzja, Nepomniachtchi, Hans Niemann, Pragda, Wesley. So, folks, if you dare go away from your computer, you should be slapped hard. You should slap yourself. Like, what are you doing? Look at what's about to happen here. This is going to be exciting. We're going to follow that top board for sure. Just amazing stuff. I don't know exactly when these games are going to begin. We don't have pairings. Maybe we need just to stretch our legs a little bit. Can we get the director to give us a small break? We're going to do that. We're going to do that and prepare ourselves to call what will be an extremely exciting matchup between number 1 and number 2 in the world. Don't go anywhere. More excitement coming at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz. Make that the FIDE World Blitz Championships in a moment.
Yeah, I'm joined now by Grandmaster Levon Aronian. Levon, we've had some broadcast issues, like relaying of the moves. Naturally, it's Blitz. But I do see you have 2 out of 2. So just take me through your first 2 rounds against the young European GMs.
Yeah, somehow in the first game, my opponent plundered pawn, I think, move 6. So that is pretty good. And then I managed to have more time and gradually, I won't say smoothly, but I won. And the second game, I think I've blundered pretty early on. I blundered a couple of pawns, but I had a lot of activity. You see, when you don't have pawns, all the squares are empty. Yeah. So you can jump around.
And then you have less pawns to give away.
Yeah, yes. This is my friend Boris Gelfand. He always says, the more you trade, the less you blunder. So,
but the more you blunder, the more you can attack.
Yes.
And that's how we get to 2 points.
Yes. Yes, sure. But generally, I think trading is better than blundering, but somehow it worked out.
Now, with this next question, I'm not trying to call you old, but you've been around, you've been playing your career longer than some of your opponents have been alive.
Yes.
Do you think experience helps in a World Blitz Championship, or age helps in a World Blitz Championship?
Well, I don't really think it helps. If it helped, I would have had much better results. But, well, I think I was a better player when I was younger. I think, you know, one account of me being a better player was Reykjavik Blitz, where I won ahead of Gary. I scored 13 out of 16, so 2003 it was, yes. So therefore, or maybe 4, yeah. Therefore, I can confidently say that the younger you are, the less time you need to reflect on yourself, you know? So it's easier in Blitz.
You travel a lot, and you play 2 people from Europe, Belgium, and Denmark. You ever been to Copenhagen, Brussels, Bruges, anywhere around there? Any travel tips for the folks at home?
Actually, I've never been. I've only been to one village in Denmark. I've never been to major cities. But Belgium, yes, we've played a lot in Leuven. It was a beautiful, beautiful place. Definitely, if you're a beer drinker, I'm not, but if you're a beer drinker, definitely go to Leuven.
Yeah, I went to Brussels last year. No, not last year. This year, I think in April, and I had a lot of deliriums, which is the Belgian beer. So, yeah, folks should definitely try it out. New format this year. Last question before I let you go. New format, completely new format. Like you can play yourself into the Blitz in day one usually, and then have a big day two.
Yes.
Because there's only day one to qualify. So, what's the approach today?
Yeah, you have to play really well from the early moment, and I like the new format because you get to qualify to this grand final, so to say. I always like this qualification process. I look at it positively.
Amazing. Best of luck. You have 11 more games.
Thank
Guys,
you.
back to you.
We're here at the FIDE Women's Blitz Chess Championships, and I'm here with Alina Kashninskaya. Alina, how is your event going? How is the Rapid? What's your headspace like?
Well, the Rapid didn't go particularly well because I had my chances, but I lost all the last games of the days, so that I had 3 losses every day. Unfortunately, this cost me higher places, so I can say that I am extremely happy with my results so far.
Getting these losses at the end of the day, is that fatigue setting in? There are a lot of games being played throughout the day, right?
Yeah, I think it's kind of fatigue because normally I went to sleep here at 8:30, so just the game finishes, I go home and then I fall asleep. So maybe I started sleeping during the game.
How are you feeling for this new Blitz format? We've got a knockout system. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, honestly, I think I'd prefer just to play more Blitz games in this, open tournament because, well, I don't have guarantee to play tomorrow. So, and generally, I love to play Blitz. So I don't know. I mean, we will see how it goes. Of course, it's more. I think it's better for the stronger players because it's more difficult to have like 2 extremely lucky days. Let's say that you qualify for top 8 and then you, I don't know, win against very strong opponents. So it's probably it's better sport-wise, but I think that for some players maybe it was better just to have more rounds to play.
We're at the end of the year. This is the final event. So it's the festive season. You had a great year. Can you tell me what your favorite events is that you played this year?
Well, definitely my win in the Tbilisi Grand Prix. That was unexpected for me, and I was very happy with the way the tournament went. I was very happy with the level of my play, so definitely this one.
And goals for next year?
Well, I don't actually have any tournaments planned yet for the next year, which is a bit strange. So I will just see what's going on next. And of course, I want to continue playing, but we will see about concrete plans later.
Well, thank you so much, Alina. Good luck with the rest of your games and for knockouts tomorrow if you make it.
Thank you very much.
And we are back at the FIDE World Blitz Championship. The Rapid has concluded a couple of days ago, in fact. We had winners Volodar Murzin from Russia winning the Open and Humpy Kineru from India winning the women's division. But it is now Blitz, super fast Blitz. We've had 7 rounds so far, and 1 leader has emerged. A clear leader and also a perfect leader, and that is fabulous Fabiano Caruana, the number 2 rated player on the planet, at least in classical. Blitz, you know, he had a reputation of not being so great at Blitz. I think people have just tossed that out the window by now.
Absolutely.
And he is showing his stuff at the moment. He has 7 points out of 7. We remember him from 2014 in the Singfield Cup, winning 7 games in a row. That's obviously a lot harder to do than in Blitz, but he's done it here as well. 10 years ago, he did it. Now in 2024, he's done it again. And the person who stopped him in 2014 was Magnus Carlsen, whom he had actually defeated in an earlier round, but they made a draw. Here, Magnus
He's
no
spared.
doubt, feeling like he could get some revenge against Fabi. And it's hard to predict what's going to happen when these two players play each other because they're definitely close, although Magnus usually has the edge.
Right, and of course it's our obligation to watch this one, even though we have Evgenij against Perugia, Prague against Wesley, Duda, Niemann one, which is like also amazing, but no, we are staying on board one.
This is not every day you get to see numbers 1 and 2 play. You are fortunate to be witnessing this when it happens. They did just play in Singapore in freestyle chess. Magnus won that mini match 2-0. So definitely Fabi's got revenge on his mind. He's got the white pieces. He's playing well. And the one thing you don't want to do is lose this game. So let's go right to it. Fabi knows if he loses this game, he'll feel like I'm playing well and the guy still beats me.
Yeah.
So right now we have what looks to be some kind of, it came out of a Sicilian.
It started as a Sicilian, but yeah, then Fabi played 3 C3s, which into an unlapping, and after D5, I'm not even sure what to call it. And you can have something similar from
the Tarish,
from
French.
the French,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's definitely a French Tarish. That's what I thought it was when I first glanced at the position. The structure is exactly that. White has the advantage on the dark square D4 and also the plus of the pawn being isolated, but it ain't much. It just is not a lot. The only plus it does have is that black has nothing to do.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So the thing is, like, you can lose this with white if you're too persistent in trying to win it with white. Like, if you don't want any trouble, you just sit there, you centralize everything, you put piece on the d4 square, and wait for black to maybe equalize. Yeah.
Yes, grandmasters have learned how to draw positions like this in their sleep. It's a key position. It's not easy to win the isolated pawn on d5. That's the key. But you suffer a little bit with black. But you learn how to draw this position at the elite level. But it really is a 2-result game, more or less, until white does something ridiculous. White has established a b5 square for his knight, so that's useful. Black can, of course, chase it with his knight as well. But Magnus is looking at this. You saw that look on his face. He just doesn't kind of grimace and said, this nonsense you played against me, so boring. Like, why do I have to suffer this position? I tried to play a sharp Sicilian, but instead the guy wouldn't let me, and now I just have to make some tepid draw. And Fabi said, well, I'm the one in first, by the way.
Wait
You're
a
half
second,
point
what
behind.
draw are you talking about? Am I like, because, yeah, it is some tiny edge for white nonetheless, right?
Yes, but it is. Let's be real.
Okay,
This
B6.
is exactly where you have a small weakness on d5, but how does white do anything with it? This is the key. You want to trade off pieces and go into an endgame properly, but it's just not that easy to do, despite all your activity. And now Magnus just kind of whipped off a trade, which I'm a little bit surprised at. But it's off the board, and now Fabi just hesitating.
Takes with the rook.
Rook takes.
Wow.
That leaves his rook on e1, not quite on, that's our knight g5 siding, but no, he has rook takes e8 with check first. So what to do?
What's the plan for Fabi? Well, maybe
I think he's doubling rooks.
double on the d file and somehow get the knight from f3 to e3, attacking the pawn.
And that is, he did play the move knight g5.
Knight g5?
I saw this flashed in my mind. I just didn't think it was any good because of the rook takes on e8.
But yeah, but rook takes back, right? And still you have to address the knight on f3. Yeah.
Okay. That's the thing that separates the top players, right? I see a move and I go, okay, fine. I thought it might be good. And he goes, nah, I'm playing it. And then he's going to justify it. Quite an interesting move indeed. And Fabi has gone for rook takes. And rook takes back. Magnus is quite casually saying, this is good for me. And you know what's rough about this is knight takes g5 is met by rook e1 with check.
You do have an intermezzo.
You do have the intermezzo, but he didn't take advantage of it.
Didn't take it, yeah.
Didn't take it at all. And now rook back. And this has become more and more equal by the move as g4. It's still a weak pawn sitting on d5, but it's so hard to win the darn thing. And now, by the way, some activity for black, white better be just a little mindful.
Right.
Because that knight on g4 is aiming to maybe partner up with a queen. At the moment, you can't because of the knight on a b5, but
Hang on a second. Can you go like queen e7?
yeah,
Pretending
you
that
see,
you want to
like
go.
it's stuff like that. You start to wonder, is it okay or not? It looks like he has an easy g3 move maybe to deal with a threat, but the queen could go to e2.
Yeah. G3, queen e2. Well, perhaps the endgame is equal. You take d5, but white's no longer better.
I didn't think white was better at any point, really, that pawn being weak, but Fabi now has to find Whoa, he played
F3? Do
No, he
we
didn't
like
play
F3? No, we don't. No, F3, actually a good move,
The
apparently.
engine doesn't mind, but I'm surprised at all those weak squares that he allowed. You see Magnus grab that piece over there as though it's thinking time. Hold on a second, and then he just put it back right away. F3 is a surprising move, I have to say, in this position because of all those weak dark squares. And
yeah, but the question is where the knight's going, right? I mean, if knight on F6, it will be restricted by the F3 pawns.
yes, absolutely. And queen E3 check is another move, but you don't want to get your knight caught in the position. And there, Magnus has
Queen
decided
E1.
to trade off all the pieces, takes.
But
And now-
the result of the endgame, is it unpleasant for him?
Well, I guess the real issue, Magnus is going to play knight. No, but it doesn't do anything.
You got to go king G1, I'm guessing.
Yes.
King
played king-
E2,
What the heck?
knight takes, and knight C7. No, I mean, with such an active king, Fabi's no trouble, I'm guessing.
Well, there's the pawn on B6
King
you have to worry
here.
about.
G5 and knight to A. Well, knight in a corner. Attacking this one.
And here comes the king, very
King has
importantly.
to run. King E7.
And he's just in time. But now a passed A pawn
D4.
is about to emerge on the board, and Black's going to have to play defense in this position as White has found two passed pawns, but that Black king is just so active that it is highly unlikely that those pawns are
Yeah.
going anywhere as the
And the
king.
knight kind of getting stuck on B6.
It
In
is a
fact,
little stuck.
Computer said that it might be clever for White to just go knight C8 and repeat the moves. Let's see. So B5 was played.
Yes.
Magnus went for F5. Says, I've got pawn myself. I'll be pushing them the two.
And now knight C8.
Knight check. But you can get king D7, right?
He's
What?
gone for the more
Magnus
aggressive king
doesn't
C5.
want king D7. King C5.
I got, I don't know why my heart just skipped a beat, but B6 on the board and D4 with check. Magnus driving the king backwards before doing anything. King to F2. And I got to tell you, I'm just
I mean,
a
you
little
have to
scared for somebody that an accident's going to happen all of a sudden because there's passers on the board. And Fabi has established two connected passers, but he's got to use just his knight to support them. But it's just, this feels like one move away from an accident.
Exactly. I mean, there must be a draw with a precise play, but
Yes.
Yeah.
And clock time's ticking down, and Magnus
Knight
says,
D3.
you know what, let me abandon anything and go get my knight over to where it's stopping those bad boys from advancing. Now Fabi can play the move knight to E7 and pick off the F pawn, but Magnus can now
E5.
start doing damage himself as well, and this looks like Black is perfectly okay.
Yeah.
And knight takes on F5.
King
D3
takes.
check was probably
D3
going to be
check,
played
yeah.
just to get that pawn out of the way, and they've agreed to a draw. That's what happens when the big dogs play. Very close margins and nothing, but Fabi, again, Magnus stops Fabi
but Fabi
with a 7-game streak
But
with a
Fabi
draw.
doesn't mind.
Exact
Look.
same thing. Fabi's okay, though. Let's look at Praggnanandhaa versus Wesley So. As Firouzja and Aragaisi did draw, so Praggnanandhaa versus Wesley So, and Wesley is dominating this matchup. We just saw a knight and pawn ending with Fabi, but this one is now Wesley showing. Is he repeating moves? No, thank you very much.
No.
I'm of a pawn. Why would I want to repeat? Just keep it moving. But he has to be careful that he doesn't lose his H pawn. But I'm not sure how careful he has to be.
Well, I mean, if you have the time in this position, you probably calculate something like king goes to the B pawn, I drop the H pawn, but who cares? He's done it differently. So I'm guessing if check is played, well,
No, but he has to worry about king H4. So he had to worry about that as well. And now here comes.
knight A5 and
And
knight
remember,
to
he has
C6.
only 5 seconds left. Does Praggnanandhaa trying to survive here?
King F5, okay. It's a bit of a Zugzwang situation, right?
No, it's
King E4.
terrible. You
Wait,
must be.
But now you have like B4, A3, and so on, right? B3.
B3 played. And
Interesting.
now
King F4, king
you
gets to G3.
you have to defend both sides. This is the problem. How do
No,
you
but
now? Now you're
that's-
dropping the pawn,
That's impossible, right?
and you're not stopping this H pawn.
How do you stop the H
You're
pawn?
not
That's
stopping the
zero
H-pawn.
chance.
You're simply not stopping. Well, all of a sudden, you have a chance
Whoa.
because he did not control your knight, but it must be losing after king back. And there the knight. The knight has to get on the right circuit, and here comes black's knight to disrupt it
To
with knight
F3.
F3.
Yeah.
And that's going to be problematic. How do you play
Knight
now?
F3.
Knight F3 on the board, knight E4, king
King
in,
G2.
and now you're on no circuit that saves you.
No checks whatsoever. Yeah.
Knight
Go
up.
here.
And now knight D5, sorry, knight
Knight
E5 is what I
E5.
wanted to play.
Knight E5
Knight
is
E5 followed by a push should win. There it is.
Knight E5. Yes.
There it
Distracting
is,
the
and
knight.
push,
H2.
and you should be resigning shortly as he has plenty of time on the clock. And this, he's just moving now, but he's going to, ooh,
Queen
nasty
H8.
pin. And
What a move.
that's going to be, ooh, don't play king F4. And
No,
lose to
no.
Knight G6
No,
check.
no.
That would have been a nasty, of course. You know, this ending I play against my students with just the knight, and I do it in Blitz. And oftentimes they can't figure out how to beat the knight by itself. It is a technique to beating this
Right.
knight, but it's not as easy. He's going to go try to win the pawn. He could have moved the king there just to see if he fell for king takes b2.
No.
But
Yeah.
I doubt Wesley would. But even this position, which he now resigns, this position is an interesting exercise, queen versus knight, but not when you're playing against 27,
Okay, so
50
Wesley
players.
wins.
So
Fierro.
Wesley has won. Hans Niemann has drawn with Duda. Nepo won against one of the Bortnik brothers, but that is Mikola. But Alexander
Bortnik has won.
won
himself.
his game.
Yep. Aronian beats Arawind, and Dubov wins with black against Andrew Tang.
All right, we're at the point where Fabi is feeling pretty good about his situation at 7.5. Magnus is as well. They look like they're just got to keep doing what they're doing, and they will be in the final 8. Let's jump to the women's section as we see Vaishali against Gunina. This is a beautiful matchup to watch. Two excellent players, both of them now playing very well indeed. And they only have a few rounds left. They have 11 rounds today, so this is round 8.
Yeah, let's not forget that women's section has only 11 rounds, and so leading right now pretty much guarantees here. I'm thinking leading after round 8 would be a guarantee.
You could always lose 3 in a row.
You can always lose 3 in a row. Fair point. I've done it myself, Maurice.
Let's not, and I've done more myself, actually. Don't count it yet. You got to play this game that's in front of you right now. But Vaishali with 6.5 out of 7 with the white pieces. Didn't she just have the white pieces? So she's got white back-to-back. She beat,
Yeah, I guess.
She beat Nana Zagnidze
With white.
with
yeah,
white,
yeah.
with that
And
crushing
she's
finish we
getting,
saw.
Yeah, she's
So
getting
she
one
just
more
got
white.
back-to-back whites. That must have meant that Gunina had white in her last game. So here we go. It's an opening. It's right solid opening position. By the way, Lei Tingjie has come back as
yeah.
well, and she is up near the top with
Well,
5.5 out of 7.
Botri, Juvenjuj, Muzichuk.
Man,
Also
that's a
not
matchup.
bad.
That's a big time matchup as well. We might have to take a look at that shortly, as those two are very powerful players. By the way, Anna Muzichuk has not lost a single game to get her
So
5.5 points.
she made a lot of draws, but
She made 3 draws out of the 7 games that she's played. Ju In-jun has a loss, but she's picked up with wins. And I don't see any major matchups anywhere else at the moment. So more trades. This looks, dare I say, very even.
and quieter. And aren't you surprised that Gunina? Remember Gunina's normal games, which wouldn't be normal to any other person. Remember this crazy game against Alice Lee she had in Rapid?
Yes,
and now, like the previous game was very technical. Now, look, I mean, it's almost like modest chess.
Let me tell you something. If you just have to get in the top 8, you don't need to try to go all out, pushing all your chips against somebody who's got 6.5 out of 7. You say,
Yeah,
you know what?
fair enough.
Let me just play a nice little position. I'll go beat other people, but I don't need to beat you. I just need to get in the top 8. And if I threaten you too much and take too many chances and I lose, then I'm fighting for my life. So I don't think she minds a draw here at all. And by the way, she's playing a very nice position. She's got a rook on d5. She's got the d file. And how do you challenge this file?
Yeah, so rook d1, you just slide the other rook to the d file.
And that's that.
Yeah.
You trade, I take the file anyway. So
Yes,
it all looks
Black
good.
shouldn't have any problem whatsoever. In fact, might be even slightly better.
You mean black?
Black.
Black, yes. Yeah, absolutely. She's got a challenge.
A
And
to
there it
d1.
is.
Yep.
And now a trade. But now the rook is on the D line. Queen D7 will happen next. A3, just making sure most things are defended. But there goes Queen D8 instead of Queen D7.
D8, keeping access to both diagonals as well as controlling the
I like
d file.
And now A6, just to make sure
A6.
Queen takes isn't possible. The only thing is, you have the D file. It's all dressed up, but where are you going?
Yeah, it's not that easy to make progress. And your pawn's majority on the king side, so like moving pawns from your king.
Whoa. Got a little B4. Actually, a little looseness, but it's okay. It's okay.
Well, the queen's not doing much on b6, though. She might as well return. Yeah.
She has returned.
Let's say
And now
provoke b4 and we've
C4.
known.
Weakening the D4 square temporarily, but where are you putting your rook? Are you going to go inactive on D7?
D3, D1.
I'm not liking the
something?
fact that B5 might happen on the next move.
Oh,
by the way.
actually,
White
yeah.
is making use of her majority on the queen side. 3 pawns against 2, and rook to D3 played, and there's B5. So I'm just going to keep going. She's down on the clock, so she has to catch flow, and she knows it. 27 seconds to now. 1 minute and 3 seconds. And now knight to A5.
Okay, clever, because if you trade and play knight A5, then you open the C file, which your white could have used for her rook.
Okay, but now white has a pass pawn. White has actually created a pass pawn in the position. And I got to
C4's
say,
hanging for now.
she can play knight E5. And white has got initiative just a little bit. I'm not saying it's much.
This knight on A5 is not... Okay, C5, moving the pawn
Pushed her
forward.
pawn instead.
You can go queen D5 here, it seems.
Queen D5.
Well, she chose rook D5. Or rook D5. Yeah, fair. You can go rook D5.
Whoa, knight E5.
What's knight E5?
Why can't you take this pawn?
The pawn? Can I take the
Oh,
pawn?
knight takes
F7,
F7 maybe? She's taking it.
Okay, we'll figure
and
it
knight
out.
takes F. Oh, she missed. Knight takes F7 was.
Wait, Shelley didn't take it?
No, she did not. And now she's just down a pawn.
Queen E6, King F8, and Rook E3 was the trick, and then there is no way to stop Rook F3, but it might have been tricky. Instead, Rook B1 was played, so now Queen C7, and Black is just a pawn up.
Unbelievable opportunity missed there in time pressure, and now she has to prove herself that she has enough compensation, especially with the pawn on A6, and Gudina trying to play slowly.
E6.
That's a nice little idea, as her opponent has to play quickly, but you want to slow her down a little bit
Right.
with your moves.
It was
And
like
6
smooth.
seconds only on the clock.
Gudina still controls it, like half a minute.
And there, another move with only 5 seconds left, and Gudina head bobbing there. Let me just get my king to a square, and now queen to E5, hitting the knight. Be careful.
And the rook. So, in fact, is there a move? Yeah, there
Queen
is.
C7, threatening
Queen
rook D1 check. Watch out. Queen E4
Yeah.
check, F5 on the board. And now her majority is starting to move up the board a little bit.
It's also a pawn up, right? And you can play E5 using the same idea that you have a back rank check.
But her
if the
A6 pawn is
taken.
hanging, so she
Ah,
stopped
well,
to think about it. And now white played rook to E1, ganging up on the E pawn, making sure it doesn't move. Now knight to B3, headed to D4.
Queen
And
D7.
now they're both blitzing. H4 played A5, chasing the knight back.
Well,
13 seconds left. Knight to D2.
getting
What an
closer to the
interesting
king.
move. Knight E4.
E4.
She's finding angles now. F3, chasing the knight. Knight's come back. And she's just snapped the pawn off.
But yeah, but then rook to D3, queen to D4. No, you know.
You have to
Okay,
be careful.
take
Queen
the pawn.
E5, and she's
Take the
taking
pawn.
her pawn, so an extra pawn. And now knight to C4.
The E6 pawn is hanging.
Is it? Rook to A2. Why can't you take it? She's taking it. And a queen trade. Okay,
Oh, well, so
that
Gudina
just
decided,
equalized the
yeah.
position. Up. And knight F4 is what she's worried about.
But then there is knight E3.
And played with the pawn under attack. You've got to play G6 now to save it.
Can you go rook
There,
E2?
Rook E2 can be met.
Knight E2, surprising. Hang on a second. Can see some patterns.
She was trying for knight G3, but stopped in her tracks there.
King to
What
G6.
is this? And a draw offer
No.
after
Gudina
king
lost on
G6.
time, Maurice. Gudina lost on time.
We
She
didn't
was-
see that. Oh my
She
goodness.
was playing
We
slow.
weren't alert to that. Apologies. to everyone because we were not looking at the clock. We were staring at the board, and she lost on time. What a disaster.
It's a dramatic game.
That was unreal. Oh, my goodness. That absolute disaster. And Li Tingjie won against Sargsyan. Right now, Nana Zagnizi still playing against Mammadova. So let's go there.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. So tragic. The loss on the clock. Incredible. And now she has 7.5 out of 8. You mentioned.
Crazy, yeah.
Now
7.5.
she's almost guaranteed with that number.
Yeah, by
but
Charlie.
Still a way to go. But losing a position like that one, she could have easily drawn and disaster struck. Here we have another position where the black dark squares are just under so much control. It's impossible to imagine how white wins this position.
Wait, who's winning what? I don't know. Yeah, that's of course should be.
Uh-oh.
Wait,
Runaway
wait,
pawn.
wait, wait.
Runaway pawn. Runaway pawn. We can stop that one, but your knight has to come back.
Knight f3 check, and
But
then
king,
knight h.
why did king f6?
Knight h4 hitting the bishop and the pawn.
Oh, yes.
Ah, well, and bishop
But the
f1
bishop
comes
f1
with
check.
a check.
Bishop f1 is check, followed by push. The pawn is too far, too advanced, and that's not going to help. There goes that pawn, and now the check anyway, and then thank you very much for my queen, and now just a bishop move should do the job.
Queen
Okay, or
c4
that
now.
nasty queen move, threatening mate in 1 and the
And
knight.
the knight.
What a win there. The pawn
Whoa.
snuck through. This is the ending that shows the superiority of the bishop over the knight, and Mammadova winning that game, sending.
No, that was
Zagnizi.
Zagnizi winning.
Sorry, Zagnizi winning the game. Excuse
It
me.
looked like
Sending-
black was winning. And
No,
then,
it
it all
was-
turned
it was,
upside down.
I had it turned upside down myself. Zagnizi winning the game, sending Mammadova tumbling down. And again, Ju Win-jun drawing against Muzichuk. Wagner beat Asubayeva.
Right, then you have Lagno beating Daniil Dan, Wagner, Subayeva, Zhujiner climbing.
All right, so
Yeah, that's it.
there's a lot of tournament left. Let's take a look at the standings for the Open. I'm still in shock of that loss on time there. That was so tragic. And we have it. 1 Fabiano Caruana.
Leading in front of 4 people, So Wesley, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen, and Alexander Bortnik.
What's weird here? Magnus's 3rd draw. Indeed. That means Magnus had 6 points? Just a
He
second
was
ago.
clear second.
He was
clear second. It
clear
was-
second with
Yes.
But Fabi had 7,
Right.
and the closest person was a point behind.
Yes.
And then the next person was 5.5.
Yes.
I think he's got it locked up with his 7.5 out of 8. Wesley so emerging. But look at Alexander Bortnik. He just keeps being a name we call over and over. The Bortnik brothers are showing their stuff, and all the other names look pretty familiar. I am looking for Blitz specialist Hikaru Nakamura, and he has still not found his footing, even to 5 points. Maybe he has 5, we just don't have him on the list
Yeah.
right now.
So
But-
Aronian in tie with the 6, tying 6 through 12. And then for the first time, I think Dominguez is like somewhere close to the top scorers.
I'm going to tell you somebody who's coming back. Look at number 22, 1 Volodar Murzin.
Oh.
Looks like he's starting to find his form, that young man. And with 5 rounds left to go, you go on a streak now. You get to, let's call it 9.
Right?
Let's call it 9 points. If you could get to 9, you're in.
Probably 9 out of 13. Yes, sounds like. I mean, you're probably in a tie. It's not that
Yes.
all people with 9 will make it, but some, for sure.
I don't know. If you're sitting on 6.5 right now, you've got 5 rounds left. You got to get 3.5. That's plus 1. I think 9 is a
It
number.
could be that everybody with the 9 makes it. to
Yeah, I
the
think
top
9.5 is definite.
9.5,
Definite. Get you in the top
nothing
8.
Nothing to discuss.
But 9 could be a number. So those people sitting on 5.5, they need to win a couple of games in a row. 2-3 games in a row would be nice. 3 games in a row would be amazing, actually. That includes Mikola Bortnik, who's sitting on 5.5. Geary is there. Yu Yang Yi is there. Grishchuk, a bunch of people. All have a chance right now. This is keeping it exciting. Everybody's in it. And who knows what is to come. I just love this format as they prepare to play. And I believe we do have pairings. I'm thinking Nepo might be playing, or even Wesley might be playing,
Wesley might be playing
against
Caruana.
Fabi. Fabi will have the black pieces, and he is playing against his countryman, Wesley So. They have tussled and tangled many a time. There we see Magnus playing against Nepo. He just played against somebody he played in a World Championship match, and now he's playing another one, is Magnus Carlsen right there. Hans Niemann has found his way to board 3 against Alexander Bortnik. Firouzja against Duda. That's a big dog matchup. Dubov against Aronian, and Dominguez against Aragaisi, and Yu Yang Yi against Volodar Murzin. I'm going to keep a special eye on that 18-year-old. By the way, is he the only teenager? Wait, Hans Niemann is what, 19 right now, or did he turn 20 yet?
That's the only teenager in the tournament, you mean, or
No,
the top
no.
boards?
On the top boards right
Very
now.
likely.
Well, Pragdananda is up there as well. I don't think he's turned 20 just yet. It's hard to keep track of all these birthdays. But
Anyway, Maurice, what are we watching? So, Wesley with Caruana or Carlsen with Nepo? Or we try to do both?
we're going to try to
I guess we try to do
as
both,
much of
and
both as
then
we can.
we keep our eye on board 7.
Well, we'll keep our eye on all the boards, but we'll keep a special eye on board 7 because he has won all our hearts. Let me tell you, when I asked him when he came here, he was so nervous.
I was sitting next to you, man.
I know, but he came in, and you saw how nervous he was. He could barely control and contain himself, and he said it to us here. I asked him, I said, "Who's watching at home?" And he said, "Oh, my sisters." And then he said, "My mom for sure."
Right.
Man, I had to just hold it back, in this moment. Like, wow, your mom for sure. That's a good thing. You got to feel good about, player like that, a young player comes to New York, an 18-year-old who nobody expected, 59 seed. Okay, he's not like he's completely off the radar, but
59 seed, yeah, exactly. Like how often it happens. The 59 seed wins anything. Random open tournament.
59 seed, right, exactly.
Forget about World Championship.
Right.
Yeah,
and then he comes and he just steals the show ahead of
Crushes
everyone.
everybody.
And the people he beat as well along the way. He beat Fabi. He beat Naka. He beat Pragdananda.
Prag was the screen maneuver.
Cakewalk. He beat so many. Somebody else he beat. Naka, Fabi, Prag. Oh, Duda. He beat Duda. He drew Aronian. He just mauled all these players, and it was just such a treat to see him do that. But let's see if he can keep it up as players are now sitting down to start their next round with the crowd here, standing by. I got to give kudos to the crowd as well for this is a long tournament, right? And they're here. This all started at 2 o'clock, the games. It is now 6 o'clock, so 4 hours later, and we've still got 5 rounds to go.
Yeah, it is one very long day for us and for the players. So
I think we just saw one of the Bortnik. Was that
Alexander Bortnik?
Alexander Bortnik on board 3 there. Don't confuse him with Mirzin, who's on 7.
Yeah, and I can tell you a thing about Alexander Bortnik because he is streaming. He's relatively known as the streamer, and there's always this controversy about how good he is at chess in reality. So the guy came here to prove that he is actually good. Yeah, so no worries here. Firouzja with Duda on board. No, I mean, come on. Those are such a great matchups. And Jan Nepo is already seated, waiting for one Magnus Carlsen to arrive. While board 2, can we see board 2 if both Wesley So and Fabiani Caruana are seated? We've forgotten to mention this one, but interestingly, Wesley So we do know as Rapid and Blitz specialist. However, that's his first ever Rapid and Blitz championship. So he never took part. He played a lot of Grand Chess Tour events and other various Blitzes, Rapids, but he never took part in World Rapid and Blitz Championship.
Well, he is here now and about to make a name for himself if he can keep this up. he definitely will have a great chance to
there they are.
get in the top 8. And there is Wesley versus
Fabi.
And
the only thing I'm afraid of, Maurice, is that Wesley might, turn into this very practical Wesley. He would say, okay, it's a good score. I don't have to win the event. I just have to qualify.
Oh, he'll naturally do that. I can see Wesley just playing it safe against Fabi. He respects Fabi so much. And plus, Fabi's also a teammate, Olympic teammate. He might say, you know what, let's just play some line, get out of here.
I think that's what's happening. I mean, they're playing very, very forcing. It's normally sharp. It looks very sharp, this line. Like the moment we get the position on the board, or rather, analysis board on the screen, you'll see that it seems to be like a very, very sharp line. But in fact, both of these players, they know it. And I believe this might be just, it's not a forced draw of any kind. Yeah, it can be very well studied, and then 20 moves later they could reach some position which is absolutely equal. But no, in fact, Fabi is pausing. He went knight c6, I believe, from what I've seen from a camera view. Magnus's game against Nepo has started. You know what, let's stay here, but I'll quickly show you the position between Carlsen and Nepo. Not very exciting, to be honest, as of now. With potential to be quite symmetrical. Black's got to go e5 later on. It's something very minimalistic. It will go on when we will switch back to it. So for now, let's watch Wesley and Fabi. Knight to c6, castles, trade on c3, bishop f5 happen. So Black voluntarily exchanges the bishop and plans to play on light squares mostly, trying to prove that the bishop on c1 is not as dangerous. Let's see.
This is just a sharp position without any question about it.
And again, I'm sorry, but we have to avoid this confusion. This is the game we are looking at. Yes, it's Wesley So against Fabi. And you had Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi on your screen. So d takes c5, bishop g6 is temporarily sacrificing a pawn, but how do you protect both pawns, c5 and e5? Okay, let me see. Queen e7. Fabi plays relatively fast.
Wesley can also do the same, but I trust Fabi more when it comes down to the final couple of seconds. He seems to make slightly less mistakes.
All right.
In those settings.
So I'm saying, like, all you're saying, if they get to this, like playing on increment, right? So
yes.
We somehow believe in Fabi.
Yeah, just when all the nerves really matter, Wesley has to be a bit more, has the tendency to be a bit more safe, if you will. And Fabi will keep trying to win whatever the position looks like and keep his nerve a little bit more. But it is still, Wesley is incredibly talented.
Absolutely. But in a way, you could say that's the progress Fabi made compared to those times when he was believed to be a bad Blitz player. A bad Blitz player compared to Nakamura and Carlsen, not your average grandmaster, of course, but they were, like, even during Grunchester times, they were, okay, Fabi in Blitz, not very good. The guy just scored 7 out of 7 in first 7 rounds of the World Championship. How about that?
And then just drew Magnus.
C4, yeah.
But that said, he's given up the 2 bishops. There's a lot of tension happening in the middle of the board.
Wait a second, B7's hanging?
B7's hanging.
Do we like his position any
There's
longer?
also a potential to play F4, F5, if you want to look at that.
Wait a second.
That
F4?
bishop gets sent into a prison.
Where do we go after F4? Is it, like, where the queen's going?
Exactly.
The
F4 is scary right now.
Also, this one's hanging. Wait a second.
Correct.
I can't even go queen e7. Oh, wait, there is F5.
F5 sends your bishop over in a square. You're not going to be very happy. Although you might be able to win, and he has instead just taken immediately on D5. And that might have relieved some of the pressure.
But it's also understandable, Maurice, because a move like F4, if you don't see how it wins, it loosens your setup quite a bit, right?
But that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. The safety first kind of
That's typical
attitude.
West. That's typical West.
You can't just be typical Wesley. You got to win the game. Okay, he doesn't have to win the game, but that's a typical don't take a chance. even if it
Yeah.
wins the game for you and assures you a much better chance of getting into the finals. But all right, now a queen trade, and now everybody's dropping off the board. Okay, this is nothing now.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of hoovering.
Let's leave that board because that's just going to be too solid, too boring. Let's go to Magnus's board, and we've got some dynamics happening in that game for sure. Magnus versus Nepo.
Does he take a wait a second? So takes this. No, come
What
on,
is
guys.
this?
And B7 is gonna fall, so they'll be
No, leave-
Fabi Wesley.
Let's leave that,
This one's gone. Yeah.
Yes. Let's go to the game now. Nepo, and now this still has some spice in it. Queen still on the board. Bishop versus knight. The knight is hanging at the moment. Make the wrong move, your king is going to die. So
Yeah.
make sure you do the right thing. Rooks, the white rooks could also double on the F file, and you won't necessarily be able to compete. So he's just playing knight to G4, queen quickly to H3, threatening mate in one.
Mate,
Queen
but
takes
also
H7. You've got to bring your knight back, it looks like.
G6.
What?
Do we trust G6? Wait.
What is G6?
G6.
The
is
white
the move.
rook is hanging. So this is the point. The white rook.
Well, apparently there's a very nice combination available to Magnus. I don't know if he will see it. Bishop takes G6, he does. Takes, and then you just move the rook. You
What?
drop the rook back, rook D1. I mean, you can take G6. That's also fine, I guess, fine for a draw. But if you go rook D1 and he's done it, the knight is trapped.
This guy's a boss.
You have to take on E5,
This guy's a
DE5.
boss. That was beautiful.
Have to
That
take-
was nasty. He saw that the
Look,
knight was
The
trapped.
knight's trapped.
That
simply.
was absolutely gorgeous.
Have to take
Forcing
on
this.
E5. Materials equal, but the king is too weak.
Rook
So
F6
rook
is coming.
F6
Now
is
you got to
coming.
start defending. You can't even play Rook F8 to challenge.
No,
because
rook A7. You have
is
to
hanging.
Yeah.
Point out the E6 hang, please. That queen
Yep.
takes E6 is the problem. So you've got to just start defending. But Rook F6
Rook to
on
F6.
the board now.
Bam, bam.
And you've got to worry as the queen could also attack now. Well, queen E4.
You can pick the
defending.
pawn, I'm thinking. That rook F1.
He just doubled rooks.
Yeah, well, this kind of allows rook G7, but then you pick the pawn. Yeah, I'm thinking it's got to be very close to a win for Magnus.
What is he supposed to do here? He's in deep trouble. What's the time situation? As he's got to be panicking now.
Half minute each, roughly.
Let's get the clocks, please, because we need to see this.
It's even
And
less,
E6
right?
just dropped, and a trade on E6.
Trade on E6, capture on E6 wasn't great, but anyway, yeah, so that's gone. Queen E6, king to H7.
These endings are notoriously difficult to win, by the way, trying to push your own pawn. And here, queen to D6, queen E3, check, king. Oh, wait a minute. Is there a rook F7 sighting?
Wait.
Oh, no, not
does he
rook
have-
F7, but challenging this rook first. And now, what do? Queen F6.
Queen F6, okay, but then D pawn's moving.
Uh-oh.
Hang on a second. Okay,
Queen
check
H-
from H4.
Now,
Looks
what
like
is this?
He'll have to settle up for the perpetual, it seems.
Has Magnus blown it? Whatever advantage he might have had, and now
Yeah,
he's got to hurry
it's
up
gone.
with only a few seconds left on the clock, and he's got to repeat. He's got to go down, and he said, yep. Counterplay indeed.
He did miss a window. The moment he captured on E6, there was another move, and he could have Nepo almost paralyzed. But yeah, the result is on the board. It's a draw for Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi. It is a draw for Wesley and Caruana.
And Hans Niemann won his game against Bortnik. And here we go. Yu Yang Lee playing against Murzin. And what's happening here?
Murzin is winning.
Is winning?
He's winning. It's a pawn on F4. You cannot see it behind White's king. Yes, so 2 pawns, opposite
Oh
colored
my
bishops,
goodness,
but 2
the
pawns.
youngster is showing his stuff. The world champion of Rapid right now. And he's calmly executing on this 2-pawn advantage against Yu Yang Yi, who's no slouch whatsoever. And now he just needs to move his king out of the way and then bring it around and then push that pawn, baby. Amazing. The youngster is starting to rise. Yu Yang Yi desperate as he's in time
King
trouble.
C3.
He
He
moved
allowed
in 2
King
seconds.
C3.
1 second. Then he's lost on time. Volodar Murzin. This kid is the real deal. And we hadn't seen him for a while. He started slow, but he is back in business. taking down Yu Yang Yi. I mean, there's no question. Like, there's no question. This year he's done his thing. Next year he will absolutely start rising, get invites as well to prove himself. No doubt we'll see him.
That's a snowball effect, right?
Yes.
I mean, you get into stronger tournaments, you start winning the stronger tournaments, and so on and so on. Yes, it's
Absolutely.
Great result for him.
This kid can play. Don't forget his classical rating is 2664. He's not far from the 2700 club.
Absolutely.
And the way I'm seeing him play right now, he belongs to the 2700 club. Not any doubt. He did have a very slow start, drawing a few games. Then he lost to Wesley, and then he had to go back and beat some 2500, drew another 2500. So very slow start, and then finally time to play the 2700. The first 2700 he saw, smack, he's here. He might be playing Fabi or Magnus next round.
Yeah. Do you want more drama, Maurice?
I always want more drama. And I don't think he's all the way up at the top.
Hans Niemann has more points than Magnus Carlsen. How about that? How about that? Hans Niemann has more points than Magnus Carlsen.
That means he's playing Fabi.
He's playing Fabi. Hans is playing Fabi. Well, Fierro won against Duda. Did Fabi play Fierro? I'm not sure. But it's all like so messed up at the very top of the table, and you have to understand that also some of those players, they've already played each other, so with each round it will be harder and harder to pair them.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think Murzin is ready to play at the top boards yet, but he's coming, he's rising. Let's take a look at the standings or pairings in the women's section, and we'll switch over as the action continues non-stop here. And we see some nice pairings. Oof, big names at the top. My goodness. Tingjie against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Ju Winjun, the women's world champion against Nana Zagnidze. Nana seemed to have lost. I would have thought she'd be further down, but again, the pairings start to get funny right around now as everybody's played each other. Anna Muzichuk against Katerina Lagno. They've locked horns many times. Valentina Gunina against Sue Jenner. That's another great matchup. And the German Dinari Wagner against Polina Shuvalova.
Right, and I have to tell you, the games have started, so we
By the way, on board 7, young Alice Lee is also rising as well. So we want to make sure we pay attention to that story. Could another teenager possibly make noise here in the championships? All right, let's take a look at those games. Round 9, only 3 rounds left for them.
Yeah, in the
and this matchup is fantastic. Let's get this position on the board.
Something quite unorthodox. Like, I'm afraid it will be very hard to read what's on the board from a camera view. So let me show you. It's not very typical. Oh wait. So the opening was d4, knight f6, c4, b6, f3, which. Well, this move does exist. First of all, b6 is a sideline, f3 is a sideline of a sideline, and guess what? Next move was knight c6, next move was knight e5, so that's just a very funny story.
What the heck?
Anyway, we've gotten here. White has a massive center, but has no way of keeping the center the way it is. So the d5 pawn undermined. After bishop g3, e takes, c takes was played, and you can take again, I guess.
Sense.
White king has stuck in the center. That's what I'm noticing. So just take on d5. After knight takes, you can trade d5. You can go bishop b7 maybe.
I don't like this white king just sitting there, for sure. But
let's see. Well, Vaishali played bishop b7 immediately, putting pressure on d5, but possibly giving white some time to castle. Well, and how about d6, by the way?
I don't understand why she didn't take on d5 right away. I mean, you have the break, you just take it off, and then you put the bishop.
Yeah, because
at least you've messed up her position somewhat.
Yeah, so if the knight takes, then bishop b7, you are not scared of the d7 pawn, of course, because white will never make it out.
Dare you to take that one.
Yes, bishop b7. D takes c6 as a safe move, but also black has no problem whatsoever.
No,
bishop takes c6,
black's looking to play d5 at some point, but at the moment, you better deal with the fact that your king hasn't castled yet.
Bishop d6. So that's why she took on c6. She wants to trade the bishops and castle castle short.
Quite reasonable. Can I play bishop e3? You play queen.
It is tempting, right? I mean, who cares about this rook? I want to keep the bishop, the dark square bishop on the board.
Yeah, but my bishop
the bishop
can't.
e3, queen d3. You're absolutely right. Queen d3 is
Bishop
the strongest
can't
bit.
stay secure on that square, so not really wanting to take. Bishop, she just moved, and now takes. And white is able to get out of the middle of the board now.
But
Man, what a real miss not taking on d5 earlier. But nevertheless.
Yeah, black should be fine, but the big opportunity of kind of playing for an advantage may be gone. By the way, Music on board 3 is already a draw.
And d5 and looking to just keep on trading here. And a slight weakness in black's position, the c5 pawn. So white is happy to just take everything off the board and just keep this position
actually
straight.
Not sure if black had to do what she has done, but also it's understandable. Like Vaishali is on a very good score, so she wants to keep it like a little bit safer. 3 rounds left. Like say, I mean, even like 1 out of 3 could qualify her, or should qualify her rather.
And I don't think there's an advantage to the score you get at the end. Nothing I saw in the regulations anyway.
No.
You just want to be in the top 8 clear.
Yep.
That's what you want. Assure yourself a position in top 8. Both of them could crawl forward with draws and do so with only 2 rounds after this to go.
So rook d5, well, I think more trades bound to happen. Bishop d3, right, so rooks off the board.
And in the other matchup, by the way, Ju In-jun is winning her game against Nana Zagnidze. So that one, maybe we switch. Well, after that last move, no, this is looking very equal, yes?
Yeah, it is.
Let's get out of this one because it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. So let's watch the other one as Ju In-jun is currently up a pawn, the world champion is. And she has just been on a tear, little hiccups here and there, giving away draws. But she has been on a tear ever since she lost her game to Carissa Yip. And right now she has a dominant bishop. She has an extra pawn. She's got a majority on the king side. And she just needs to figure out how to play after this last couple of moves.
Yeah, like this one's a bit annoying though. H4, well, H4 must be clever. So now, if the knight goes away, this is where you put the pawn on f3,
the knight
e4.
has left.
Yeah, knight e6. King g3 is fine as well. f3 is good.
Harassing the knight.
Harassing the knight again.
A little greedy there, so she can potentially play this check.
Check.
And she's decided that she wants a pawn. She's so hungry for that pawn that she knocked the piece off the board. And now the question is, can black get a knight to attack the pawn? No. So now she's just going to go secure her b pawn.
I'm not sure if I like the idea, but yeah, it's okay. It's not about being super precise. They're playing on seconds, you know.
Well, so she has more time than her opponent. She shouldn't be intimidated by, ooh.
Knight c5.
That's a nice one. Oops.
That's a trick.
That is a trick. She's going to have to go win the a pawn now, but her opponent has gotten that one. But the truth is, it is an extra pawn, but it is a bit more difficult. Your bishop on a5 is not a fun piece.
It's a lot more difficult, Maurice. Look, after knight d5, how do you guard e3? And then how do you guard g2 now after knight e3?
You don't. But she's decided instead to take the pawn off, and she has blown the technical aspects of this position, and she realizes that she's just bailing out now with a draw, happy to get out of this position alive. Right. This will be a draw indeed. And
okay, the king's cut off.
Yeah, no, there's no way either side will be able to make any progress. By the way, Gunina beat Zhu Zhenner in their game, so Gunina rising again. And in the style that you want her to. Take a look at that game.
So board 4, the game has already finished, but yeah, somewhere here. Where do we want me to start, Maurice?
Yeah, start back on move 19 after white played rook to f2. Black played the move bishop to a6.
And this is Valentina Gunina, knight h6 check.
Don't tell Gunina twice, hey, would you like to sacrifice? Because before you even said the word, boom, it's on the board. And she did sacrifice, and look at this attack that she pulls off. Just a monster attack.
Rook yes, it's just winning, right? Rook f5, again, strongest move. bishop b5, and not even paying attention. I mean, you can recapture the bishop and then continue slower, but no. Rook g5, rook g7, queen h5, and a checkmate.
Nasty, crushing it. This is what we're used to. We saw her play that solid game against Vaishali, and even before the technical one.
Yeah.
But this is her spirit, her soul, is to sacrifice pieces, and she has done so. Very dangerous person, and definitely could win this again.
Absolutely.
She's won it before.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, yeah, most of the games in the top, well, the ones that we have cameras on anyway are done. These are like draws on first 3 boards, and then Gunina winning.
And we just should note that Vaishali still has 8 out of 9.
Crazy.
They have a number to rise to. 8 out of 9, while Gunina has 7 out of 9. What does Ju and Jun have?
On the other hand, I'm sorry, Maurice, but how much Fabi has? Doesn't he have?
We're about to see the standings. We're about to see the standings, but I just want to note something really important right now. Vaishali has 8 out of 9. Li Tingli has 7. Hold on. Has 7 out of 9. So Vaishali is a clear point ahead of that player. Ju and Jun also has 6.5 out of 9. Zagnidze has lost a couple of games, so she has 7. No, she actually has 7 as well.
So you're
how
saying
did she lose 2 draws? Yeah, so she has 7 out of 9. I'm just thinking if Vaishali gets a half a point with the field so far, but she's just cruising it, right? So a draw for her should get the job done. All right, let's take a look at the standings for the men before we try to work out all that abstract mathematics, which will be forthcoming. We will look at the standings for the women quite shortly, but the men still have the open section, that is, as either gender could play in this section if you qualify. Fabi has 8 points out of 9. And then he's a point clear of the following 6 players, which includes Alireza Firouzja, Wesley So, who's already drawn, Magnus, he's already drawn. He beat Alireza, didn't he? Is that the pairing we saw? Where I'm pretty sure.
Wait a second. That's off. Magnus doesn't have 7. He has 3 draws. He has 3 draws. Something's off with this one. So Magnus made a draw, this stupid stalemate, a draw against Fabi, and a draw against Nepo. So that makes it.
Is that correct?
Right?
Let me check.
I'm confused now.
No, he has.
No.
He drew Sam Shanklin as well.
Yeah.
He drew Sam Shanklin. That's 4.
That's 4.
We remember him drawing
you're
Sam
right.
Shanklin.
You're right. So that was then fake alarm about Niemann having more points than Carlsen.
Okay, so he has the same number of points. So Hans has 7 as well. Nepo, okay, a bunch of players, as Dominguez has also risen. And here we actually see in the top 7 players, there are 4 players from actually the top 8. Okay, it's kind of hard to say because Levon is on the bubble. But at least in the top 7 players, there are 4 from the U.S. Is that saying U.S. players play too much blitz? Well, they're there. I mean, you can look at it right now. There are 4 of them. If the tournament ended now and Levon was actually the one winning the tiebreak, 5 U.S. players would make it in to that coveted spot tomorrow, which will be knockout games, knockout matches to be played, which will be a ton of fun. You also see Sam Shanklin on that list as well. But it's fabulous Fabiano Caruana. I'm sure he's doing the math right now. He's got 8 out of 9. There's still 4 rounds to go. You couldn't lose 4 games. So don't take it like, oh, it's easy at the moment. You've still got to put some little bit of extra muscle to make sure you don't fall back and end up blowing your spot in the top 8. But I think the players are kind of circling each other right now.
Yeah.
The only problem is there's some 6.5s that are knocking at the door. And those 6.5s don't have that attitude. They are desperate. They're thinking, I got to win games in order to get in the top group because I'm not safe where I am. You see Aronian, you see Wei Yi, you see Dubov, Grishchuk. You also see Murzin, who's in 15th spot right there. I'm going to keep my eye on him as Murzin is currently one of the stars as well. Arigaisi dropped back. There's Alexander Bortnik at the top as well. Do we have pairings as yet?
No, not yet. And I was told there is some time until the start of the Open. So maybe let's go for a little break.
Let's do that.
Yeah, we have some technical issues, it seems. Yeah, let's make a quick break and we'll be back soon.
We will be back. Don't go anywhere because this is entering the home stretch, this tournament is, for the first day. Who will qualify and who won't will be going home in tears or in cheers. Let's be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere, as we said. The World Rapid and Blitz continues.
We have here Daniel Naroditsky, everybody's favorite streamer. Dania, you have such a wonderful tournament here in New York. How do you feel and how your Blitz tournament goes?
So far, it's going pretty well, kind of as expected. Yeah, I'm getting very low. I mean, last two games, I should have lost both. I played Durer Bailey. I had queen and pawn against queen and 3 pawns, and he walked into mate and won. But that's OTP Blitz. And then with Benjamin Bach, I blundered 2 pawns in a row. And then I found some tricks and forced repetition. Yeah, the Rapid, I had a very, very frustrating final day. You know, I think I played well every game. There wasn't a single game where I went, man, I played terribly, but I lost to Prague with white, and then that kind of took the wind out of my sails. Then I lost to Muradli, and then I was winning against Boo the last round. So I expected something like that to happen. It's a long tournament. It was my first time. I'm thrilled with how I played in the Rapid. Going to try to do my best in the Blitz. This is going really fast. It's like already almost halfway done. It's really a shame that it's not 21 rounds. I'm enjoying this a lot, and I really think FIDE should change it back because this is the only chance I get to play these guys.
Wow, that is extreme, 21 rounds. Because have you played this tournament earlier?
Never. This is my first World Rapid and Blitz.
Is it because it's happening here in New York? Well, you don't have to travel long, right?
That's a big part of it. I mean, the New Year's is tough. It's sort of family time for me, so I can't really make it to like Samarkand. It's like a 35-hour trip for me. But Charlotte to New York's an hour flight, so I was obviously thrilled. I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Tanya, there have been some accusations and everything we know in the chess world. Are you here to prove some people wrong?
No, I talked earlier on another interview that I gave about this. I've sort of been less nice about you know, the particular individuals driving this agenda forward over time. Because, you know, I gave them the benefit of the doubt the first month. The second month, I was a little bit more firm. By now, you know, I've made it very clear to people I'm a retired 2600 player. I've got absolutely nothing to prove. You know, the people pretending like I've never played an OTB event, like I've never played casual Blitz with ask any top player in the US, Fabi, Levon, anybody, literally anybody who I've played casual Blitz with how I play. So the fact that this has been going on for as long as it has been it's deeply frustrating to me. And not because it's me personally. If I depersonalize myself, it's a great shame. So when the history of chess is going to be written, this will be a very, very dark chapter. And it'll be a dark chapter not just because, you know, Vlad has been allowed to go on with his nonsense for as long as he has, but because behind the scenes, some top players are not outspoken enough to make it clear that the patients are not running the insane asylum. So, you know, it is shameful that I'm sort of involved in this, embroiled in this. I'm just here to have fun. I'm here to enjoy New York. I'm here to enjoy chess. I'm under no illusions. If I do well and make the top 8, I'll be really thrilled. Right now, the luck is on my side once again. So I hope I can keep this moving forward. But I'm here to play the best chess. I've got nothing to prove to people who are not worth the paper that they're printed on.
Tanya, you have a lot of fans around the world. Are you promising us, including myself, that you will play more of the Rapid and Blitz tournaments?
I love Rapid. I like Blitz. I mean, obviously, I'm not a huge fan of traveling anymore. I'm getting older. I'm like 29. So my appetite for, like, you know, 13-hour flights is diminished. But if there are more tournaments in the U.S. and in my hemisphere, I definitely want to play them. Like any Blitz tournament, which is within like a 4-hour flight, I'll play. So the problem is the lack of there's just no Blitz tournaments, there's no Rapid tournaments, and it's really frustrating because these are my favorite time controls. If these tournaments exist, I'll play in them. I can give you a guarantee. And I just wanted to give a huge shout out to fans and also apologize. I haven't been very social to fans, but I'm here to play a tournament. people have to understand I'm not here for fan engagement. I have to focus. Ultimately, I think people want me to play the best chess that I can play. And but yes, to answer your question, absolutely. I might take a break after this tournament. It's been stressful, but in general, yes.
Tanya, besides your skills to play very fast games, you also have another skill to imitate the chess players, top chess players. Would you give us something right now?
Well, right now, I have 3.5 points out of 5. I'm playing quite well, but so far I'm getting quite lucky, and hopefully I play better in the second half of the tournament. But thank you for the opportunity and the interview. But I miss this atmosphere. The atmosphere in New York, in Wall Street, and Cipriani, and maybe I come back to chess next year.
Okay, guys, after you to guess those two players in the comment section.
And we are back at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, and the rapid portion has concluded. Now we are at the Blitz. We have 9 rounds in the books with 4 rounds left for the Open and 2 rounds left for the women's section. We have one clear leader in the Open, and that is Fabiano Caruana, who is a point ahead of the field at the moment and looking pretty. He hasn't lost a single game, won 7 in a row, then drew 2. On the women's side, we do see Vaishali Rameshbabu. She is doing incredibly well herself. And both of them could cruise into the top 8 with maybe just a few draws. But honestly, you don't want to have that attitude when you are so close to the finish line.
Absolutely, right. So on one hand, there is no benefit at scoring massive because still you will have to play the knockout tomorrow. But yeah, crawling, like begging for a draw, almost as they say, no, you don't want to do any of those.
Prove to everybody that you're the one playing well in this tournament and make them beg you for a draw. That's usually the right attitude. And we have our colleague, Ketty, right now with some choice insights into what's happening.
Here we are in the playing venue. We are ready for the round 10 to start. Some of the players are already at the board, but we're missing a big portion of the top players. Interesting fact, out of 8 players right now on the top boards, we have 5 Americans. I believe that might be a little bit the factor that is happening in their own country. They have this support from the fans, and also they don't have a letjack like other players might have. We do have Caruana unstoppable in this tournament, but we also have a lot of players, 7 players, following him very closely. And we have to keep in mind that this is actually a qualifier of tomorrow's knockouts. So 8 players will qualify tomorrow for the most important parts of the tournament, and that's going to be a lot of fun to witness. We can now take a look a little bit in the playing venue and check it out who is already at the board. We can see Ali Reza Firouzja. He's adjusting his pieces against Nepomniachtchi. Then we can see Bortnik, Alexander Bortnik. If you are fan of streamers, you definitely know Bortnik. He's a really good speed player, and here we have him with black pieces getting ready. And we are missing Magnus Carlsen, right? As always, we are also missing Fabiano Caruana. They will join us quite soon. Well, actually, there is a players' lounge where the players are going after the round. They have some drinks, some snacks, and there's also a possibility to check the phone and check the game, maybe even get ready for the next round. So that's why the players are a little bit late, but they can be too late, obviously, because it's 3 minutes with only +2 seconds time control. And once again, I would like to take your attention to the spectators. This is a great number of the spectators. The organizers had to bring the chairs to somehow manage the number of the people that are coming. Today is the first day of the Blitz, and tomorrow will be actually the very important day. We will crown the world champion in Blitz. I can see Magnus Carlsen is handshaking Wesley So. This is one of the few occasions that he's early at the game, so he's taking this round, I think, seriously. Now I think it's time to focus on the games.
Thank you so much, Ketty, for that. And let's take a look at the pairings for this round as we enter the home stretch, round 10 of the tournament. And there we see Wesley So playing against Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana playing one of his countrymen yet again, this time Lanier Dominguez here with the white pieces. Yannick Pandolfini playing against Alireza Firouzja. It looks like a fantastic matchup as well. Daniel Dubov playing against Hans Niemann, who's doing quite well in the tournament. And a name we haven't said, Lu Shanglei of China, he is playing against Alexander Bortnik, Levon Aronian against Grishchuk, Wei Yi against Boris Gelfand. And the matchup we saw from round 12,
I
that
cannot
was
stop
a
laughing,
magical matchup. Volodar Murzin against Pragdananda in the amazing King Walk game. That one was just epic, and they get to play again.
Carlos
You know Pragdananda is thinking, yo, I got to get this guy back for what he did to me. That was 2 days ago, actually, when Murzin survived that game. If you haven't seen it, you need to take a look at what that young man did as he now gets to play against Pragdananda yet again.
On board 10, we had Hikaru Nakamura. He's somewhat behind with 6 out of 9. So, well, not to qualify, he needs to win a lot of games, like maybe 3.5 out of remaining 4. But, he's one of the few who is capable of doing so.
He is definitely capable, so we expect to see him start to make a run as well.
Some people getting very tactical, like Nepo Firouzja draw very quickly. We are in the zone. Why would we find each other? We respect each other.
That draw, too.
Yeah.
I hate that draw. So nasty, that position. Why don't we show that position on the board?
Yeah.
This is when you say, I am simply not fighting. I want to get as many draws to get to the end as possible, but that could be a dangerous strategy. Let's take a look.
We'll see.
Because look at this opening that people can play for a draw. I've seen Wesley do it with Fabi, by the way.
Everybody
before.
done it.
And Naka
everybody
as well.
done it.
No, this draw is just nasty, but they're saying, I'm going to conserve my strength. Will the strategy work out or not? I do not know. We will see in short order. Meantime, here is the board 1 matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Lanier Dominguez. Notice they're not doing any quick draws here.
No. Well, board 4, we were shown empty board 4, and this is because, wait a second, Dubov is not at the board, and it looks like he's not planning to be at the board. Is it some sort of a statement, I'm wondering? So it's supposed to be...
Hans must just be standing up wondering where his opponent is.
Right, but it's supposed to be Dubov against Niemann, and that's... Whoa.
All right, let's see the clock times again, because that clock is running down.
Like
and we're
seconds left, 25, 24.
This is completely... There's Hans.
Yeah.
Hans is looking around for his opponent, and Dubov is nowhere to be seen. This will be a forfeit victory. Will be huge for Hans. Like, absolutely massive. He doesn't want to win like this, obviously.
No,
but it ain't his fault his opponent doesn't show up.
But what happened to Daniel?
This is over. This is just a shocking development as he stops the clock. He has been awarded a win. And let us just hope that Dubov is at least okay wherever he is.
Wow. But I don't know what to say, Maurice.
Black just won the game.
Yeah.
Black just won the game on forfeit. That was board 4.
Right. I mean, well, first of all, you do not expect this kind of things happening in the World Championship, and definitely not on one of the top boards.
That's stunning. Let's see if Ketty can get some news for us on what just happened and report on that, because that's unacceptable. Again, Hans Niemann walking around. Hey, not my fault. I showed up.
Yeah.
You didn't show up. Thanks for the point. I'm not going to feel bad about it.
Right, but that would be nice to know some more information about that one.
Very tragic indeed, as he's now taken the full point. He's moved to 8 out of 10 with that victory. He's tied for first with Fabi at the moment. So big, big win for him there on his quest to get into the top 8. And Fabi, in the meantime, has a slight edge against his opponent. It looks like Dominguez is trying to hold up in this position as Fabi got a little bit of space in the center of the board. C3, D4, those center pawns are trying to roll.
Yeah, but have you seen what Lanier just done? He went bishop b4, c3, and back to f8. So in his his statement is, I do not care. Moreover, I'm thinking like you move the pawn forward, and maybe it'll give me some targets, you know.
Yeah, that's nice. I mean, do you believe that? I didn't.
No, I do not like how it
didn't like
looks
what
falling.
that at all. That did
And
not
look,
seem
these
cool.
knights are jumping like knight f5. If you take the other one, goes to e5. No, Linia is in trouble.
That just did not make sense to me. But these guys are good. Maybe they've got other
Bishop
ideas. Bishop back.
d8.
Now, how does Fabi make progress, though? He has a great knight on f5.
Okay, I mean, if you take f6, can
and
black
put something
take?
on e5?
Yeah, and just go knight e5 or bishop e5. Looks like your pieces are not too far away from
He
the
played queen
opponent's
f2. I'm liking this f-file.
Piling on the f-file.
The
Yeah,
pile
the other,
up. That's the word. I'm liking that. This is not cool. And he has taken on f6, and he has dropped a knight in on e5, and now I'm liking everything white is doing right now. This is looking okay. Opposite colored bishops, but man, is the knight h6 on tap?
Absolutely.
By queen f6?
Absolutely. I was actually surprised that after bishop g6, apparently knight h6 does not win because you'll be able to put something on g7. Knight h4 from Fabi. And well, knight h4 actually kind of slows him down quite a bit. Lenier can go bishop d3. That's what he's done. It's a tempo move. Rook has to be moved, and then bishop c4 to d5 if you need to. Yeah, actually, black almost regrouped. Now, rook to f8, queen g3, and
Here
bishop
they
to
go.
c4. Yeah.
Check the time as 1:21 for Fabi. Looked like something like 37 seconds for Dominguez.
But Dominguez is known to do that, right? I mean,
He is.
he falls very low on time, and you would think, okay, he's going to win, but he actually is capable
Don't look at the clock.
of playing very well again.
Bad idea. Bad idea. He's too fast, and he's just too good too fast.
Right.
And now he's even penetrating on White's second rank, looking for something. What's that rook? That rook's a little too rambunctious now. We've got to get rid of it. And rook to b1, challenging the rook. And he just said, nope, I'm not leaving.
Rook a2.
I am hanging out in this party, and you're going to have to respect this. What to do here as that a-pawn. And now he's played rook a1, and that's a tacit
Is it
draw
a
offer.
repetition?
Let me just repeat. A draw is always good.
It is.
Draw is good for both. Okay, we're out. Too much respect. We're out of there.
Wow.
Plus, their teammates, American teammates, we'll battle later. I don't need to take chances here since I don't have an edge.
And it's credible that Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen is also a draw. So we are out of games on top 4 boards.
And the way they drew, by the way, look at this position in the Wesley Magnus game. That draw, if you might pull it up, that's just like a nondescript. They're starting to play cruise control right now. Maybe a little too early, but let's.
Yeah.
And meantime, Hans has leapfrogged a bunch of folks with that win of his. I want to go to the game between Murzin and Pragdananda. I'm sorry,
we have
got to go there.
We have Wei and Gelfand on the camera.
No, look at this position, though. Are you kidding me?
Let's go. Let's go.
They got a monster position,
Wow.
and it's Murzin again with. Look at the knight on f6.
Wait
He's
a
got
second.
it.
This
His
guy is
opponent in
winning again.
Big trouble. Boom! Give me that. And now he's about to take on h6 as well. He's crushing him. That's an exchange sack. And hoping to trade, but why can't we trade up in exchange for the knight back on f6? This kid is
pawn, right?
He's no fluke. 8 seconds against 4 seconds, and now just calmly defending. He's trying to break through. That's creating a weakness on the c5 square.
C5's gonna fall.
And he's going right after it. Knight d6 might come at any moment, trading off more, but for the moment, c5 looks like it will somehow fall. Give me that. More trades.
Bishop a4.
What is
It's
that?
confusing.
Very confusing. Desperation on Pragdananda's part. And that allows
Well, that everything.
everything
Yeah,
is falling.
everything.
Knight's going to
Knight
go into
d6.
d6. Pragdananda is lost. He's completely busted. Another pawn drops. He's already down in exchange. Now the knight on c5, challenging the bishop.
Wow.
And every move, he could take on e6, can't he?
Yeah, he can take.
No, but he doesn't want to.
Attack the knight, then
Attack
take
the
e6.
knight.
Yeah,
Attack
yeah,
the knight. That's a piece coming. Rook
Rook
down.
d2.
Desperation to play rook. But that doesn't look real.
King g4.
No, he said, I'm not giving you any chances. This kid is a blitz monster as the time goes down. And Volodar Murzin once again showing what he can do. Pragdananda can't believe what he just saw. But this kid's no joke.
8 of 11. 8 of 11. He's getting closer and closer.
But he's
just
surged all the way up.
No, it's not. It cannot possibly be 11. Something's off.
It's 8 out of 10.
Is it 8 out of 10?
No, actually, he has 7. No, he's just won his game. 1, 2, 3. No, he's on 7.5 out of 10.
7.5 out of 10.
He's on 7.5 out of 10 right now. And who are we watching? I didn't catch as we're blitzing. It looked like Grishchuk is playing.
Yeah, no.
And
it's very hard to. There was Aronian.
Aronian managed to defeat Grishchuk in that game.
Aronian has won. Yeah.
Right. And by the way, Alexander Bortnik wins again. Firouzja and Nepomniachtchi drew.
Yeah.
So hold on. Levon Aronian has now leapt up as well, and he's among the group that was ahead. Remember that for a second.
Wei seems to have like close to decisive advantage against Gelfand despite opposite colored bishops, because this h7 pawn will be, well, very annoying. The king's cut off. Rook g6. Now
Tricky.
No, that's tricky because the other pawn is about to fall, right?
Yeah. And that's 2 pawns. That's too much.
And then
with only 2 seconds left. 1 second, and he barely moved on time there. Again, only 1 second, and he lost on time. Flag fell, but in a losing position.
It was already
to
a
be
lost
sure.
position,
And Wei Yi continues up the leaderboard. We will have standings soon. It looks like all the top games are done. But looking at the top boards, Wesley and Magnus drew, consolidating their position. Fabian and Dominguez drew. Nepo and Firouzja drew, all top boards. Hans Niemann with the full point as a result of that forfeit. Alexander Bortnik is sort of the lone outsider, if you will, but he's been showing himself to be quite powerful. Aronian won, and Wei Yi won, and Murzin won, and Sam Sevian beat Oparin. Nakamura only drew. So a lot of Americans as well at the top, people consolidating their gains as well. So we'll see what happens there. But let's switch over now to the top board. It should not be the top board.
Why don't we watch Shuvalova with Vaishali? I don't
Yeah, this should not be the top board. This should be board 2, you would think, unless Vaishali's already ended her game.
No. The game's going and actually quite interesting.
Yeah, we should see board 1 for sure.
Vaishali,
as Vaishali is playing
time,
Shuvalova. And
I don't know. Yeah,
we don't have a result from what I see.
Muzichuk is playing Gunina. Shuvalova with Vaishali. Once again, don't we have a camera on this one?
Do we not have a camera on the Vaishali game? On the game between Vaishali and Shuvalova, it's board 1, but Vaishali has black against Shuvalova.
Yeah, that's... No, it's wrong. No, that's board 3 that has finished.
Gunina Muzichuk that already ended. Where is Vaishali? All right, well, while they look for Vaishali and Shuvalova, which seeing more draws, maybe the game has ended.
There's only one game. Okay, that one is
That's
what?
Ju and Jun
Maltsevskaya, Ju and Jun on 4, but where's our board 1?
Well, we need to figure out what the result was for that game because we don't have it as a result here.
No, because it is in progress.
Yeah, there must be some technical issue not allowing us to pull it up right now or the camera to find that board. But down to 14 seconds in this game, the women's world champion looking like she's experiencing not too much difficulty. 2 connected passers, but White's trying to make that king work. Yeah. And the king is all the way on e6.
Check king e6. And
but wait a minute, is that a mate? No, it's not a mate threat.
Who's checkmating whom?
Yeah, who's
F4,
but the king has
F8.
d6 to go to. So what to do? And she's what?
King d6. Well,
why did she
rook
have to
F5?
give away her pawns? Oh, that would be a good.
That's
reason.
why. That's why, man.
That'd be a very nice reason to just win a piece.
And we finally found.
We finally find the Vaishali game, and now let's get to this position. So Ju and Jun wins her game, or is winning her game now.
Look,
this is
the 8 pawns promoting, right? So Vaishali wins yet
again winning, forcing resignation from her opponent there.
9 out of 10.
She can mail it in now.
You know, that's dominance if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, she can absolutely mail it in. By the way, her rating 2359. Sure. Yeah, you're right.
Nah, come on.
Come on.
No,
That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
She has won Now she's got 9 out of 10. We can unofficially say, and probably officially say, we see her walk by there, that she's in the top 8. Nobody is going to stop that.
Mathematically,
mathematically,
they have 1 round left, so there's
only
there's
one
no
round
discussion.
to go.
Yeah.
She's in a devastating loss though for Shavalova, and Nana Zagnidze lost her game to
Li Tingjie,
Li Tingjie. So
what's in progress? Like we have all 4 moves concluded.
She's on 8. Is Li Tingjie. Ju Wen-jun won her game as we said, and she is sitting on 7.5 only. So those standings are going to be really critical for us to see.
But we start with the open standings, right? As of
the
now,
open
we
standings
start with
will be very interesting as well. Hopefully, we can get that to you shortly.
That'd be lovely if we could also confirm on what happened in Dubov Hansen, or rather, what happened to Daniel Dubov.
Well, away we go, and whoa. Fabiano Caruana at 8.5 and Hans Niemann at 8. But look at that group at 7.5. We still have 3 rounds to go. You know, we talked about them kind of easing into the next few rounds, drawing games with respect against your fellow great players.
Might not be the greatest of ideas.
But look at this group. I mean, there are 10 people sitting on 7.5 points. That's a lot of folks, and they're strong, these players, including, I mean, at the bottom of the list is Alexander Bortnik. When you keep going up the list, Dominguez, Murzin we know is strong. Sevyan's been showing himself. Weyi, Nepo, Ferrugia, Magnus, Aronian, and Wesley So. 6 of these players are going to qualify, but it's 10 of them in the list. And then right below that, Arigaisi and Duda, Vasily Ivanchuk,
I'm so happy to see
showing up as well, and Anish Giri with a lot. Seriously, 3 rounds, that's a lot of rounds. You cannot rest on your laurels right now.
Look, Maurice, I think our math was wrong originally, because how do you make it with 9 points? 9 points at top 8?
No, we were talking about
9 points to top 8. I don't think 9 points is top 8. Well, it might be like a huge tie, right? But you have to score more.
With 3 rounds left.
I'm afraid, with 3 rounds left, you have to score more.
You're right.
Because
9 is not going to cut it right now.
That means, like, say, those who are tied for the 3rd will make 3 draws.
Will make 3 draws.
And then,
Nine's
the
not
budget.
it. 9's not it. 9.5.
9.5
also may not do it,
so
depending on how some of these players play. But I think 9.5 should do it. But it might be a tie.
Yep.
But Fabi is in a position now with 3 rounds to go. 3 draws will be very nice. Get to 10. I think. But
absolutely.
You know, there's a little something with Hans and his fellow Americans. Got a little chip on his shoulder. I'm not sure he has one against Fabi, but we will find out in the next game, as this one could be a nice little fight. They haven't played each other as yet. They will probably be paired in the next round. I wonder how Hans feels after having won against Dubov. He said, I take my point. We still haven't heard the story of what happened to Daniel Dubov. Again, we were looking to hear the tale, but we haven't heard anything. Hopefully our director can solve that somehow with Keddy searching around and finding a solution, because losing a game like that sounds so shocking. We need to know. We need to know the story. So please find that out for us, as that development is just too big that Dubov somehow forfeited just on time, just like that. Why wasn't he there? And will he be paired for the next round as well?
Wouldn't be paired for the next round?
Will he be paired?
Yeah,
because
that's a big question.
What happened to him? Like, what happened to him? Is he going to show up? Is there something wrong with him? We need to know. All right, he has fans, and just factually from journalistic purposes, let's now take a look at, I believe, the women's standings we have. And
we are getting ready for the round 11, right?
Yes, and if it's round 11 coming up, Vaishali mathematically is in. She is uncatchable. She is, I mean, even if she loses, she's going to have 8. And 3 players can catch her. So I mean, she's unpassable. And so 3 players can catch her. And actually, all 3 of them can't win because they're going to be, actually, no, because she could play 2 of them and then the other 2 play. Again, all 3 can't win. Yeah. So my math is correct. So she's in, for sure. Now, at 7, if you make a draw and get to 7.5, are you in?
I think you are guaranteed. If you make a draw.
If you make a draw and get to 7.5, there is a small bubble possibility there, isn't there? There are 9 players on 6.5. But let's say the top 4 play each other.
Yeah.
Let's say they all draw, and you're sitting
Yeah.
on 6.5. That's 7.5. Excuse me. So Vaishali's on 8.5. She's in. You're at 7.5. So that's 3 people, right? So you need to place 4 more players. But there are 9 players sitting on 6.5.
Well, so you're right. So theoretically, there is
5 of them could win.
Yeah, but they only tie with you, right? So that means
that's a tie-break time though.
Yeah, so it has to be that. But look, I mean,
which means it's unlikely.
I would say it's still fine for those who are on 7 to make a draw because you have to be the unluckiest of human beings, right?
Yes.
So that the results to be the way you don't want them to be, and also your tiebreak to be the worst.
Yeah, the most professional move right now. But here's the thing: everyone on 6.5 is trying to win. Like absolutely every last one of them has to win the game. So you're in a situation where they're all going for wins, and imagine.
So you're saying the draw is unlikely.
The draw is draw is a useless result. If you're on 6.5,
Yeah.
Ju Win-Jun is trying to win. Katarina Lagno is going to try. I mean, obviously, Dinara Wagner, Muzichuk, all of them are going to try to win their games. They know they have to win their games because you're drawing. So there is the off chance, and I know it's remote, but you could see 5 wins out of that group because we're looking at 9. Is it 9 or is it 8? It's 9.
9.
It's
No,
9
you're
players.
right, yep.
It is theoretically possible that 5 of them win and join the 7.5 group, which would mean one of them is going to be the unlucky lottery stick that they're going to pull out. You know, it's like Russian roulette, and who's going to get shot? One of them will be, and they'll be out of the tournament.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. So
that would be insane. Unlikely though.
But on
still.
the other hand, let's theorize on this even more. You are on 7 points.
You can't
well,
lose.
if you lose, you're guaranteed to be out,
gone.
right? I mean, so like a draw, it's you have to be unlucky and unlucky again. If you lose, you out immediately, and in the Blitz you cannot really play a game where you say I play for a win but I also control a draw. I mean, it's not such a thing.
Yeah, you make a draw as fast as you can.
Yeah,
you make a draw.
I think that's
race for the hills. And by the way, after this, the ladies will be done, and the format for tomorrow is it will be brackets, and the 8 players will play each other in matches as they get paired. And it will be 4 games for each match.
So quarters, semis, and the final.
Yes, and that will decide everything. So that will actually be potentially 12 games that we see, and maybe even more.
Plus Armageddons in case of a tie.
Yes, exactly. So it will still be a big
be
day
a
of
long
chess.
day. Yep.
A bit of a long day still. And we're waiting for pairings at the moment. And I keep insisting, the story of Daniel Dubov, can somehow we find out what happened in that game, even from the arbiters. Let somebody just ask the arbiter, what happened in the game between Niemann and Dubov? And let us, as we're waiting for pairings, let's just take a break, and a quick break, and we'll be back to call the ever-important round 11 in the women, and also, by the way, for the open section as well. We'll be back in a moment here at the FIDE World Blitz Championship.
We're here at the FIDE Women's World Blitz Championships, and I'm joined by Sarah Khadem, former silver medalist in the Blitz. Sarah, how are you feeling about this event?
This is one of my favorite events of the year, actually maybe the most favorite one, and it's very interesting that it's happening in New York. So I'm enjoying it, but unfortunately the rapid didn't go well for me. Now I'm trying my best for the Blitz.
We have 11 rounds today. How do you keep fit, mentally fit, and full of energy in such a long chess day?
I think the Blitz is like, it's very difficult to keep that. You see so many people like in one day they do really good, the other day they do bad. That's like one of the main problems here, that we only have one Blitz because it like you don't have any chance to recover from that. Either it's going your way or not. I think that's the way it is, at least for me. But I try to keep calm during the Blitz, so far it hasn't gone so bad.
And it's very like on each other, right? Like bam, 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 like round break, round break. How are you spending your break times?
I'm mostly with Adusa, my very good friend. We used to be former teammates. Now she's playing for US, and we spend our times together usually.
In this, with such a short time, you aren't really able to prepare for games, right? So how do you decide which opening to play when you come to the round?
I see so many people actually, they have their laptops or their phones, so I think they decide before the rounds after they see the pairings. But for me, I have decided it all before the event, so I just try to do what I know best.
And a final question, we're here in New York, you know, the city that never sleeps, is full of energy. How would you compare that to Blitz? There's the same kind of energy with all this fast chess, right?
Yes, it is. I mean, yesterday I went to the city and it was the crowd that I saw. It was like very unexpected for me, but I really liked the vibe and I liked the Blitz as well, so I'm enjoying it.
Where did you go yesterday?
We went to some mostly touristic place because before that I went to we had some friends here, they took us to some local places, but yesterday I tried to see Times Square, for example, but it was too crowded to go with a baby, but I loved it.
You have your baby here.
Yeah, I came with the whole family.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's a festive season. It's great to have your family here. Are you going to do anything on New Year's? What are your plans?
Yeah, I think it depends how it goes, and we have some family members here. Probably we will celebrate the New Year together.
And final question to you, going into the new year and reflecting on the year that we've had, what was your favorite moment or favorite tournament from 2024?
I think it was the Olympiad because actually it was like the only good result that I got last year, but it gave me some motivation and I really liked the team event, so it was a really good one.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and good luck for the rest of your games.
Thank you so much, Arlise, for having me.
Here we are at the VIP zone and we have very special guests here. Look at them, very young chess players. I'll ask them, what is your name?
I'm Gus. I'm Edie.
And you guys are siblings, right?
Yes. Charles, Theodore.
Okay, how old are you guys?
11. 8. 7. 8.
Okay, and who are you rooting for in this tournament? Who do you kind of think gonna win?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. Magnus. Magnus. Magnus.
So I guess you guys are happy that Magnus is back to us, right? Have you heard about this jeans scandal?
Yeah.
What have you heard about it? What's your opinion? Look at you, you are so well dressed, all of you. Not wearing jeans at all. So do you think it's okay to play in jeans?
Yeah. Yes. There was probably no reason he couldn't wear jeans.
Okay, guys. One last question to you guys, because I saw you yesterday play against FIDE and then against Vichy. How was that? What was the feeling?
It was pretty fun. I knew I was going to get destroyed, but I mean, it was still really fun.
And final question, is there any particular player that you want to meet in person today?
That's hard. I met everyone that I want to meet, but I met everybody that I want to meet, but I want to meet Hikaru too. Yeah.
And here in this corner, we had Magnus Carlsen sitting in. I saw you. You are like, oh my God.
I got a picture with Magnus. Same.
You guys have a good time here, right? Yeah.
And we are back at the FIDE World Blitz Championship. And we are entering now round 11, and very important round 11 for both sections, but more so for the women. We will bring that to you when the women begin automatically, because we'll find out who qualifies for tomorrow's finals, or quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. But we have some interesting pairings now as the open section is about to begin. And right at the top is one Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann. That is a matchup I think a lot of people are certainly interested in, and we will be following as our key pairing. As many of you know, a sort of small incident happened a few years ago when those two played, and Magnus lost the game to Hans.
Was unhappy.
And then ended up leaving the tournament. Of course, I mean, what happened in the world of chess after that is just obscene. Now I think they're making a Netflix series about it, and they've begun. Here we are. Let's just jump right in on what is just the key game of this round, without any question about it, even though I should say Fabi is also playing, and he is currently in the lead. But we will see what happens here. Let's get a position on the board. Please tell me we have a PGN already, because that would be a shame not to be able to pull up this
we don't.
position.
I mean,
are you kidding?
That's very sad, of course, but it is what it is.
No, it's not is what it is. It needs to happen now. We want to make sure we have both views, all views we can, of what's happening on the table right now. But we can see pretty clearly this position, and it came out of
four knights.
Four knights.
Yeah, four knights h3 is the line, and then black plays d5, and it's like with colors reversed. I mean, I can try to show those ones on the board, but what's with PGN files, man? h3, d5, that's how it happens. Bishop to b5, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop d6, castles. No, he did castle, rook e1, rook e8, and d4. Bishop d7, and what did Magnus play? Rook to b1. Okay, so that's the one. But yeah, something happens to PGN. I do not care.
No, I think we have it now. We have it. It's up, and we have the current position and black to move, and he's played a6, chasing the piece out. Looks pretty standard position, no difficulties yet, although he is down on the clock by a pretty full 50 seconds there, as Magnus has to choose what he's going to do with his bishop. This one...
Mine is not updating, though, so that's a bit awkward, I have to tell. A lot awkward, in fact. So I have to input those games.
Played. Well, we can follow. I can keep you up to date, so we can come back to the board. And
I'll try to solve it somehow.
No, well, I'm getting it, so there must be something on yours, on your table. But I'll just call the moves as it's played, so you can make them, so the fans can see it. And takes on d4. Rook takes e8. Played.
Rook traded. Yep.
And queen takes on e8.
So it does resemble the, what do you call it, some Petrov, right? Some Petrov lines, the structure.
With the knight c3 capture. And now knight g5.
Knight g5?
Played instead of capturing back immediately. Knight g5. That allows h6, which has quickly been played. And now knight to e4. That's a little bit of a pawn sacrifice. But is it any good to go after, actually, no, it's not quite, because the b7 pawn is hanging after this move.
Capturing on b7 ideas, everything.
So Hans has found queen to
e5,
guarding his bishop from having a weakness.
Threatening h2. So white perhaps has to take.
Bishop gone from the board. So white has two bishops, so-called two bishops, advantage at the moment, although it doesn't look that dangerous.
Much of an advantage, right? Doesn't look that much of an advantage.
The biggest thing right now is that extra minute or so that Magnus has on the clock in this game. And so that is something Hans is started feeling. He's starting to push the pieces away on his right side. That usually is a little bit of a nervousness when you need to just stretch yourself a little bit. You want to get rid of those pieces that are in your way. And Magnus is now pausing. His time advantage is evaporating, not totally, but that's quite significant. He took on d4. Knight takes d4 immediately. And now rook takes on
b7
b7. Bishop c6.
Whoa. He just missed knight b5, trapping the rook, according to the machine. Knight b5 was winning.
Oh, my goodness.
Was winning for Hans Niemann. He
Whoa,
could go knight b5.
what?
That's a pin. You cannot take the knight.
Oh, my
Next
goodness.
move, bishop c6, wins.
Absolutely right. Magnus blundered in that moment.
But Hans didn't take advantage
But Hans
of it.
did not notice it, and now he
Rook
has
back.
to be very careful. The threat is now after rook e8, bishop to e3. The threat is to take on d4, followed by bishop h7 if you take back. So Hans misses a win, but now has to make sure he plays correctly in order to keep the game in balance. And he's played his... Now he plays
Now
knight
you play
b5.
knight b5, yeah.
The heck? Threatening knight to c3 at the moment, but white's bishops look great, and queen
to g4.
g4 on the board.
So now knight c3 is no longer threatening. You will be able to move the rook.
Man, can you imagine just if he had played knight b5, he had found that move. What a story that would have been. But now the queen on g4, moves like queen f6 are coming, and he's now reaching for his piece. Bishop d7 played.
Chasing the queen, where the queen's supposed to go.
At least he dealt with any kind of mating ideas. Yeah, queen now
D4.
offering a trade.
How about some endgame? And in the endgame, in fact, a pair of bishops does make
Yes.
difference, right?
And the really like poor pawn structure that black has will favor the imbalance in pawn structures, usually favoring the bishop. And now he just moved his queen over to f6.
Okay, yeah.
And that knight is just such a problem piece. And a4. And he's only down to 16 seconds left, trying to survive this position as Magnus is starting to roll.
I'm afraid.
But he's not too happy as Magnus. I kind of weird little head bob there. He's got so many advantages on the clock, the two bishops.
Yeah, I mean,
board seems like the initiative. Why would he be concerned here? Just not clear on what move he should play. And he's playing queen a5. Attractive looking move. And he's hitting 2 pawns.
2 pawns, a6 and c7.
And Magnus said, I'm taking one of them.
I'm taking this one, c7.
And that's a freebie. And now, whoa.
Bishop takes a4.
Taking on a4. And now, so it was queen. So it was knight f5, queen c7.
Queen c7. And bishop a4.
Bishop a4, bishop c5, and then knight to h4, sniffing around that side. But I don't see any real threats happening over there. And Magnus now looking maybe to play rook down. It looked like his hand was over his rook. 7 seconds left for Hans Niemann. He's got to take that rook. No, he doesn't actually.
No, he cannot take this rook.
What's he going to do?
Queen g5 or queen e6?
Queen e6.
Queen e6.
Yeah, taking the rook would have been a bad idea, actually. Now he's connected his queen. And what can Magnus do here? He's moved his king, and now bishop to c6.
King h2, bishop c6.
5 seconds for Hans, 38 seconds for Magnus. Magnus just needs one real threat that makes Hans pause, and he will win the game. But can he find it? He has 29 seconds. Ticking down, spending a lot of time for his next move. He's looking for that move right now. Can he make the move that freezes his opponent? And he's played queen g3, and that knight has taken on g2. Bishop to d4, threatening mate.
g5.
And now a trade of rooks.
Do we like
and the queen back down, and is he now going to win the game? Knight back. Oh, there's a knight f3 check threat. The game has turned. The game has turned because of knight f3. Magnus down to 15 seconds, and he cannot just capture.
G3?
And now he has gone queen e6. That is safe for now. Magnus with 11 seconds, looking to play check. He has played bishop back, a bold move, given that he's pinned. But he is looking for more. And now Magnus is down to only 4 seconds. He's played F4
is a blunder, right?
And F5 on the board, takes on G5, and knight back. Both sides under 5 seconds. Magnus playing quickly here. They trade, and Magnus is currently taking pawns. A check, and now Magnus is looking like he's winning this position, I would think. The PGN
in the end game,
can't keep up. Can Hans save this position as they're both blitzing right now? Knight back, bishop over. And how does that knight do anything? It's just it's just such a bad situation. He's put it on G3. He's looking to try to get to E4, but he's not going to get there. He's come back and defended, and now he's going to take the pawn. Can he take on f6? No, not yet.
He decided not to.
But he can't take on the next move. He's decided to try to slow down the pawn. And Magnus moves over down f3 with check, saving that pawn. And now Magnus goes after the bishop. Bishop will move. What is the situation here? It doesn't look like white is winning necessarily. Wait a minute.
Why the
White
f-pawn is alive, man?
The f-pawn is going down the board. The threat of bishop g2 forced him to move. And black is fine.
And
Black
now
is
the king
fine. Magnus has to be
cannot
careful.
come to this f-pawn.
Bishop to f4, king to f5. He's played h5. Both, again, 5 seconds, just using the increment only. Can't be careful about stepping up. And they might be repeating soon, but he's not taking it as Hans. The bishop on f1 can't go anywhere. So Hans has all the security in the world to make a draw here. He's just moving around, not wanting to blunder. King e6, and they have agreed on a very dramatic draw. And then Magnus looks disgusted with himself, but Hans played amazing defense there to save that game, drawing the #1 player on the planet.
There have been so many mistakes in this game during, when both queens were on the board, when Magnus's king was on g4, they kept exchanging, like, well, Magnus was winning and Hans was winning, and so on and so on. And hopefully we'll get some chance to review this game later on.
I'm sure other people will review the game. I don't think we will here.
Fabiano, by the way, lost to Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Whoa,
which is
that's a
isn't
massive
great news.
result. Absolutely massive result. And Firouzja beat Wei Yi, and Volodar Murzin took down Alexander Bortnik, while Wesley So drew Sam Sevian. As Murzin has won how many games in a row? He has won 4 in a row, 5 out of the last 6.
Yep.
To rise to 8.5 out of 11, that kid is a monster. Absolute monster. Let's go to the women's final round as we catch our breath. That was an insane matchup.
Asabayeva against Muzichuk, I believe. Yeah, is the game on our screen. So I found this one. By the way, there is already quite a few draws. Gunina with Zhu in
No
Zhu
kidding.
is a draw.
We knew the first 3 boards would draw.
No, we knew the first two boards
boards
were
were
a draw, and this one extra draw means that those who are in 7.5 are safe.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so after bishop d6, dc4, rook to b1, after not some, but quite a lot of thinking. I'm a little bit surprised why.
So
and Muzichuk went b5, so it's an exchange sacrifice, but for those like potentially dangerous passed pawns. Queen takes, and after, yeah, again, the PGN is no, PGN works. That's okay. So black is down in exchange, right?
Okay, I think in
Rook
this
b5
board,
was a nice trick. b5 was a nice trick, and then rook a2 and.
Go ahead.
Something's off for you, Maurice?
No, nothing's off. I'm just curious about what's happening at the moment, if I can keep track of these games, these results at the top, because Vaishali is in, for sure. But I just want to make sure that I track that. But I'll let my director track it. I'm just supremely curious as to the significance of the game we're watching at the moment. That's what I'm really curious about. But at this point,
it looks like Asabayeva is taking Muzichuk over. Yeah,
this game
up
is
in
over.
exchange. Well, it's not over because you still have to win it. It's 4 versus 4 on one wing, right? So and opposite colored bishops. Look, like say, you can try to establish some sort of a fortress. Bishop to f8, king to g7, and then say bishop e7. So white still has to demonstrate the winning plan.
But I want to put a bishop on e8 somehow. Okay, there she goes. She's looking to do something similar.
Yeah.
Oh, but
King
here,
f8 or...
No, she brings her king back and
f8.
stops that idea.
It's a sort of a not easy position to win. It is a technical win, but still...
She's going to have to push pawns. There's not a maybe
Right.
here. She's going to have to start making some progress on the other side with her pawns. But what does her pawns give her? And she doesn't have a lot of time to execute. That's the biggest thing. 6 seconds left, and how do you exactly pull it off?
And Muzichuk being very practical, like She found the setup and she
But you got to
just
play a
follows the
4,
setup.
exactly. Play a 4, get your pawn at e4, and maybe even a pawn on e5.
Yep.
A check, all right, whatever.
Or alternatively, you might look for a 5 in the right moment to kind of, loosen up the structure
there
a little
we go.
bit.
We've got that on the board.
Knight
And
e8
now you have
is
to
a
be careful
roll.
where you put that one.
You don't want to go to f8.
And you don't want to trade off your knight, but now the knight has found a nice
To
square.
f5.
We're
No.
going to attack that sucker.
That's
that
a
guy
good
cannot
one.
stay there. We're taking that.
And you go, whoa.
Okay, she's looking to now
Knight
move her knight
h6.
somewhat.
Yeah, knight h6. It's actually very, very hard to break through this fortress. You go king f8 all the time so that the bishop doesn't land on e8. Yeah, how do you win? There's never a Zugzwang because you have dark square bishop, which you can move easily.
Yep, I agree with you.
It actually does look like more or less a fortress. Yes, knight is very safe on h6.
And there it is again. Alert to what might transpire here. I think you need the king. Oh, no, you can't even play king e4 that easily.
That's a very tricky position. Knight f5. Yeah, I'm thinking e4, e5. Maybe she had to go for f5 play.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but you go king
Pay
f8.
attention. Pay attention,
You go
but
king
she has knight
f8 in
h6.
this. Or this one. Yeah, she can defend f7. Yes, there still shouldn't be anything.
Bishop
King
e6 check,
f8.
bishop e6 threat, but she saw it.
King
I
f8.
think if you want to win this game, you're going to have to play g4 at some point. So you put the king on h3 and put a bishop on e2.
Yeah, maybe. And you go, yeah, right you are. So you go for g4,
Yeah,
you
this
trade
plan.
it, and then...
She's kind of
but it's
trying to not let
easy.
her do it. And she's going to
D3.
harass on the diagonal. I mean, people spot, beautiful spot of the defense needed here, and it's not easy to play g4
King
with this
F3.
bishop. Now she's chasing her off the diagonal.
And by the way, in Blitz sometimes people forget how fast you can play those 50 moves. I'm just checking. When was the last time the pawn moved? 48, and now it's 76. It's 30
But here,
moves.
she's finally done it.
Okay, now she's going to go. Yeah, now she's going to go G4.
Still can't get it just yet. Now she can do it.
Now she can do it. Yeah.
And it's done. Not sure what it gave her, but it will give her h5 as a move.
Yeah.
If she gets to just kind of do a little bit more, yes, a little more damage to the position. Did it do anything? We don't really know. But you have to do something if you're going to try
Absolutely,
to win.
yeah.
Now what's the plan?
King. Get the king on f3, defend f4, and then try to get the rook on the 7s. Yeah, you go rook a7, and you are threatening f5.
That is very useful.
f5. Nah. She still can go with f5, but not this way. So the point was f5, pawn takes e6.
Yes, she can do it. Oh, she's already lost the plot there, and allow the king to go up. She missed the idea that you mentioned, and how does she get it back?
She probably will somehow, but yeah, it's a tricky endgame, this one.
No, it's very tricky, and when you have
to
a rook,
C6.
oh, she might take on e6 in this position, by the way. Couldn't
Yeah.
do it there. Now
Or
she's
just
played
go
f5,
f5, yeah,
and they're
takes,
closing
takes.
in. And
Well, bishop g5. Well, I'm surprised Miroshnichenko decided not to take on f5, because I would think that would have been...
this is all very
almost
dangerous.
Yeah.
Very
All of
dangerous.
those are tricky.
At some point, now she's going to try to get, there it is, looking for an e6 break. Ooh, uh-oh. How do you stop e6?
Wow, there's
How
no
do you
king-
stop e6 now?
There's no king g7.
This is why you massage when you think that it might be a draw. Now e6 is a problem.
Wow.
King g7 allows bishop takes, actually, on f7, followed by e6. And now she's winning. She is winning. That's why when you're up material, you just keep
Yeah.
going and test your opponent. And there is nothing, it looks like, to do about this, as e6 seems like a winner-winner
Yep.
chicken dinner. And that's
King
that. The
goes here.
pawn is about to drop. But is it hard? She takes.
Pawn takes, bishop f8. Well, okay, you still need to break through, kind of.
Yep. You still have work ahead. Wait, she has to defend this pawn.
Yeah, you go back. Wow.
Oh, no, she doesn't have to defend the pawn.
Right.
She doesn't have to because of rook a7. So now she's just going to massage some more.
Wow, those are like tricky moves, right?
Yes, and she had king e6. She has king e6 now.
She,
This is
she,
over.
she will land it
She'll
on
now
e6,
play rook.
yeah.
She has to, rook g1 is coming. She's just going to chase the bishop and eventually
Again and
play
again and
rook
again, yeah.
on the file. she'll attack it in such a way that it'll
You can go
have
rook
to,
c2, you know, and then give all those checks on light
and
squares.
there she's very close now. Here comes rook g5 check, and this one is over.
And also your bishop is free, so you can go bishop
Yep.
c6 and then bishop.
C4, put it on C4. Okay, but play bishop
that's
C4.
good. That's good.
That's good too. That's well, no, but bishop C4 and king D7 wins.
Yeah, that's
Defend your pawn.
Defend the pawn with the bishop.
Yeah,
right.
just defend the pawn with the, there. She let her in
Wow.
anyway. She let her in, and now it's over. Wow.
So Bibi Sara qualifies, that
Tight.
means, and
Panic.
knocks out Anna Muzichuk out of knockout.
Brutal.
Even before knockout has started.
By the way, Elizabeth Pates also lost. She lost to Garofalina, the IM. So that GM looks like she got knocked out as well. Humpy Koneru hit Nana Zagnidze. So she looks out. Zhujenner beat Divya Deshmukh. She should be out as well. The top players are safe.
So we will wait for, let's say, the
We'll
final
wait for
standings,
so we
but
know
yeah,
how they are doing. Wow.
So
Let's get the standings in the open in the meantime as this eventful event. Eventful event.
Eventful event,
Yeah,
of
eventful. I guess
course.
I could say that. I should look for a different adjective there, but still, this tournament is showing us all. And now look at this. He has been caught. Fabiano Caruana, Hans Niemann at 8.5, Alireza Firouzja, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and one Volodar Murzin. We were talking
Incredible.
about him when he was all the way at position 22 on this list, and he has won game after game after game. The world rapid champion is now ahead of Magnus Carlsen, by the way, and a gang of players on 8. It looks like 7 players on 8. Remember when we were talking about that drawing strategy kind of cruise a little bit?
Yep.
What has it gotten them? Nothing. It got them a heck of a finish is what they have. 2 rounds to go and 5 players at 8.5. Will Fabi trip? Remember, we also said you try to draw too soon and something bad could happen. Fabi has finally lost the game.
2 more rounds to go. Wait. He's still not guaranteed anything.
He's guaranteed nothing. Nada. Excuse me. He had better get some points.
And also kind of lost the momentum, right? I mean, you score very well, and then you start thinking, okay, draws will be enough. And then you lose one game, and you say, wait, maybe I need to win now. And I've forgotten how to do it.
You're absolutely right. And that is a challenge that he faces. And his countryman, Hans Niemann, he got a break against Dubov. We heard that Dubov stated that he was
just late.
not at the game. He was just late. So that is the story we finally got there.
I'm sorry, but by the way, I'm checking. So this round, Dubov was playing, and he beat Oparin with black. So that means
so
he
came to his
it's not
game
like he,
and finished,
Yeah.
and is now on 7.5.
7.5.
What are the odds of 7.5 making it? You
From-
got to
from
win both
now
your
with-
games.
yeah, absolutely.
There's no choice. You have to win both your games now. Anyone on the cusp has to win both their games. And looking at this list, Nakamura is nowhere to be seen.
No.
So he has flamed out of the tournament. I mean, he's not even at 6.5. He's not even on 7. So we can check to see what happened to him. But that great Blitz player did not make it. But we do again see a ton of Americans at the top. We see on the first 2 places American names, and then Wesley So, Levon Aronian, Sam Sevian, and Daniel Naroditsky all in the mix, while other countries are representing, looks like only one other country, that is the 2 Russians, Nepo and Murzin. Am I right?
Firouzja.
Firouzja representing France, but I'm saying Nepo and Murzin representing
Yeah, yeah.
Russia, Magnus in Norway, and Anish Giri representing the Netherlands.
Netherlands.
So a lot of other countries, but the U.S. trying to somehow get a lot of their players in there at the top, as they've earned it to get here. Everybody on 7.5, though, yeah, we're pretty much sure they have to win out.
They have to win 2
To guarantee. 9? We were
Even
saying
then,
9.
Like, look, I mean, yeah, 9, it doesn't seem to be enough for sure. 9.5.
9.5 for sure.
Are we sure that it guarantees him?
9.5, I can't imagine it.
Okay,
no,
we'll see.
9.5
We'll
is
see
not
after a couple
sure.
of rounds.
No, 9.5 is not sure. Those 7.5s are nipping at the heels. So 9.5 also is not sure. But let's get a look at the women's standings, and I believe we have numbers, but there might be a tiebreak situation. Let us take a look, because this we might have to wait until the arbiters work it all out. But here's what look at that.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. What did we say could have happened?
Wait,
This
exactly
is,
what
look,
you
the disaster
predicted.
here. If you are one of the next
Exactly
seven,
what you've predicted.
2 players are in. Let's say is it all, for sure with Vaishali, but we now have 7 players biting their fingernails.
So
because
one will be out.
One it will be out and will be going home after this round, despite having 8 points. Who will it be?
Well, that's incredible.
That is
I have
just
no slightest idea. Well, we have to.
We
wait.
know some Bukos,
Yeah.
magic, whatever that is, calculation
Right.
that will come out of this, and we will be told who is in the top 8 and who will have her fate sealed. Oh my goodness. I cannot imagine. It could be any one of those names, including Ju Win-jun.
Including the world champion, including the rapid world champion Hampi Koneru, crowned a couple of days ago. She's in the mix as well.
Including another
any of those,
defending champ?
Well, that's crazy. Carissa Yip is in the.
Goodness.
Yeah,
Carissa Yip from the U.S.
Yep.
Some showing herself. Is she the only? No, Bibisara is also an IM, right? Getting the names, the titles. Carissa Yip is an IM, and Bibisara is also an IM. I believe the others are all GMs. Vaishali, yes, 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 yes. All the rest are GMs and 2 IMs in the group, looking to see who will enter the final party. My goodness.
Yeah.
Scary,
and meanwhile,
scary.
we are getting ready for round 12 in the Open, right?
Yes, we'll find out, folks. We'll report it to you as that comes in officially, so we know the 6 out of that 7 who will make it. But the other section is also anybody's ball game. It was looking so cool and clear maybe a couple of rounds ago. We think these guys are going to make it.
Right.
Then they made a few draws, and then all of a sudden, victory here, something weird happening there.
And it's because of Hans. It's because of Hans.
It's not just because of Hans. Fabi lost his game.
Yeah, Fabi
so
lost
now,
his game,
instead
of
of
course,
knowing somebody who's going to be in, it looks like he could, if he trips again.
Yeah, but that's what I thought, that they will behave like a very, very nice to each other at the very top, which they started to do. Like Wesley Saw making draw with Magnus, making draw with Fabi, and this and that.
What was that quick draw? That queen. Who played that queen?
Queen.
The queen D4, queen E4.
Dominguez, Wesley. Yeah, I don't remember.
I don't even remember, but whoever it was,
that was not a good strategy.
No, it does not feel that way. I do believe we have Ketty. I'm not sure if I just heard director say, "Oh, she'll be here soon." It seems like, man, this tournament is tense. And again, how do you feel if you're one of the women who are sitting right now just like, what? What? Is it going to be me? And when it does happen, you got to feel sorry for that player.
Of course. No, I mean, this is really heartbreaking. Well, I mean, I understand if us two share one sport and then someone clearly has a better tiebreak, right? So probably your tournament was stronger or whatever.
Right.
But here it's like 7 players on same score.
11 rounds of it too.
Yeah,
basically
and one
did the
will
same
be out
thing.
and
it's
6
gonna
will
be
be
some
in.
third decimal place somewhere that says, "Oops, sorry, you got to go home."
Bad luck.
Bad luck. You can't play for $60,000 first. You're just out of it. You're just no chance. That is terrible. And it is the rules. It is the way it works. It would be impossible to break a 7-way tie any other way without being here all night. And again, the prizes in this event, first place in the Open, 90,000. That is far off right now from what we are concerned about. But we can also see the prizes for the women. We just made this point where the person who ends up in 9th in the women's section, she will collect 5,000. So all those players are guaranteed at least 5. But just being in the top 8, you're guaranteed 10 grand.
Plus,
That's a nice extra. And then if you win one match, you're at 20 with the option to win 40 and 60. So it's a big, big deal. Right now, who gets 9th place? We will see in a moment. I believe we have the pairings for round 12. So let's pull that up.
Yeah, I do see, and I see Hans Niemann will be facing Alireza Firouzja. Murzin will be playing Nepomniachtchi. Caruana, who is Aronian, and Magnus Carlsen will be playing with Sam Sevian.
Feels like Fabi just played. Wait, who did Fabi just lose to?
To Nepo.
To Nepo, yes, right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have still 6 minutes, it seems, before the official start of the round. Murzin against Nepo, those two shared the top of the leaderboard along with Grishchuk. Well, Murzin won, but Grishchuk and Nepo came in at a tie for second place. We see Grishchuk all the way down at 14 right now. We can pretty much count him out of the Blitz prizes, at least the top prizes, the top 8. But still some options for folks, including those on 5, 6, 7, those boards. They've got some good chances.
Another derby. Naroditsky, Dominguez. That means
Anish
like
versus
one
Wesley. That's a goodie. But I think we're following Niemann Firouzja.
Well, yes. Yes,
although I'm
do.
curious what the Russians do.
Yeah, we can once again.
Probably need to, we'll see what happens there. Murzin has shown himself to be an extremely dangerous customer. And I'm curious also, by the way, Murzin. So far, let's be clear on this. Murzin has played, count them, 13 games in the Rapids, 11 games in the Blitz. He's played 24 games against world-class, just ridiculous beast of opposition, and he's lost once.
He's lost once. I think if, let's say, if
he lost to Wesley.
Yeah, if I have the correct results here, he has won 4 of his last games in the Blitz.
Sorry?
He has won 4 last games.
Yeah, he's won 4 in a row to get to where he is, including defeating Yu Yang and Pragdananda. Clear signal that this kid is a monster. And now he plays against Nepo. So he's shown himself to belong at the highest of the high levels as far as I'm concerned. He can fight with anyone. And now he gets Nepo, so big deal. We're about to start in just a few minutes the round. And again, we'll keep an eye on the game between Magnus and Sam Sevian, but Hans Niemann against Firouzja is going to be a huge matchup. Murzin, of course, Caruana. As we get down to try to choose the final 8, the penultimate round coming up in just a couple of minutes now. Who do you got? If you had to bet coming out, who's guaranteed? Who's guaranteed as far as you're concerned? You'd bet. You've got 8 players. Who are 4 players you think are definitely in?
Definitely in. Well, Nepo.
Nepo is a good choice.
Nepo, I think Nepo's going to be. Well, I was to ask, are we sure Magnus makes it?
Magnus
with 2 rounds to go?
Stop it. Stop it. Magnus.
Because I'm worried, man. I'm worried.
You're worried about Magnus?
I'm worried about Magnus.
That's the last guy, man. I could bet Magnus and go to sleep as far as I'm concerned. He should be in. The others, though, even Fabi, I don't know.
Fabi,
I'm not sure right now.
Quite
Fabi needs a
shaky,
comeback game right this second. And Aronian is no easy customer. They are good buddies, as a matter of fact. Very good friends.
Yeah, but any of those can make it or not make it. That's
not
I'm
not counting either one of them. Actually,
that's a very exciting situation.
It is
for
very
us,
exciting.
and very dramatic, very tense situation
you know
for them.
Who I think is almost sure to make it, but it matters this round right here for sure, is Hans. I feel like he's playing. The way he played against Magnus, there was trouble, but
and he
figured it
escaped
out.
trouble. Yeah,
he figured it out, and I think that's a great sign. We will see if he can make it happen, and I think we are going to be off any second. Do we have PGNs? Do we have players?
Yes, we do.
Let's jump to the tournament hall. Let's see.
Yes,
let's
we
see
do.
some movement on the screen.
Okay, realistically though, Maurice, I just thought, yes, Fabi might have lost the game, but having started 7 out of 7, any possible mathematical tiebreaker should be good. I mean, if you start 7 out of 7, so
all right,
at least he's
board
safe.
1 player. I mean, with only a couple of minutes for the round to start, the fact that they haven't sat down yet, board 1. Let's see board 2, who's sitting down there. Wesley, we just saw go by. Let's just go board to board, see who's already seated, ready to go, ready to fight, as the fans are certainly ready to watch. Board 1 here. as you see Sam Sevian sit down. Magnus also taking his place, cup in hand, looks like his usual. And this will be a big game as the players are all settled in.
So Fierro and Niemann is another one, of course.
Fierro and
watch.
Niemann, I would like to see that board. Have they sat down as yet? You see the fans there. Should be a bunch of people already sat down, though. We should have cameras. I think I see Murzin already sat down as well on board 3. So there's that board. They're set. Board 3, we should see that pairing, Murzin versus Nepo. Nice shirt, young man. Showing some style here in New York as well. And good for him. Board 4, let's take a look at that matchup. Caruana versus Aronian. They might even be chatting with each other. They're such good friends before they go to battle.
That's interesting that those two, well, they've always been like competitors for the last 15 years in various tournaments, right? And now they're also
I'm sure we have a camera on board 4, so could we see it right now, please? Because I just want to see this is what I want to see. These are good friends, and they will like, I'm not looking at you. I'm not looking at you. Don't look at me. I'm not looking at you. All right, let's get to board 2, that matchup that is going to be huge. Niemann versus Alireza Firouzja, as Magnus is playing against Sam Sevian. And we will try to keep an eye on that game as well, as a little bit of a pause here early in the game.
Berlin,
Berlin. Oh, my goodness. One of these.
Wait a second.
You got to be joking.
I got it.
Tell me it ain't so.
Please no.
Tell me no. They're going to play this thing. Both of them quickly. Okay, this draw. And they're out of there. They just wanted their half a point to try to secure a position. I don't know about that last decision. We'll see how it works out as Magnus is peeking over. And the same thing happened here on board 3 as well. The folks are running scared to just get draws. And the same thing on board 4. These players are thinking, I don't want to have a bad situation happen.
Man, I almost want some of them to get punished. So let's say that Dubo wins 2 out of 2, or somebody else to catch them up. Because that's, I understand you want to be comfortable, but can you really like rest on 2 draws, like not putting any effort?
No, we will see. But that
Magnus does play though.
Magnus, you can bet, doesn't sit there thinking, let me make a draw and cruise. I'm beating this guy. Like Magnus, you know what Magnus is trying to do? He's trying to win this part of the event. He's not interested in qualifying. That's what I told you.
That's one of the few, maybe the only one, who say, somebody would say, Magnus, you're taking place 7 guaranteed, and go on. He would say no.
Please.
No, I want first.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah,
like,
I want first.
Give him credit. He's like, I'm the best player on the planet. You earned your draws against me. And respect for what he's doing right now. He's saying, yeah, sure, you guys can do all the funky draw business you want. I am trying to actually win this part and then win the whole thing as well to just show you who I am. And he's got a massive edge on the clock already in this open Spanish.
Against Sam Sevian, and I think we are, it's very logical that we will be watching this one because, we were pretty much robbed of other 3 top games.
Yeah, they just got out of there so fast. A little disappointing, but it's understandable as they're trying to position themselves in the most strategic way, but maybe a little too strategic for someone. Matter of fact, let me just make note as we get this result in here. The 6 players who drew. Let's see how many of them qualify. You think all of them will?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
That's
Firouzja, Niemann, Nepo, Murzin, Aronian, and Caruana.
Okay, if all of them do, that's good for them. Good
genius.
Calculation, whatever. Yeah, if not, then
I'm going to bet all of them don't. That's gonna be
all of them don't.
All of those 6, I don't think they're going to qualify. I think this draw is going to bite somebody.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we have this position, and so far, so good. By the way, down boards, there are people who are fighting for their lives, so they're going to try to win to get to this position. We're going to have a massive tie potentially. And now,
exactly. Knight to a4, hitting b2 pawn. What's this position? Magnus apparently is slightly tiny bit better, but
okay,
nothing.
Why can't he
dramatic.
protect his pawn?
He can. He's looking for, perhaps for some other, because he's looking for some way to attack. Yeah, he gets queen d3. Threatening, again.
Bishop
threatening
g6 is not a
checkmate.
move?
Bishop g6 is forced, queen d2.
Okay, that was subtle. Why
So
do you
queen went from e2 to d2, sort of.
So he wants to give away this bishop, is what he's saying.
He wants to trade this bishop, right? Because then black's d5 pawn is quite weak.
Very subtle maneuver that his opponent did not agree to.
And then knight goes to d4.
Trade on
knight
d4 has happened.
takes.
And
I'm
now Magnus has
guessing-
4 different ways. One with the queen, obviously horrible, but 3 others, and he's decided to isolate his pawn.
Okay,
and
pawn takes.
He could take on b2 here and allow bishop h7, and he decided not to.
Yeah, he
Just
decided
brought his
not
knight
to.
back. I don't like when the knight makes moves like this and then gets frozen on b6, which Magnus did with b3, and that was a decision to make. He didn't want to play knight takes on b2, and now he might be in trouble.
But he had to, right. Well, according to Machine, he had to do it because now white is, well, in
Now white has the 2
clear
bishops.
advantage.
You can't play c5.
Wait.
Knight takes b2 was a necessary decision, and he actually blew it for
Okay,
himself.
rook takes e5.
Magnus has sacrificed a pawn, but the dark square is just monstrous. And this rook, what is Magnus's last move about? f3?
f3.
Why
So
did
he wants it like purely positional, like, I guess, just say, you don't have squares for your pieces, I do not have to rush, I'll go rook e1 and so on. f3, I'm not a big fan of f3.
All right, well, here we go. All Magnus's pieces just look fantastic. And now G4.
G4.
What a heavy-duty committal decision
Very
around his
strange.
king. Rook
Very
back
strange.
to h6.
Rook drops back to h6, and it's
What was
not as great.
That was stunning.
apparently-
G4?
Man, apparently taking here and just going rook e1 and ignoring this rook on h5 was much stronger than Magnus's g4. Because in fact, the rook on h5 was misplaced. And now, let's say after exchange of these bishops, this rook can join via the 6th rank.
So Magnus basically fixed his position, and now queen takes on c2. That knight still looks awful, though, on b6.
Yeah, the knight is awful. Yeah.
And the pawn on c7 looks like it's going to go lost. Knight a8.
That's how you defend the pawn.
We saw a defense like this before.
Abdusatorov, knight on
With
h8.
knight h7, but
Right.
man, you got to play a move like that. You cannot be happy. But now the rook that was thrown to the winds now is back.
Back
with
in
this
action,
rook move, and
and
queen
the rook's a
g5,
double.
queen d7 played,
Queen d7.
and now the knight will come back into the game.
In fact,
Magnus at 1 minute, his opponent at only 18 seconds, and now c6. And now everything's on light squares. If he could get his knight into the game now, knight c7 over to e8 to f6, he'll be doing okay.
well,
What's
actually,
wrong with the
Magnus
position?
might be in trouble. Well,
And
not
h4, and here comes the
immediately.
knight.
Not immediately, but in a couple of moves.
And
If-
now h5 played h6, making sure that doesn't happen. And now it seems like the knight should be able to make its way into the game. And it might even go to d6. Magnus a little nervous there. We saw that. And queen
and for a
over.
good reason, right? Queen c2, queen to f7.
This doesn't look like anything for white, by the way. Just nada. I would not be a fan. And now queen to f5 and knight d6, a trade of queens. This
Being a
might
pawn down.
relieve Magnus's position somewhat, because now that bishop is so dominant.
Yeah, the dominant bishop is good, but he's down a pawn still, right?
Yes, he sacrificed that pawn. f4 now played, and with only 10 seconds left to 38, Magnus has lost some control.
But there's f5.
And
there was a 5.
king moves.
Why didn't he play f5?
Well, rook e4 looks
yeah.
quite strong. The bishop back, and now the pawn is under attack, and he defends it. And now g6, and they're just whipping out moves now. Blunder could happen at any moment. Nice played c5, and he's taken, and now here comes the rook. That looks dangerous. He's found a way to activate, and now you've got to figure out
And the
how.
knight's not moving, Maurice. The knight's arrested on
The
e8.
knight is terrible. At least, whoa, you almost blundered. Rook
What's
g7.
happening?
That would have been a problem, but he took the pawn, and now he is up a very powerful pawn. That I don't see how you make any
And
Wait,
this,
oh wait, but the
this
C
bishop
pawn.
is dominant, really.
If only he could play D4, but he's not able to. He's played C3, a trick.
C3.
He's played a trick. Wait a second. Is
How
this
do we
real?
stop the C pawn?
How do you stop the C pawn? You can't take it because of rook H6. I mean, rook H3, excuse me. You can't take the pawn.
But you have to. But you
can't
have
just
to,
let it go to
otherwise it's
C2,
running
you would
away.
think Magnus now trying to solve this problem, and it looks like there's no way to deal with the pawn going to C2 and then rook H1 if needed, and then
It could
C1.
be
Magnus
that
is
he
looking
needs
for a
to
way
draw.
out. 13 seconds left, and
Give
he
checks. Give checks.
and he's
Rook
played rook
G6.
to G6,
So he's
C2, and now he's brought his rook back, and there goes the H pawn. He's given away the H pawn to continue playing this game, a dangerous game of chicken right now, and now he's gone after the C pawn. Can the knight get in the game, though? That's the problem. The knight
is still kind of
still cut off.
Wow. I mean, that's and 3 seconds
And
for
now he's going
Sam.
for the B pawn, and he's defended his C pawn. And now
A6 can be taken.
But
though.
yeah, what's wrong with rook takes A6?
Oh, wait, D4 is going to play a bit.
Oh, a D pawn is trying to
D
advance.
pawn, yeah.
Holy smokes. Magnus down to only 6 seconds. Sam Sevian pressing him. Can D4 be played now? It has been played.
But Magnus apparently has calculated this.
But D3, and he's taken,
takes
and
an
now
A4.
a lot of danger here. Push. He's going
F6.
to lose that piece, but the opposite color bishop position. Can he achieve it?
You mean like against the A pawn, the corner and the A
Yeah,
pawn?
the wrong color bishop is what I
Wrong
meant.
color bishop.
Can he achieve it? Now here comes the bishop trying to get, and now, oh boy,
Wow.
problems. And he has played, oh, if you take, it is
If
a
you
draw.
take, it is a draw, but you
so
go
he has to play
B5.
B5, and now and the bishop can never do anything. This
That-
must be drawn.
Whoa.
No, the king is now coming back. Whoa, he just moved his king up. And now the bishop
This
is back.
one.
You have to bring your king back. And Magnus gets him in Zugzwang.
And it is a Zug.
Amazing,
An amazing
amazing
technique
finish.
at the very end.
Wow!
Magnus
Magnus is
Carlsen.
shaking his head. Incredible. That extra piece did the job in the end. So close. Must have been equal at some point. But Magnus managed to pull it off.
Man, and then let me give you more results. Like leading group, all draws apart from Magnus, and then Wesley Saw wins against Anish Giri. Naroditsky wins against Dominguez. You know, so there
Dubov
will
wins.
be a race. There will be a huge race to
Duda
qualify.
wins. Come on. I don't like those draws. I'm going to tell you.
Okay, we'll
I don't
see.
like it. I don't like it at all.
We'll see.
We will see some results there, and
we are
it's
going
not going to look good with the last round to go when players start calculating the things they need to do to guarantee getting into the final group. It's going to be a big tie.
That's going to be a big tie, but once again, since there is no playoff for qualification, right? How do you know? They really, like before the last round, they really check, okay, my Puggle is such, number of winners is such. No, of course you don't.
You
No?
can't. I'm telling you, those 6 players, I got my eye on them. If you don't qualify,
All of you. Yeah, you will be criticized at the broadcast.
you wouldn't just be criticized. You're going to be smacking your own self. Matter of fact, let's look at those prizes, because the difference between qualifying and not qualifying for tomorrow should be steep. So look at this. 9th place is 11,000.
Yep.
All right, maybe you count your 11,000 and you walk out of here, you're happy, I won $11,000. But qualification is 20K, so that's
Minimum.
9,000 more, and the chance to win 42, 70, 90. Why would you forfeit that and just run out of here with 11? Okay, maybe it's not a bad deal. And, you know, people like Murzin, for example, he said, I already have $90,000 in the pocket. You know what 11 gives me? That gives me $101,000 if you can't do the math. And I can walk out of here with that. I'll be a happy person. So he can say that. Nepo can even say something like that. But there are other players here who didn't win anywhere close to that kind of money. And, you know, maybe they're just counting it.
We'll see.
Also, by the way, I should point out, if it's even more places, then you split money. So, okay, 10 grand is not a bad Blitz payday.
But you can be pushed all the way to like 11th place, 13th place.
And if you are, then I guess they just tried to do game theory, and just,
I guess,
and just say, whatever, I'll just take whatever I get. I don't want to be back in the other pack.
Yeah, well, maybe the answer to that could be that there were 2 rounds left, and losing a previous round would be terrible. So they make a draw, and now they have more information.
All right, let's go
Maybe
to
not-
the
yeah,
standings, as
anyway.
you're saying. We'll see what happens. But we have the standings, and guess what? We have the brackets for the women, which I would like to also understand who the odd woman out is. Look at how many players have 9. 8 players on 9. Desperate players sitting on 8.5. Here's the deal. If all those players draw on that board, that means there are 8 players on 9.5. All you need is 1 or 2 of the others to win, and they also join them on 9.5. And then it's just a waiting game. Tick-tock, who gets knocked out? It'll be 2 players, or maybe even 3 players will be knocked out. Those 5 players with 8.5 are desperate now to win their game. But maybe it's even worse if you lose, if you're one of those 9s.
Yeah, I guess if you lose, you're out.
You're panicking. Maybe they just again say, look, I'll just take my chances because if I lose, but man, you had 2 games to make 1 point.
Absolutely, but how generous we were with our original assumption that 9 should give you. I mean, 9 doesn't give you anything.
Doesn't guarantee
and even
anything.
9.5, you're not fully guaranteed to be.
No.
Well, I mean, there is like one, maybe more than one mathematical scenario when somebody is out with 9.5 points.
Yes. All right. Well, that's that. But we now have brackets. Let's get it up to see who was the player who got knocked out of the final group.
In the
And
women's section.
here I see who is the player? I don't see
quickly check.
I don't see the winner from yesterday. I don't see Humpy Koneru.
Yeah, not from yesterday, the day before, but
I mean, day before
anyway,
yesterday.
yeah,
Humpy Koneru was the one. How unlucky is that? They said, hey, you won already, you don't need to play anymore? No, that's not what
no,
happened.
But then, okay, it was all kind of with all honesty, she was the one to win in the last round. So she had some catching up to do. She managed to catch them up, but lost on tiebreak. So it's not like she was making draws waiting for her. So it's maybe like her tournament wasn't that well, and even like winning a few last games. Let me double check what were her results.
All right, in the meantime, we see these matchups: Vaishali Rameshbabu against Zhu Zhener. That's a big-time playoff matchup. Gunina against Ju In-jun, 2 world champions playing each other. Gunina won this event last year. Ju In-jun, of course, the reigning women's world champion. Katarina Lagno getting what might be a break, sort of, if you want to say that, against the young Carissa Yip, who's had a magnificent, by the way, magnificent year, a fabulous Olympiad result. Also winning her 2nd U.S. women's title in a row, and playing well now to actually qualify to go to the knockout stage. So showing that she is on the rise. And finally, 2 players we expected to have really good chances of getting here. Bibisara Asayubayeva from Kazakhstan playing against Li Tingjie of China.
Yeah, but remember the game we were watching, the last game, the very long game, Asabayeva against Muzichuk.
Right.
So Muzichuk was defending, and would she make a draw, it wouldn't give her anything, and they would both be out. But since Asabayeva won, in a way, she knocked out Koneru. By beating Muzichuk. I don't know how it works.
Well, I don't know how
Anyway.
all those tie breaks worked. The math is the math. I guess she's getting some extra cash for 9th place is Humpy Koneru, and she is guaranteed straight 9th place by herself. So that added to her already nice haul that she took for winning the tournament. But we have some time before the next round begins. Don't go anywhere, because we will decide after we get these pairings. We don't have those pairings just yet, but we will get the pairings to you in just a few minutes. So stay with us. We'll be back for the final round of the qualification stage here at the World Blitz Championship.
Here we have a very special guest, football player, Mag Hollings with us. Mag, you are a big chess fan. You visited earlier the Candidates tournament in Toronto, and now here you are in New York. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I've really come to love chess a lot. Just the whole mental part of it, and it's something that I'm able to do in the locker room. Probably a little too much. My coaches probably don't like how much I play in between meetings and stuff, but I've really become fond of it. And playing in Buffalo, I've got fortunate enough to go to the Candidates in Toronto, which was close, and then this was only an hour flight, so I had to take advantage.
You said you have a chess coach.
Yes, Jeremy Kane. I've been working with him for, I think, probably 2 weeks after the Candidates. We started working together, and he's been phenomenal. He's helped me a lot to just slowly boost my rating.
Well, we might see you at the World Rapid Blitz one day, huh?
I mean, maybe, but I think up on the balcony is where I'm meant to be right now.
I have to ask about the Jizz scandal situation. What is your call on that?
Yeah, I understand both sides of it because in the NFL, we get fined. Like, we can't show skin on our legs. I wish our fine was $200 because our fine's like $5,000 or $8,000. So our fines are a little bit heftier. But I understand there are rules to it, but I also understand sometimes you got to evolve. But he's back today, which is great to see, I think, for chess in general, because it brought a lot of publicity. There was people in my locker room who have never watched chess in their life talking about what happened with the guy with the jeans. So I think it's, sometimes all publicity is good publicity.
And who is the player that you're rooting for the Blitz portion?
I feel like I'm always biased towards Hikaru. So we'll see if he can pull it out.
Are we going to see you more chess tournaments in the future?
Oh, every chess tournament I can make it to, I'll be there. If it's close by, I'll be there.
And here's the question: chess is an individual sport, right? And you are yourself the team player. There's a big difference. What is there anything similarities to chess and the football?
I think really having to think through, on a broader scale, our individual plays, I guess, would be similar to their moves, and which play would be the best for this opportunity, which move would be the best for them on the board. Maybe not as stressful where it's, in a classical game, it'll be an hour for a single move sometimes. It's not that stressful, but there are a few similarities for sure.
And the final question, what would you be your message to your fans, football fans? Do you encourage them to join us in the chess world?
Yes, absolutely. And listen, Mac Hollins is my username. Anybody's always welcome to play me in chess. I love it. So you can always learn. Doesn't matter what your rating is. You can always learn and get better.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Wesley's with us right now. Wesley, how your tournament is going?
Oh, the Blitz going well so far. I'm on +3, 4 out of 5. I lost to Shanklin, but he's playing very well, like he drew against Magnus. The Rapid tournament didn't go so well. I wasn't feeling very well. I think this month just hasn't been very good for me. I had a bit of a cold. Also, like, I was a bit sick, like I had a headache. So I don't know. But I mean, I'm not making excuses. But overall, this month hasn't been very good for me. But I'm very grateful to play in. It's my first time here in World Rapid in Blitz, and it's a great experience because I've never been in such a huge tournament like this before, and I'm very happy to play.
Right. Before the tournament, we had a trivia question. Who is the top grandmaster who has never played World Rapid in Blitz, and we would never guess it was you? What's the reason of that? Why you have not played it before?
Was I the only one? Yeah, I was the only one, yeah. Well, the thing is, 10 years ago, I was still in college, and they were putting in the summer. And then they moved it during Christmas and the New Year, which is, like, I like to, it's my favorite time of the year, like, spend holidays. But also, they put it in faraway countries like Saudi, Poland, Kazakhstan. And I always need time to arrive early for the jet lag. Also, ticket price is a bit expensive. But I'm very grateful and very thankful to FIDE that they decided to put it in North America this year. So I'm very happy to play here. If they put it closer to where I live, then I'll play every single year, even if it's Christmas, just because it's very convenient then.
FIDE, you heard it. Wesley gonna play this tournament if it is summer very close. Wesley, you have so many fans here. When you're walking through, they're asking for photos and autographs. How does that work? Is it something amazing that you have so many supporters?
Well, yeah, I'm very grateful to them because you see sometimes people pay expensive tickets or they stand out in the cold, and I feel bad for them, especially the kids. And it takes a few minutes just to sign autographs or take pictures. So I always do it, yeah, because I mean, I'm very grateful that they're following me. And there are also tons of Filipinos here in New York, actually. I had many friends who I've known in the past. One of them actually was playing Oliver Barbosa. So it's also, I think, my first tournament playing here in New York. Like, I've been here before, but I've never played. And it's very close to where I live, so it's great.
Well, we're talking about the New York, right? And here we are at the Wall Street. Who would imagine we're going to have a chess tournament at Wall Street? And it's also quite nice building. What's the feeling about that of you?
Yeah, it's amazing and it's incredible. I remember Grischuk said he wasn't inspired by playing in Wall Street, but I am. Yeah, hopefully I am. We're playing in a great place and a great venue. Also, FIDE gave me a very nice room, like a very nice hotel, one of the best hotels I've ever stayed in. So it's, yeah, I would say, yeah, it's like excellent.
It's big, it's huge. I hope that you recovered from your cold and best of the luck for the remaining rounds.
Yeah, thank you.
Here we have a very special guest, football player, Mag Hurlings with us. Mag, you are a big chess fan. You visited earlier the Candidates tournament in Toronto, and now here you are in New York.
And we are back for final round action here at the World Blitz Championship. And it is going to be extremely exciting. I believe we have the pairings.
Absolutely.
Miro, let us see what that is for round 13, this critical round, as we get set to see who goes to play tomorrow. And here we have, woo, oh boy.
Fierro facing Carlsen, and believe it or not, but if any of those loses, they're just out. They're not playing tomorrow.
This is a terrifying moment indeed for a lot of these players. Wesley So against Daniel Naroditsky, two American players. I would be surprised if those games ended in quick draws, but Murzin against Caruana, he beat Fabi.
He did beat Fabi
in the
Rapids.
So a real chance again there. Will Fabi go for it, or will they make a quick draw? And another interesting matchup, Nepo against Hans Niemann. I don't know if there's any agreement there to make a quick draw. Pragdananda against Dubov. All this next group of players are desperate to get in.
To win, and then somehow to make it on tie breaks, on Buchholz, and so on and so on.
So expect to see huge fights from boards 5, 6, 7, as they try to get there some way, somehow, into that final group of 8. Some surprising names not at the top. We see Anish Giri there, Leonir Dominguez, who was trying so hard, Nikara Nakamura also on this list, and Wei Yi, and Abdusatorov, who we haven't seen throughout the whole event.
Yeah, like so he appears out of nowhere, but too late, I guess.
And so we'll see. We'll see. As let's see the standings yet again, so we can understand what they are playing, what the situation is as they're playing with pure, is it desperation or calculation? As 8 players right now, if it could only end right now after round 12, 8 players would be in.
That'd be perfect
It'd
scenario.
be perfect. We're done. We're in. Thank you, Ma. I'm going into the new year in style. But, sorry, there's an unlucky 13th potential round to be played for somebody on this list. And these top players have to hope that somehow the ball bounces their way.
Yeah. So I'm told that Katy is waiting to report from the playing hall, and round is about to start. So, well,
let's jump to
Katy.
Katy.
And this is the last round of the World Blitz Chess Championship. I am right now just among the top leaders. The players are sitting already at the table, and we have a lot of fans, hundreds of fans joining us today for the last rounds. And here I have Henry with me, one of the youngest spectators. Henry, how are you?
Good.
I saw you. You were standing here whole day watching the first board. How's that feeling?
Really good.
Who are you supporting to win this tournament?
Magnus Carlsen, 100%.
I guess this is the player that you think is the best here, right?
Yes.
Okay, best luck to you, Magnus. And we have more players here. We have Magnus Carlsen joining right now with a cup in his hat. Some announcements also happening, and we have hundreds of visitors joining us in the playing venue. You guys can wave us.
And a handshake, and they are underway, and we will pay attention to this game and see exactly, and whoa, Magnus has decided to play a Berlin.
Will we see another one of
goodness,
those?
even
man.
Magnus has gotten the draw bug in this position and is playing the quick draw. He's playing the math.
Yeah.
I guess we're going to see this on all the top boards?
No,
if even
I don't think
Magnus
so.
has done it.
Well, technically, it's Fierro who's done it. I mean, as black, you do not have that many options to deviate from that one.
If you play a Berlin,
if you choose
and board
to play
2
Berlin.
is drawn, board 3 is drawn, board 4 is drawn. All of them are gone.
Wow.
Man.
Wow. Do you have the list of those? Because let's see if any of those guys on boards 5, 6, 7 can, or will rather, catch up and leapfrog on a tie.
Wow, I do have the list from the last round. And, I mean, that just shows people just do the math and say the risk of losing this game is too great.
Yeah, and by the way, just to inform you, we've seen Fierro Carlsen, and that means that we've seen Nepo Niemann. It's identical draws. Not only draws, but it's absolutely identical draws.
Unreal, surreal. That's what they've chosen to do. And now they're just hoping against all hope that they do not get knocked out, as now desperation takes place, as you see the players there. Desperation on board 5.
6.
Is it board 5, 6, and 7?
I think so.
Incredible. Incredible what just transpired.
So
4 draws in like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, this board is board 6. Dubov and Pragdananda are playing as well.
On board 5.
On board 5. So that is going to be an interesting matchup to pay attention to. And I believe
Benjamin Bock against Alexander Bortnik is only one of them has the option to.
Yeah, I think Bach is at 8.5 with the black pieces.
All right.
So he has to actually win with black in order to qualify
needs to win with
on
black.
7. Meantime, this matchup between Dubov and Pragdananda.
Okay, let me switch.
Somebody
to this one.
has to win. So we're talking must-win situations. Board 5, board 6. So Dubov, Pragdananda, somebody must win if they're going to get to up there. Duda, Aronian, somebody must win. And Bach with the black pieces on board 7. Those are the 3 games to watch right now to see who will possibly qualify. Draws do nothing. They draw, they're out. You have 8 players who have put themselves in a position where they feel they're doing well, and they're going to force their opponent to somehow, force the other players to somehow win and join them for the chance of being in the top 8. But GMs often draw each other, and this position is looking
Hang on a
like
second.
it's
so now
okay,
A6
A8.
drops. Yeah, rook to A8.
So bishop c4 looks like
Bishop
the most
C4.
automatic move, but he's looking for something better at the moment, something other than. But what else could you play?
Well,
It could play bishop b5,
Could
I
be,
guess?
yeah, could be that he thinks bishop b5.
But after
will be-
thought, he decided to play bishop to c4,
So bishop to
guarding his
c4.
a-pawn and challenging the bishop. If bishop takes, he'll just play queen takes, and it's at c6 on the board.
c6.
Probably see an a3 move right now.
e4 is e4 any?
e4 is definitely
Yeah, like I was
playing.
thinking e4 and then even to dare to take with the knight because you want to go to d6 and rook a2. I was hoping knight a3 would win and some queen b3 thing, but no, there is queen e6.
He did play a4.
A4,
But
simple
we
and
had other
strong.
moves in mind, but he decided to play the most constraining move, and that is a4 in that position.
Yeah, white. I suspect white is a little bit better in here, despite this bishop looking somewhat dead on h2. But then, like you
Whoa,
can never
did we
play
just see
e4.
a5 get played?
Yeah, a5.
You can't take with the rook. Whoa!
Rook
That's a
takes
sneak
this
move.
b4.
Rook takes this b4.
Pawn takes. You trade bishops. You win the knight. So,
Yes,
well,
the knight has had to drop back.
Dubov is almost like lucky that he has this knight d7, otherwise position would collapse. And knight d7, still keeping it within the range of equality.
Okay.
e4, one move to once again, one move to consider. Otherwise, like capturing on b6 gives you nothing. That'd be the silly thing to do because both of them need to win and then take on b6, equalize, exchange
draws
everything.
are out.
Yeah.
Draws are out. But, you know, at some point, if you don't make a draw and you lose, then
It actually still costs you the money,
costs
right?
a lot. It costs us at least a good chunk of change. He has taken on b6 and looking around, he's played bishop back
Bishop
to
back to
d3.
rook
and,
a2.
Uh-oh. Rook coming down, trying to somehow push the e-pawn and unleash the bishop. But Dubov saying, wait a minute, what kind of construction is this?
Hunting this b2 pawn.
You are going to have to be a little defensive, my friend.
Yeah.
Now,
That's not so easy to defend this pawn. Well, there is rook a1, a tricky move, which makes sure that the rook from a2 gets exchanged. If you go rook a1, then rook b2, you drop the knight on a4.
okay.
So
Then
rook
it looks
a1
like
is available.
he did not-
didn't do it. Rook b1 instead. Sorry, knight a4, yeah, and rook b1.
That's super
I
defensive,
was
that last
queen,
move.
queen e6. Now it seems like the pendulum somewhat swung in black's favor. Yeah, knight c5, queen c5. And maybe this is the moment you go e4, opening the g7 bishop.
It looks like he played a rook
Yeah,
to
he
d8,
chose
and
not
now
to do it.
e4, and now he's after that bishop, just paying attention to it after bishop b3, and now rook to d4, rook c1, attacking the c-pawn, and not quite attacking the c-pawn because the bishop on d3 was hanging, so he just dropped it back to c2 to eject this bishop.
Wow.
And the trade has occurred, and now the
Rook takes.
c-pawn
Yep.
is hanging, but not quite because c5 is played. Now you need your bishop back in the game. And here
Yeah.
you see bishop to g3, but I'm not sure he wants to play f3 and bishop back to f2.
Okay, maybe he starts with king h2, like, you know, g3, bishop g3, king h2 to make sure that nothing bad happens on the last rank, and then eventually, perhaps, you'll have a chance to play f3, bishop f2.
By the way, Duda and Aronian are very close to a draw, which is exactly what the other players are hoping for. We might see the math work out for those players
Yeah,
who
that'd
just made
be-
a draw as they're sitting, biting their fingernails, hoping nobody blunders here, and the 8 of them just get in. And we see a trade, and this one is just so close
Yeah,
to even.
That one's also simplified quite a lot, and it's not easy to even think of how exactly can you make progress. Okay, bishop e4, check on the last rank, king g7, and queen a4.
Oh, pay attention.
Yeah, e5's hanging in some cases.
Pay attention as you've got to find the right moves. He's found bishop to d6.
But that's very modest, right? Queen c6, okay. Prague is getting somewhere.
You might start to feel nervous in a moment like this as the initiative has swung in White's favor. 7 seconds, though, and 12 seconds each. G5 played, 6 seconds on the clock, and now
H5.
5.
Disturbing this bishop.
This is not fun to have to play against. Bishop takes, and now queen g4.
Queen g4.
And needing to play very quickly. He's not sure of himself. 4 seconds left, and now this check. And, man, he
King
looks
H3.
very close to danger.
Dubov, he's winning, man.
At
Dubov-
G3, and here comes Dubov. He's winning the game. He's taken on F2. How do you protect yourself? And he's getting mated. Dubov
What a
beats
comeback.
Pragnananda in an amazing comeback. That's one now who's joined the group of 8. And now let's take a look at Duda and take a look at this. Duda is beating Aronian. Duda is up 3 pawns in his game against Aronian. That'll make another 2 players.
Yeah.
Another player making 2 join at
That's
10.
officially confirmed. Duda wins as well. So the only one that we have to check is Bok with black against Bortnik. No, the Bok is not winning. He's absolutely lost.
He's
In
not,
fact,
but we have 10 players now, folks. 10 players tied for first place. Buck, unless a miracle occurs, and he has lost on time, so he's out. An absolutely terrible moment. Look at his face right there. That's a player who really wanted it and has to now deal with the fact that he is gone from the tournament. And now we know there are 10
players
standing. 8 will make it. Who will be knocked out? Will it be Fabiano? Will it be Aronian? Will it be Magnus Carlsen himself gets knocked out?
That's crazy. No, and what a story of a comeback from Dubov.
And
really
Dubov.
forfeiting the game and
Yes.
still making it in a tie for the first.
Could it be Hans Niemann? Who will it be? We have the current standings, but we will not. I think we have the standings, I've heard.
Yeah, but
Oh,
even
no,
if
we don't have it
look,
just yet.
Even if we have the standings,
There's
it's
still
just
games
like
actually
automatically
transpiring.
generated, and nothing is confirmed. We do know there is 10 players sharing.
There's
It's 9.5. That's it. Yeah, in no particular order. So
how are these players going to feel? Right now, you just roll the dice, and we know that 2 of them will be knocked out. We see Geary playing there.
I would guess, if you know...
Geary,
all-
sorry, Geary, did Geary lose this game? I mean, that face
Geary
suggests
was Mikola Bortnik. Yes, Geary did lose.
Geary lost, and he's showing right now just the devastation. Even that you could play as much years as you want, you could be as top a player as you want, but here, Geary showing how much it means to him to not have had a good result at the very end.
Nakamura has won his last game against Matthias Bluebaum, so he's nowhere near qualification, but at least, somewhere, will appear somewhere in the top, maybe top 20, I want to say. So definitely a prize. There's 40 prizes in this tournament, but not the one Hikaru Nakamura was counting for
Not at
or
all.
hoping for.
Especially being the number 3 ranked player in the world and one of the best Blitz players in
That's
the world.
for sure.
I'm going to check to see where he is in Blitz. Nakamura at the moment is the 3rd best Blitz player by rating in the world. And we see some other boards there still going on, so we don't have the final standings yet.
And that's the moment, yes. When Puchol's in play, you literally have to wait for the last game of a tournament to finish in order to be sure. Yeah, I imagine, though, Fabi shouldn't be worried. Starting 7 out of 7 gives you very good mathematical tiebreaks, whichever they are. He probably played a very strong tournament, so that means average rating's good. His Buchholz should be very good, and so on. Whatever other criteria you come up with, it has to be good for Fabi. So Fabi should be in.
I'm going to tell you some names. You tell me if they're in this top 10, as we see some players blitzing right now. Could we pull up the pairings from the last round, actually? If our director could just pull up the pairings from the last round.
Okay, I can find it for you.
Well, he can pull it up. If we could just see the pairings and results from the last round. So these at least were the pairings. We know the top 8 names drew, and we know that Dubov won and Duda won. So now, just leaving this name up, I just pulled up the Blitz rating, the live Blitz rating.
Yep.
And we have Magnus, number 1. Fierro, number 2. Guess what? They were on the top
They are
board
in the tie.
to finish. We had Hikaru Nakamura, who clearly had a disappointing result, is at number 3. In world, this is Blitz ranking. Wesley So is the 4th highest rated Blitz player in the world. Fabiana Caruana is number 5. Daniel Dubov is number 6. Jan Nepomniachtchi is number 7.
Yep.
Ding Liren, who did not play, is number 8.
Yep.
Jan Krzysztof Duda is number 9. I mean, are you seeing a pattern here?
Yeah.
I mean,
they say the rating is a reflection of your skill.
and look at this.
Mathematically
I mean,
invented this way, so that's it. The higher your ranking, the better you were supposed to be playing,
Yeah,
which is the case.
only now do we start to lose it. Bortnik, Aronian, Vasilagrov,
Yeah.
and Aragaisi and Anand are the next. Artemiev are the other ones. But here are, wait a second, we forgot about Daniel Naroditsky. Is this true? Daniel Naroditsky is on 9.5.
No, he made the draw against Wesley on board 2.
Oh, yes, we didn't forget
he
him.
was,
Sorry.
he was,
in
he was
there
on
already.
9.
Yes, my apologies, because I was seeing 10 names anyway, so that's me. All right. So we have these 10 players on 9.5. 2 of them will be gone when the brackets.
So I'm wondering if this if this order of names that we have, if it's final. Can we get a confirmation of this? Because this would pretty much be my idea of how it has to look. Because normally if you win your last game, you lose a bit of Buchholz. Fabi has to be first in any tiebreak simply because of this fantastic 7 out of 7 start. So it would be nice to get a confirmation on how this looks. Or maybe we still have to wait till the very end of a round.
I'm just looking at the names on the screen, the other names that didn't make it. Isn't this odd that you have 10 players on 9.5, only 2 players
on 9.
On 9. That's so
incredible.
weird. That's so different from what's normal. And then it's followed by another 11 players on 8.5.
Yeah.
You don't see that happen. Like, that's rare.
Yeah, so
only 2 players sitting in 11th and 12th places.
Half point short, and it's only 2 of you. Yeah.
Yes, that is a very odd thing. And we see some big names that did not make it all the way at the 8.5 position. Aronian, of course, a big name. Sam Sevian, Grishchuk, Hikaru Nakamura there at 8.5. Pragnananda at 8.5.
Yeah.
And we even see further down Giri outside of even that group, and Lanier Dominguez, who was floating near the top but ran out of steam, sitting down at 8. They have to be very disappointed with their results. Denis Lazovic, who shows that he can belong in the top 25 at least in the world, so can't blame him or say anything about him. There was some doubts to his abilities by some people throwing out shade at the young man, but clearly he is a very powerful player, and he's showing it here. Of the 186 players who played,
yep.
You know, top 30 is still a great result.
Not bad at all.
Not about it all. Some people maybe have been more ambitious than others, but given how many players played, for you to show up and do this against this field,
very impressive.
Definitely a very, very impressive result. Well, the clock is ticking, folks. There's another game I've heard still going on, so we cannot get the final standings as yet. So we're just going to take a very quick break as we look for that. And when we come back, we will find out who are the 8 and who are the 2 that will get stopped at the gate. We'll be back in a moment.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Legendary grandmasters who will light up Wall Street with their speed and skill. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen defend his title against a field of titans. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form. Unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Be part of this electrifying experience. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement.
Here we are with the CEO of Freedom Holding Corp, Mr. Timur Turlov. Here we are in the Blitz tournament, and we do have Magnus Carlsen back in the competition with his teams. What is your call of this?
I think that's great. So it's mutually beneficial both for FIDE and Magnus. FIDE is an organization ruled by chess players, for chess players, and it's great to have such a representative tournament here in the United States. It's great that we may adjust rules when needed and also respect these rules when needed. So I hope that will be great to see excitement Blitz part of this tournament, and still a lot of fun for all chess community.
We have a new year coming in a few days, and here we have a festive atmosphere. How do you feel about this upcoming holidays? And here we have also a very strong competition happening.
I think that's great. It's a lot of attention. It's a lot of games. It's a lot of activities all around tournaments. A lot of great networking. And finally, I think it's rarely we've seen so much attention to chess tournaments like for this tournament in the middle of financial center in the United States. And we definitely get it better every next year. And the chess is developed as fast as it never did.
I saw you had a Blitz game today with a very famous football player. How did that game go? And if you usually play chess?
I love to play chess. I'm not a great chess player, and unfortunately I also lost this game. But that was a great fight till the very end, and we both had a great fun. And for anyway, it's a big honor to play with such a great football player, and I would be beaten by him.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Hans Niemann with us. He has a fantastic Blitz tournament. Hans, how's it going?
It's going really well. I should, with a draw at least, I should make it in the top 8. That's the only thing that matters. I've gotten to play a lot of great players, so I can't complain about the result.
This is the first time when we have this qualifier, the knockout system for top 8. What is your thought about this? Do you like this system?
Well, yeah, first of all, I think as many games as possible is ideal. I think generally all the top players are at the top, so 13 games is enough. So I think we should play as many games as possible to ensure that the best player has the chance and to minimize the variance. So Blitz is definitely my forte. Rapid, it really isn't. So hopefully I'll make it in.
There was one round when your opponent didn't show up, Daniel Dubov. Do you have any idea why that happened?
Well, I don't know. I don't think he's my biggest fan. So usually when someone doesn't show up against me, I have one assumption. Apparently, I saw that he fell asleep. If he did fall asleep, the offer to play a match for charity still stands. Because for me, I think that any player who wants to make sort of malicious accusations, they should be able to handle on the board. And I've made that similar offer to Hikaru, right? Like anyone who has anything to say about me, I'm happy to play them. And if they beat me, I'll donate money to charity. Just because I think it's best to settle all disputes on the chessboard. Maybe he fell asleep, but anyways, if he fell asleep,
Anyway, this is an invitation from you if he wants a match.
But with black, it's a huge gift, right? Like to win with black, it's such a crucial moment. I can't complain. It's been, I'm not complaining, right? But yeah.
Hans, you have this tournament here in the US. A lot of fans of yours are here to supporters. How does it feel to have a big tournament like this at home?
No, it's amazing. I'm not staying in a hotel. It's so nice to be able to play at home. I think you can see so many fans and there's great interest. It's cold, but not as cold as the previous destination. So I think usually most tournaments are in St. Louis, which is a great city, but not as interesting as New York. So I think that it would be good for FIDE to start organizing more events in America, just because there's just so much more money and potential for sponsorship.
And we are back here at the FIDE World Blitz Championship. The final round of the day has concluded from the qualifying stage. And now we get to see who makes it in and who is going to be extremely disappointed, as they will have to now go on home. Well, first let's look at the women's brackets. And we see this bracket, Humpy Kaneru was the one we noted did not make it of the 9 players who had the chance. And we see already these 8 will be playing tomorrow in the knockout stage. There'll be a quarterfinals, a semifinals, and then a finals. The women will actually move over into the bigger playing hall where the open section took place. And so we'll have actually 16 players playing in the building. And these are the names, as we see, Vaishali Rameshbabu, Zhu Zhena of China, Rameshbabu, of course, from India. Her brother did not make it, but she did. Zhu Wenjun of China, the women's world champion, playing against the current world blitz champion, Valentina Gunina of Russia. Katarina playing under the FIDE flag. Katarina Lagno, also playing under the FIDE flag, will be playing against Carissa Yip of the United States. And Bibisara Asuyebayeva, she will play against Lei Tingjie of China. And, of course, from Kazakhstan. So this is this pairing. This will be exciting. This will be amazing. And now let's see in the open section who made it and who did not, as the brackets will appear.
Let's keep the tension, Maurice. Let's guess. I bet Magnus Carlsen made it. That's what I've heard. Fabiano Caruana has made it for sure. Because
well, I'm going to tell you, a little birdie already told me what's happening, so I can't even pretend that I don't know what's going on. And I don't know why we went to black and white officer. They turned the lights off, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Told everybody, you got to go. But here it is, folks. Or isn't it? Our director is
that's
really...
All you got. Here it is.
He's milking the moment right now. Everybody's like, please, my favorite player, make sure they made it. I don't know who that would be. But we will see it shortly as they're filling in the brackets now.
Okay, guys, I can give you one more name. Apparently, Murzin is in, so he has a potential for the double. right? So he won the Rapid, and what we've heard, he is in. Out of these 10 players, he will be playing the Blitz tomorrow.
And what he had to do to get here after winning those games, those multiple games in a row, 4 I think it was, at one point after starting a bit slowly.
Yeah, let me pull his results in this check. Yeah, he finished on 2 draws against Nepo and Caruana, and before that he won 4 consecutive games.
That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. He's going to have his hands full now, but tell you, to win the Rapid
and stay motivated still, like not that's amazing. That's
and
absolutely
by the way,
amazing.
That's 20K. He's just added 20K, right? No matter what happens. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're right.
He's got another
you're right.
20K. So he literally says, zip, 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 give me more money. I mean,
Maurice, you've been talking to him a couple of days ago. Does it look like he only cares about money? Have you seen how excited he was? I think it's much more. Yeah, I understand. It is a lot of money on the line, but
But he's already gotten it, is what I'm telling you. He wants to win the whole thing, and now he might think he can win the whole thing for real. Like,
and
come on,
he might be right.
He might be
tell you more. He might be right.
He's got a lot of people he's got to go through. You got names like potentially names, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. There's some names that he has to still go through.
You have to win 3 matches. Let's look at this like that. You have to win 3 matches, one at a time.
And the reality is, he might be the only player where he is right now who's only lost 1 game out of 26. That's crazy.
That's incredible.
But did Nepo lose? Did Nepo lose any games?
Let me check. Yeah,
please, because I think Nepo may not have even lost a single game.
Nepo in his element, yeah, he is Nepo in the Blitz. Of course not. Of course
Nepo
not.
didn't lose a game.
He chose to be solid.
And Nepo didn't lose a game yesterday in the Rapid.
Undefeated.
So Nepo has gone through. Even Magnus didn't do that. Fabi didn't do that. Nepo didn't lose a single game, came in tied for second in the Rapid, and now is in the top 8. So I guess we should be thinking Nepo is one of the favorites to win this whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Because in order to beat somebody in a match, you have to win a game against.
You got to be.
And how do you win against the guy who doesn't want to lose?
Impregnable so far, not losing any games at all. Wow. What an amazing performance that is. Kudos to him for making that happen. Well, we're on the clock. We're waiting. The fans are waiting. Who is it going to be? Who is it not going to be? We know it's 8, but it's going to be 8 out of 10 who make it into these finals. And again, the bracket is being put together, spit, sign, and polish. You know those games where they just drew those ridiculous games? I mean, I couldn't stand it watching those.
So did they all make it to the final? We don't know. Remember, you had a little list.
Yes,
of
I did make
people.
the list, and I'm going to actually read it off right now. So there was a time in round 12 when there were quick draws made. Fierro made a draw. Hans Niemann made a draw. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Volodar Murzhin, those all made it to the top 10 right now. Levon Aronian made a draw against Fabiano Caruana, quick draw, and he is not in the group of 10. Aronian.
Yeah, because he lost his last round.
Because he lost his last round. So that draw in round 12 has cost him badly, as he did not make it now. You never assured that drawing strategy did not work in his favor
and I
in that
actually
round.
gotten a little explanation why it takes them a bit longer to check on the tie breaks. It's because of this very silly game, which didn't happen. Dubov and Niemann, they're both involved in the tiebreak. First tiebreak criteria is Buchholz. And for Buchholz, when there is no game, well, I'm no arbiter. I do not know exactly how it's done, but it is a little weird. It's not like you get 0 or you get, I don't know, all the points. There must be some specific formula, and what I was told now by the director that they're still checking up on Dubov and I suspect on Niemann as well because of this game. And
Are you saying we don't have it yet?
We don't have it yet. Those tiebreaks are imperfect.
Oh, it turns out we do have it. We
All
do
right.
have it, but do we have the brackets prepared? Let us see it. Drum roll. We've been waiting. And here we go. we see Jan Pandolfini against Volodar Murzin.
Wow.
The two Russians will have to play each other, and Fierro will be playing Wesley So. Magnus Carlsen plays Hans Niemann.
Wow.
Another great matchup. And Duda against Fabiano Caruana. That means the two players who are out
are
Daniel Naroditsky
and
Daniel Dubov. Those two are out of the top 10, of the top 8, I should say. Of the top 10 that got there, only these 8 remain, and it's Dubov, who did forfeit a game, and Naroditsky, not sure what the number said for him, but this is what we have. These are some incredible matchups that will take place right here tomorrow, and we will be here to call it. This is incredible matchups, absolutely wonderful. Man, it's been a long day, my friend, but it's going to be long tomorrow as well.
It's a lot of excitement, if you ask me. Well, it's such a dynamic format. I love Blitz.
We all love to see competition like this, and the knockouts, more blood on the board, disappointments after every single stage. That's how it should be. It's playoffs time, and we will bring the action to you right here live tomorrow in the Cipriani building, 55 Wall Street. Make sure you get your rest, folks. We sure will, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night. See you soon.
Magnus Carlsen here with us. He's back to the Blitz portion of the tournament, and he has qualified to top 8. Magnus, how do you feel to be back?
Well, it feels good to be back. I don't feel like 100% certain that I'm qualified, but it's been a very it's been a very nervy, tough day, and I started well, but then I sort of hit a bit of a rut. I couldn't make anything of the advantages that I had, and honestly, like the penultimate game, that was just pure willpower that got me the win, because I was better, then I was worse, then I was better again, and a lot of things happened, and I just had to pull through. So at some point, like, I clearly needed to make a draw by repetition, but I just had to win, and now I'm hopefully I'm almost certainly qualified, and hopefully it's all good.
Yeah, I called too early, I guess. Apologies for that. Magnus, what do you think about this new system that we have? Qualifiers first and then the knockout.
I generally think that it's a good thing that you end up with a knockout to have a final to determine the winner. But for the players, this Swiss portion is so incredibly, it's stressful, because most days, most of the time, like, I'm not concerned if I'm leading or second or whatever going into the last day. I just want to be in contention, and now it's either you make +6 or you're out. So it's tough.
And I want to ask about the jeans question. Obviously, it's such a trend these days. Is this a new pair of jeans?
Yeah, it's a new one. I actually got them just for the game today, which is why I was one of the reasons why I was late, which of course is my responsibility.
Best of the luck tomorrow if you qualify.
Thank you.